Okay, okay, okay. Hercule Poirot, let's do this. We have ourselves another screen kidnapper, apparently. I don't know why people ever thought that was a good idea. Why would you want a game that only like kidnaps your mouse? Like that just I don't know. But yeah, this one apparently kidnaps the mouse as well. So and turns off as you can hear turns off the thing. So okay, we got the subtitle on. We got the screen in the right size. There are collectibles. It looks like. Okie dokie. These must be the achievements. Okay. Some sort of reward. Maybe stuff we can actually wear in the game or something. Anyway, new game. Access unlock collectibles by choosing collectibles from the main menu. Unlock concept art. Ooh, concept and art and cinematics. Okay. Understood. Understood. Okay, and it even freezes the cutscene. Okay, that's nice. Okie dokie, okie dokie. The first cases.
Oh, thank goodness. Officer,
Oh, and
please,
it's
come quickly.
voiced. It is voiced. Okay, that's nice to know.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. How can I...
It has become a madhouse. Madame has been shouting and cursing all morning. I've never seen her so angry. But what great luck to happen upon you.
Please, try to remain calm. First, may I ask your name?
We don't have time for that. Please, hurry.
Mademoiselle, now we are here, I must insist on your name before I can continue any further. I am Officer Hercule Poirot.
I am Elizabeth, but it is the maidservant that we must consider. Forgive me, officer, but are you new to the area?
I stand out so obviously.
I mean no offense, only I have not seen you before. This is a small town, and you learn everyone's faces very quickly.
Very observant of you, mademoiselle. Oui, I was recently posted here from the city, and a good thing I'm here now. Let us get to the bottom of this madness you speak of?
There has been a theft at the house.
Then I am exactly where I should be, n'est-ce pas?
It is only one of Mademoiselle Angeline's most valuable bracelets, taken from her room.
Then its safe return is of the utmost importance.
Madame Van den Bosch, the lady of the house, believes Fleurette is behind it. I'm afraid I do. I know Madame is confident of Fleurette's guilt, but she wouldn't do such a thing. Surely a burglar is responsible, as Mademoiselle believes.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable. Huh.
Okay, so not quite everything is voiced, I guess. While two sets lead away from the house, only one muddy set returns. Rather hastily, it seems. Go refresh this webpage real quick. And no, my package has not arrived yet. Okay. Could be as late as 8 o'clock before it arrives. That's nice. Okay. Doop, doop, and doop. Every inspection you make adds evidence to the appropriate place. Press R to view your objectives. Okay. Investigate the grounds for evidence of intrusion. Muddy footprints. Certainly no space on the property. Couldn't reside here in the country forever. This is only part of the picture. You'll need to explore more of the garden to find out the true nature of what happened. Once that returns. Okay. Something there that helps to explain the muddy footprints. You can only click. So what does F do? Okay, so we can't go past this wall. This wall's like a wall. Okay. Understood. Oh, there's something over there. Waterlogged patch.
Oh.
This morning's shower must have been heavier than I thought. An intruder stepping here would sure leave evidence elsewhere. To make your first deduction. Okie dokie. The icon has been updated. This number will increase as you find enough evidence to make more deductions. Begin by highlighting the waterlogged patch. Sizable garden with weather permits. It must be perfect for entertaining. Notice that Poirot has posed a question as part of his interpretation of the waterlogged patch. Let's help him resolve this by providing an answer. This morning's shower must have been heavier than I thought. Next, use the mouse to highlight the muddy footprints. Notice Poirot's interpretation as you do.
Magnifique.
Yeah, because that's the evidence. Seems the muddy footprints are the result of earlier rain. Well done, you made your first deduction. Linking evidence gives you new evidence to use in your investigation. In this case, you've also unlocked a new action, as represented by the icon. Press right mouse to return to the objective screen. Seems the muddy footprints are the results of earlier rain. Now we need to talk to Elizabeth to advance the investigation. Okay. Unlocked actions are summarized next to each objective. In this case, maybe Elizabeth can provide more information. What's up with this overgrown grass? There are no signs of trampling, but it's a shame to see the lawn so unkempt. An unkempt lawn. And we can also talk to her about the grass while we're doing that, I guess. Okay. Anything else we can discover while we're wandering around? Anything else to discover? Can we go over here? We cannot go over there. That looks pretty overgrown too, for that matter. Okay. Elizabeth, hi.
Horse officer, how can I help?
The footprints on the path are fresh today. Do you know who they belong to?
One set must be mine, leaving to find you. The other set must be Florette's. She was caught in the rain this morning.
That explains the hurried, scuffled nature of the prints. I could not help noticing the unkempt lawn. Is there not an employed gardener?
There is, sir. Luke, but he was called away from the house on a personal matter. Rahana, our cook, accompanied him.
With no gardener present, there was no one tending to the lawn this morning. But still, no sign of anyone stepping across it.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
This is just the beginning. There's so much evidence to uncover. Try exploring the rest of the garden, collecting evidence and making deductions until you're able to solve your first objective. You can view your objectives at any time. Intruders didn't use the lawn. Score the lawn off my list of potential entry points to the property. The intruder didn't use the path. There must be signs of an intruder elsewhere on the grounds. Inspect the garden to advance the investigation. And there is one connection we can make. Okay, well, let's inspect the garden. I don't know if it means that or... because that almost seems like everything in the garden, right? Don't know if we were supposed to notice the overgrown grass yet or not. Ooh, there's a side door. And it wouldn't matter. Judging by the condition of this ladder, I wouldn't trust it with my weight. Perhaps a braver man than I perched this elsewhere against the roof. It appears to be rusted shut, and if these cobwebs are anything to go by, it hasn't been unlocked in some time. Perhaps they entered another way. So not the side door, okay. Is there anything else we can investigate? Flower bed. Such beautiful flowers. I'm glad to see no one carelessly damaged them. Bench carving. A declaration of love has been carved into the bench. L loves E. Guessing Elizabeth is the E. Don't know who the L would be. Yeah, okay, so those were not there earlier. So it looks like there's new things we can uncover. Let's double checking there's nothing else. There's not a whole lot of things in the garden, so no. We can't go over there. Muddy footprints. At the front door. Overgrown trellis. This trellis has been left untouched for quite some time. Oh. It's an impossible climb to reach it unassisted. The ledge beneath it appears rather precarious. So, unless the ladder was placed up against the ledge, that could be possible. There was a ladder over there after all. Front door.
Huh.
There are no signs of tampering or forced entry. Okay. So we got a few more things here. Side door, side of house. Charming looking conservatory, although it doesn't seem as though it is being currently used. We can talk to Elizabeth again. So I think first thing I want to do, there are 3 things we connect apparently. First thing that makes sense to me is the wooden ladder and the open window.
What a revelation!
I have found no practical or logical way for someone to have reached the window. Perhaps another means of entry was accessed. I found no. Perhaps another. Okay, so there's 2 more though. Hmm. 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 We can talk to Elizabeth about the bench carving. Am I supposed to connect the intruders didn't do anything thing?
Another success.
Okay, yeah, I could not find of any unwanted intruders in the garden. Did someone cover the tracks? Okay. I could not find sign. Okay, so that was apparently one. Hmm.
Come, my little Grey Cells.
No. Okay.
This will not get me
Nope.
any closer.
There is one more though that we can do. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
I should not be
There we go.
surprised by
There
my
we
own
go.
skill.
Neither of the external doors have been damaged or show any signs of an unwanted visitor. So no forced. Okay, that's what it. No unforced entry, which means there's another one.
I must act
No.
on thought and fact.
So no forced entry gave us another one.
Things are beginning to become.
Could not find any sign of an unlawful entry into the house, though I find signs of an intrusion elsewhere in the grounds. No unlawful entry to the house.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
With no obvious signs of a burglar, perhaps I should be looking at those inside for answers. This is not the start I was expecting. There are no signs of an intruder at all. There is something amiss. I must remain vigilant and keep my wits about me. Okay. Possible inside job. Another thing to talk to Elizabeth about. Okay. Completed your first objective and earned a collectible. For now, continue your investigation by asking Elizabeth for permission to enter the house. Da, da, da. Hmm. Oh,
Aha.
a touching extract taken from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, expertly carved in a plaque. Measure done, I'll watch your place so stand, and touching hers make blessed my rude hand. Did my heart love till now, forswear it, sight, for I never saw true beauty till this night. Clues and evidence are beginning to gather, it would be best that I approach them logically. Hmm. Yeah, okay. That should be fine. Do. Okay, talk to Elizabeth. Talk to Elizabeth.
I have conducted my initial inspection of the house and grounds. It is now necessary for me to speak with those in the house.
Of course. Thank you, officer. I'm sure Madame Van den Bosch will be happy to hear the police are investigating.
I suspect there will be someone inside who will not be as pleased to hear it.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth, I hope you are feeling less distressed now. I can assure you I shall find the guilty party and the bracelet.
Thank you, officer. Yes. All I want is for Florette to be heard.
Bien sûr. Rest assured she will get the fair trial she deserves. I wonder if you could help me with some questions regarding the house.
Of course. Whatever I can do to help. Excuse me, officer?
The carving on the bench. Forgive me, I was not suggesting anything untoward.
Oh, of course not. Yes. I suppose there must be.
Would you know the identity of the mysterious L and E?
I'm afraid not. Perhaps they were old residents. A pair of star-crossed lovers, perhaps. Madame does not allow distracting staff relationships.
Love is not something that can be harnessed so easily.
That is Madame's rule. And I wouldn't want to be the one that challenges her on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a feeling the E is you.
Merci,
I don't know who the L could
mademoiselle.
be, but...
Your assistance has been invaluable.
Okay. I guess we're entering the main hall now. I presume this is the lady of the house. She holds quite a presence, and, from what Mademoiselle Elizabeth has said, she is not one to be on the wrong side of. I must talk with her before beginning my search. Hello, Cassandra.
Who are you? You are not the commanding officer I requested.
No, dear madame, I am Officer Hercule Poirot. I can assure you that...
This will simply not do. I sent Elizabeth to bring me a competent lawman.
And that is what she has brought, madame. Now, I would like to continue my investigation.
I understand a bracelet has gone missing.
You understand correctly. It is my daughter's bracelet. It is a rather expensive piece.
And valuable to your daughter, no doubt. It was a gift.
Yes, it was from her late father, my husband, the Viscount, and it has not gone missing. It was stolen.
I've been informed that you believe you have caught the culprit.
I do not believe so. I know so. It was Florette, the maidservant. I knew I could not trust her.
And why is that?
Because I don't. I do not need to explain myself any further, especially to a measly officer.
You do not believe there was an intruder in the house.
Don't be ridiculous. I have told you who is guilty. If there had been a break-in, surely it would be your job to stop them.
If it was the case, of course, madame. Although I cannot predict a burglar's movement.
Perhaps then you have proved me right, and you aren't the competent officer I require.
Never have I met someone so adamant that they don't require help from the police. Her accusation against the maid is rather questionable. There must be more to the story, and it is my duty to uncover
Merci,
it.
madame. You have been most helpful.
That's one way to look at it, yeah. Madame Van der Bosch was so quick to accuse the maidservant Florette. I wonder if this hasty accusation hides behind a deeper reason. Cassandra. The thought of a burglary seems to be out of the question for Cassandra. I certainly would not like to be on the wrong side of Madame. Cassandra is adamant Florette is guilty, but there's no clear evidence to suggest it, as reiterated what Elizabeth told me earlier. We're in the main hall. Each time you meet a new character, you'll unlock the character profile. Oh, so those are character profiles. Okay. Madame Van der Bosch, the lady of the house, abrupt and snobbish, she is hesitant to help me in my investigation. Already. Oh, okay, so yeah, cool character profiles, facts about the character. Um, Placing the blame on the young maidservant, Florette can see a challenge persuading her of anything other than what she already believes. Okay. Facts about this character, Cassandra accused Florette. Mademoiselle Elizabeth is a young, well-mannered girl that obviously cares a great deal about her friend and fellow member of the staff, Florette. She is happy and optimistic, and I believe may be of great help in my investigation. Facts. Elizabeth reported the theft. Yep, yep. Okay, cool. So now we have to do some more investigating, I guess? Yes, more investigating indeed. Do, 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 do. Okay. 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 Yeah. Something like that. Okay. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Okay. Let's see. Have some auction crate over here. Various art pieces have been packed and addressed to the auction house. I assume Madame did this. Auction crate. No deductions yet. Okay. Do 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 do. A telephone. That does not seem to be working. Why would a house of this size be without a working telephone? That is a little weird. Um, mm, Come on. Do do. Oh, my HelloFresh box was delivered apparently. Guys, I will be right back as I go fetch my nummy food. My HelloFresh box. BRB. Okay, HelloFresh box has been successfully retrieved. Looking forward to that stew tonight. Gambian style peanut stew. Never had it before. Sweet potatoes and white beans and peanut butter? I don't know. It's going to be a new thing tonight. I'm looking forward to trying some. I do love sweet potatoes and white beans though, so that'll be pretty good. Okay. There's a portrait of a gentleman up here. This must be the Viscount. Rather impressive portrait, I must say. Okay, it shows an up close of the portrait, I guess. Cool. Do. Still no new deductions. We can talk to Cassandra about the portrait. Okay. Oh, and it is slightly askew, isn't it? It is slightly sideways. Why is it slightly sideways? Is your house in decline, Boo? Is your household in decline?
Really, officer, you
Be
are
honest now.
wasting both your time and mine.
I couldn't help but admire the handsome Monsieur on the portrait on the
And
wall.
what is your point?
May I ask of the subject?
You may not. Honestly, your prying is getting on my
I'm a
last nerve.
you called me here.
Merci,
Man.
madame. You have been...
You are at work. That is for sure. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh. Coat. There's nothing in particular about this coat, but what is this in the pocket? Hidden inside the coat pocket, although fairly plain, it is still an attractive item of jewelry. I wonder if it holds special significance. Some sort of gold band that looks like a wedding band. That looks like a wedding band. Unknown subject and a gold band. Oh, and we can expand evidence. That's what that thingy means. So we can look at it again. Okay. But it doesn't seem like we can turn it around or anything. Or okay. Okay. Collection of books. Some of the greatest authors and novels throughout history. Collection of books. Don't see how that could be important, but you never know, apparently. It's locked, and sobbing can be heard inside. I assume Madame has taken the law into her own hands. A rose and crossed arrow symbol adorns the door, perhaps a signal of forbidden love. Come, my little gray cells, let's solve this mystery. Lounge door. Locked and sobbing can be heard inside. I assume Madame has taken the law into her own hands. Serves me correctly, a reference to the William Shakespeare? So, like the quote on the plaza.
The pieces of the puzzle are fun.
Seems someone in the house has a keen interest in the works of William Shakespeare. That could be where the books come into play as well. Okay. Oh, door. Searching the kitchen is not essential to my current investigation. Okay, so that's not even a thing. He doesn't care about the kitchen door. Okay. So let's go talk to you. Hi.
Really, officer, you are wasting both your time.
Would you permit me to enter the lounge?
Only if you are prepared to take Florette away.
It is an offense to incarcerate someone without suitable proof of misdeeds. I must question Mademoiselle Florette to gather her version of events.
If you will not do your duty and lock her up, then I must. She shall remain there, and I, the key holder, until she is led from the room in handcuffs.
Merci.
Okay, well now I'm going to arrest you for kidnapping a person without, or holding a person without their consent or something. Do. Cassandra holds the master key, refuses to relinquish it. Yeah, that's nice. There's obviously been something previously hanging in this position. Was it stolen, I wonder? No, they're obviously in decline and they are being sold. They obviously don't have any money. That goes to the auction crate. That's pretty obvious
Things
there.
are beginning to become clearer.
Madame is selling a great deal of her collection. Perhaps there's more to this than just redecorating. This must be the scene of the crime. I was expecting to find clues, not who I must assume is the daughter. I can only hope she has not tampered with the scene. Okay, I will be right back, Angeline. I will be right back. Searching the bathroom is not essential to my current investigation. Understood. This is a little weird. Because it's... There's not, is there? No. A little weird. Don't know. Okay. How you doing, Angeline?
What do you think you're doing in here? Who let you in?
Mademoiselle Angeline, I presume. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Officer Hercule Poirot.
An officer of the law? But what are you doing here? Don't you need to be chasing down the burglar?
Your bracelet has gone missing. It is only correct. I speak with all members of the house and investigate the scene of the crime.
Ah, if we must.
Merci. I will attempt to take up as little of your time as possible.
Why don't you begin by telling me about what has happened?
Some rat stole my bracelet this morning. Even though it's clear someone has broken in, Maman refused to listen and blamed Florette.
You sound very convinced it was taken by someone from outside of the house.
My window was open when I returned. How else can you explain that?
The bracelet in question, it must have been of particular value to justify such a daring burglary.
It is of great value. Money was no object to father.
It was a gift from your father. I can only assume it holds great value to you also.
Of course it does. What a silly thing to say. It's a good thing Maman had it insured with the others.
I am trying to understand how someone could have entered and exited your room unnoticed.
It must have been while I was down at breakfast with Elizabeth. She was with me all morning.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth was with you until you discovered the bracelet was missing?
She was. She woke me up later than usual. I washed and dressed, and we went down to the lounge for breakfast.
Okay.
You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to find the culprit and return your bracelet.
Okay. New mind map unlocked. This is where the bracelet in question was last seen. Must investigate the crime scene thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Angeline's bedroom and Angeline herself. I will assume her blunt demeanor has come from what's happened today. According to Angeline, she arrived for breakfast with Elizabeth. The timing could not have been more perfect for Madame to ensure the jewelry. Perhaps just coincidence. Angeline remains adamant a burglar is responsible for the theft. Angeline. Valuables are insured. Okay. The frame is noticeably cracked. Furthermore, the internal glass shows it has been opened from the inside, and rather forcibly, I must add. This must be where the piece in question has disappeared from. So many beautiful pieces remain. It's only the that's suspicious. Only the bracelet's stolen, huh? Open window, and then the jewelry box is open. There's an opportunity to take more than just the bracelet. There's a poker over here.
Oh.
It has been left out, oddly not replaced in its stand. The ending has a hooked spike. What further use could it have? Abandoned poker. Open window.
The pieces of the puzzle are
It was forced open, and looking at the poker, I cannot see a delicate way it could have been done. Who would do such a thing, and why? Someone forced the window open from the inside to make it look like someone stole it from the outside, but there wasn't equal evidence from the outside to back that up. The gentleman is the same as the one from the hallway. Judging by the cracked glass, it must have been recently dropped. Yeah, that's probably the Viscount. That's probably the Viscount. Papa. Unprotected. But why? Why is it missing its, broken glass. Rather irresponsible and dangerous to leave it in this state, whether one is in a rush or not. And we can make a deduction, probably about the broken glass and the unprotected photograph of the
Some would say
gentleman.
a lucky guess. I would say a moment.
Seems the photograph fell on the floor and Angeline replaced it. So now we can talk to Angeline about that.
The longer you're here, the further the criminal goes with my bracelet. But by all means, fire away.
Can I assume the photograph was cracked by
How
accident?
should I know? I returned to the room and father was face down on the floor.
Yep, it's
It
father.
must have been the burglar.
So it is your father that is the subject.
Isn't he handsome?
But why
I
would your
remember
mom refuse to
watching him
tell
sit
me
for
who
it.
it
He
was
kept looking
downstairs?
across and smiling at me. The artist was getting awfully angry at him.
If you'll entertain my curiosity, would you tell me about your father?
Maman never wants to talk about him. She says it's too hard, but she acts more like she doesn't even care he's gone.
I'm sure that is not the case. It must have been very hard for her, for you both.
I miss him every day. He always knew how to put a smile on my face. I remember how much fun we would have, all three of us. In the summer, father and I would play hide and seek while Maman read. She always helped me though whenever it was his turn to hide. I would stand in the gazebo, cover my eyes and count, and when I turned, he was nowhere to be seen. Maman would lower her book and flash a look towards his hiding spot. After I found him, he clapped and cheered as though I had won a gold medal. When I was hiding, it didn't matter where I was. He could never find me. I always thought I was an expert hider, but when I think back now, I know he was letting me win. He always said my smile was prize enough for him. He always knew just what to say.
I'm sure he would want you to be smiling today, even under such circumstances.
Having heard her uncover a secret memory from Angeline Van de Bosch. Having heard her story, I can begin to see why he is so missed. It is a tragedy, the loss of a loving father and husband.
You have been of great help to my investigation, mademoiselle. I will do everything I can to...
Find your bracelet and return it. Yep. Okay. Something has obviously resided here for some time and only moved recently. Rectangular dust recess. We can talk to her about that.
The longer you're here...
Besides the bracelet, have you noticed anything else missing?
Is one bracelet not enough?
Please, mademoiselle, I only ask that you are sure. It is my duty to return your bracelet.
I have checked everywhere. You can ask Elizabeth if you don't believe me. It is only my bracelet that is missing.
As I have stated, it is my duty to speak with every member of the house, and I would not want to have discovered a further missing piece later. You have been of great help to...
Okay. Fireplace. This must keep the room rather snug on a cold evening. Fireplace. Fawn suit. It appears this morning's weather was severe enough to shake the house to its core. Smattering of soot has fallen from the chimney. Nothing else was taken. Angeline is rather flippant with her belongings, but has not noticed any further disappearances. It's covered in a black powder. It would not be too much of an assumption to think this has come from dealing with the fireplace. I believe I have found everything here that can help me uncover the truth. Perhaps I must consider what these clues mean. Cleaning rag. There's no further deductions I can make there. She won't let me talk to Elizabeth. Talk to Cassandra and can I talk to her through the door? That might be what I have to do. Talk to her through the door. Weird. Weird.
Really? Oh.
Merci.
Okay. There's nothing I can do there. So am I supposed to pickpocket her or something? I mean, not seeing anything else we can do. Hmm. 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 Oh, Elizabeth. Talk to Elizabeth. So maybe I can get the daughter out front to let me in. I just realized what that meant. Okay. Slightly distracted by something else over here. Don't know what's up with that. Okay. Let's go talk to Elizabeth. She's over in the front area. To the garden.
Certainly, officer.
Did you notice anything else missing when you returned?
Now I think of it, I don't recall seeing her memento tin.
Memento tin. Could this have been what usually resides on the desk in Mademoiselle's bedroom?
She holds her keepsakes from her father and other gifts or tokens in it. She has such a wonderful collection. She's very lucky. She normally keeps it close, but I didn't see it this morning.
There's sobbing coming from behind the locked lounge door.
When I left, Madame was with Florette in there. Surely she would not have locked her in. It must have been an accident.
Madame van den Bosch should not be deciding her fate. Would you grant me access to speak with her?
I would, sir, but I don't have the key. There is a spare somewhere, though. Oh, how awful, the thought of her locked in there.
Do you have any thoughts as to where I may find it?
I'm sorry. Madame does not trust the staff with such knowledge, even me. Although I did overhear her once say it was hidden somewhere, close to her heart. Whatever that means.
I am filled with sorrow for the young girl trapped in the lounge, but I must admit I have missed the thrill of solving a good puzzle. Perhaps the countryside is not as tedious as it seems on the surface.
Merci.
Somewhere close to her heart, huh?
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
I must take a different
No.
approach if I...
Where's the... Oh, there's the portrait of the gentleman. Okay.
I cannot see the logic
No?
in this.
Okay, okay. What about... here?
Order and method.
No? What?
That is...
But we know... Do we have to figure out the subject is Papa first or something?
What a revelation.
Oh, okay. Key is discreet enough to hide almost anywhere, even inside a book. It's hidden inside a Shakespeare book. Talk to Elizabeth. Okay. I was thinking it was near her husband's portrait.
Certainly, officer.
The house contains a great deal of literature. Are you all keen readers?
Madame is the one with the refined taste. Angeline and I are much more partial to a simple love story.
Aren't we all? Romeo and Juliet, the most famous of love stories.
I do enjoy it so. The passion, the romance. It gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. Madame has a copy upstairs in the main hall.
Okay,
Merci.
thank you. Upstairs to the main hall I go. Doop-a-doop. Upstairs. One of the greatest love stories ever written. I'm glad to see Shakespeare's words are being enjoyed. And here is the key. There we go. We got the key. Very good. Now we can go talk to the one lady. Romeo and Juliet. Spare key. Cleverly hidden one of Madame's favorites. Now I can free Florette from her temporary prison.
Finally, it is unlocked.
What exactly do you think you are doing?
If I am to serve justice, I must be able to reach and talk with young Florette.
The girl is guilty and shall pay the price for her crime. I shall see to that. If you wish to listen to her feeble attempts to explain herself, so be it.
Everyone deserves to tell their side of the story, whether a feeble account or not.
Okay, cool. According to Elizabeth, Angeline's memento tin, where she keeps her precious keepsakes, is also missing. Presumably, Angeline knows something about this. Am I supposed to talk to Angeline about that? Maybe. But we'll go in here first. At last, I am able to speak with the accused and hear her version of events. I still have a number of questions. Perhaps she may hold the answers. Hello there, Florette.
Mademoiselle Florette, I presume.
Please, officer. I did nothing wrong. You can't take me away.
Please relax, my dear. If you have done nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about. But it is my duty to investigate all avenues. Ah bon?
Relax. So you don't think I took the bracelet?
As of this moment, I cannot say. But answering my questions honestly will certainly help your case either way.
You are the accused. Why don't you begin by giving me your account of this morning?
I didn't even know it was missing till I got accused of taking it. Madame was so angry. She wouldn't listen to me.
There must be some reasoning behind her accusation.
How could I have taken it? I've been in town most of the morning. I was even late coming back. Then I was preparing breakfast.
So much to do. What were you tasked with this morning?
Rihanna the cook is away, so I had to fetch breakfast for the house and prepare it all myself. How does she expect me to do that all on my own?
From what I understand of Madame Van den Bosch, she would not have been best pleased you returned late for breakfast.
Not best pleased? I thought she was going to batter me to death with a baguette. I hid in the kitchen and then tried to stay out of sight in the lounge until breakfast was over. Didn't want to put my head near her jaws while she was still hungry.
Perhaps a brave move under the circumstances. And you did not go upstairs at all.
Madame was singeing a hole in the back of my apron with her glare. I daren't have moved. I was too scared to blink the wrong way. Never mind stamping upstairs.
In this morning's rain, I assume you would have hurried your duties.
I must just be slow, monsieur. My mother always said I moved like the snail. Maybe I was just happy to be out of the house.
Perhaps you were overcome by the volume of the tasks at hand.
I had a lot to do. I lost track of time. I wanted to prove to Madame I'm not the useless waif she thinks I am.
Merci.
Thank you. New mind map unlocked. Okie dokie. Now that I've finally met young Florette, I should work to ascertain her innocence or guilt. Florette. Young maidservant, she does not appear to be the deceptive type, but looks can be deceiving. Understandable how she has been treated by Madame today. Florette got breakfast. She must have been out of the house, beating the rain before there was even a second stir. Florette was dawdling. With so much to do this morning, I would have expected her to have been more focused on the time. Florette claims to be innocent of her accused crime. Okay. I believe this room is used by family and guests. Perhaps we shall find something useful here. The initials EP suggest this is Elizabeth's. A nasty black suit smudge is apparent. Why would such a delicate item be used on such a stubborn stain? Personalized handkerchief. Personalized handkerchief.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of.
Perhaps the handkerchief was used to clean up what the rag did not. Insufficient cleanup. Talk to Elizabeth about that. What's new here? Oh, the lounge. Okay. Okay, so we'll need to talk to Elizabeth about that. A wrapped parcel completely soaked through. I hope it has not ruined the contents. Address label. Although the package is addressed to E. Paget, there is no house address or stamp. How did this arrive? Formal suit. Amended mail suit is inside. A great deal of effort has been put into restoring it, perhaps of sentimental value.
Ah,
I could spend my morning in front of Miss Albert's Boulangier taking in the smell. Selection of pastries. Garai, I don't know. Boulangerie. Recently purchased food from the local boulangerie. Unless they plan on eating these for every meal, there's more than enough for those in the house. Largely untouched. A poker stand without a fire poke is rather useless in my opinion. Where could it be? Stray fire poker shouldn't be too hard to find. Come, my little gray cells, let's get to the bottom of this mystery. Poker stand without a poker. Well, we know where we found a poker now, don't we?
Magnifique.
Seems Angeline may have been the last one to use this. Poker was moved. I do not always agree with the telephone companies and their charges, but ignoring the bills will not make them disappear. Dear Madame, despite our best efforts to contact you regarding your account, we have not received any response from the previous correspondence. With that in mind, you are being served a formal notice of 30 days from today to make a full payment on the outstanding balance, or we will be forced to revoke your service. If you would like to discuss the matter or have any further questions, please contact us immediately. Regards, Miss Beaumont, Bell Telephone Company. Yep. They are poor, and they're just trying to scapegoat, and yeah, okay. Final demand. This one's gotten pretty big, hasn't it? Final demand. Okay, so there's something we could connect that to. Probably valuables are insured or selling heirlooms.
Is there
Nope.
something I am not seeing?
Or the telephone, for that matter.
Another
Yeah, okay, the
success.
telephone. I am not surprised the telephone does not work. One cannot just ignore financial responsibilities. Financial responsibilities ignored, so we connect that one
What a
to the
revelation.
heirlooms. Oh, okay. The family must be in a far worse position than I thought. Wonder if such desperation led to drastic actions. Cassandra is desperate for money. So do I connect that to valuables are insured?
I should not be surprised.
Cannot be a coincidence that is not being sold has been recently insured. There's more to Madame Van den Bosch's accusations of Florette than it seems. A young maid would make for the perfect scapegoat, and with such coincidental timing in sharing the bracelet, there's still questions to be asked. Find out why Cassandra accused Florette so hastily. And then we have to talk to Cassandra about that. I don't think we found everything in here yet, so we'll keep going on here for a little bit. To receive such a note, you have uncovered a secret memory from Luke. Luke Piet? Is that the... To receive such a note of devotion and love must be a delight. Signed from Luke. To whom is his love, I wonder? Elizabeth, obviously. My love, it is an obligation that has taken me away from you, but it is my heart that will keep us together. My aunt is in much better health. Rest and some company has done her wonders. I hope to return to you and my duties at the house in a matter of days. Until then, keep well and know that you are always in my thoughts, now and forever. Luke. Note from Luke, and I can't make a connection yet, interestingly enough. Not sure what's up with that. I feel like it's kind of obvious, right? Wine bottle. I wonder who the wine connoisseur of the house is. A vintage like this would fetch quite a price. Wine bottle and still no connection. Collection slip. A slip. Fine-tooth comb. Inspect all items in the prologue. A slip for collecting a garment from Goosens and Company tailors in town, dated today. Customer E. Paget. Please bring this receipt with you when you come to collect your garments. Requested alterations of a mended sleeve, torn shoulder, a replaced button middle breast, and an inline tear right breast pocket. It will be completed by the end of day Monday, available for collection Tuesday. Goosens and Company tailors and alteration specialist. That must be what's in the package, right? Collection slip. Address label.
Some would say a lucky guess.
Seems someone collected this by hand. Who, I wonder? Partial was collected from tailors.
Things are beginning to become...
Elizabeth must have requested Florette's assistance this morning, causing her to run late. I doubt Madame was happy about this. Now we can talk to Elizabeth and Florette to advance the investigation. Okay. Florette.
Anything to show you I didn't do it. And Madame, I need this job, monsieur.
Was it you who collected the partial this morning while in town?
Yes. Another thing on my to-do list. I'm afraid it's not in the same condition as when I picked it up.
At whose request?
It was a favor for Lizzie. I didn't mind having to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Merci. I shall...
Okie dokie. The bracelet, okay. So yeah, that was Florette confirmed collection. This was why she was late returning.
Really, of it.
Push on questions with the icon indicate that a dialogue challenge is available for this character. Dialogue challenge. Push on information regarding
If you
finances.
have something to ask, officer, I suggest you stop wasting my time further and just get on with it.
From here, pay attention to the questions marked with as you make your choices. Depending on how you approach Cassandra, you may or may not be able to extract new evidence from her. My apologies, madame. I was merely thinking about what Florette has done to your family.
And this is how she repays me? I will not be happy until I see her sufficiently punished.
Her punishment should be decided according to the law, not by the lady of the house.
I am not sure what you are trying to imply, officer, but I will remind you of my position in this house and my standing with your superiors.
Okay, so that was the wrong one, so I chose the right one last time. Okay. Since the death of your husband, have you struggled to keep the house in It must be difficult raising Mademoiselle Angeline and running the house alone.
It is challenging at
So
times,
green is right.
I will
Okay.
admit. But I can assure you, the Van den Bosch name is as strong and prevalent as it has always been. Officer, you have wasted enough of my time.
My intention was not to anger you, madame. I was merely commenting on an observation.
Okay, so we have to try again. So the right one was understanding, and then I can understand your anger. Her actions broke your trust and have
I am
affected
glad
you
you
all.
have finally come to your senses and have seen her guilt.
And then sympathetic, right?
It is challenging. I have tried my best to provide for Angeline, although sometimes she may not see it that way. She is not to know about what we have discussed. It is my burden to carry.
You are accepting the hand you have been dealt and raising a fine young mademoiselle. That is all that can be asked of you.
And you have done nothing but bother my staff and my family. I cannot stand here any longer and listen to this second-rate officer speaking such drivel.
Okay. Madame Van de Bosch offers me the smallest slither of emotion, showing how she cares for her daughter before she makes haste for the door. Is it out of embarrassment, or perhaps there's something she is still trying to hide? I think it's perhaps time I continue my investigation elsewhere. Broke down Cassandra's defenses and obtained some new evidence. Seems like you really hit a nerve with Cassandra. Mm-hmm.
Certainly, officer.
You don't by chance happen to be missing an initialed handkerchief.
Why, yes, officer! I misplaced it after wiping a stain from Mademoiselle Angeline's sleeve at breakfast. You are a great detective.
You are not the first to say. Had she not noticed it herself, I imagine Madame would not allow even the smallest imperfection.
It baffles me how she couldn't have. It was only luck that I spotted it before Madame, and a good thing I did.
Can you tell me about the package in the lounge?
The lounge? A package?
Oui, it is quite hard to miss.
Oh, how silly of me. I must have had my head in the clouds this morning. I'm sorry, I can't help you further.
Does Madame Van de Bosch have a habit of making such quick assumptions?
Madame is under a great deal of strain. It can't have been easy for her to lose her husband, raising Mademoiselle alone. She can be quick to anger.
And this morning, it sounds as though it was such an occasion.
It's not the first time I have had to stand and watch such treatment. I hate to see it. As I said, Madame hasn't had the easiest time.
Besides the obvious, was there anything unusual about this morning?
Besides the terrible rain? No. I woke, began my duties with Mademoiselle. I had already laid out a clean dress. I helped her into it, and prepared her for the day before getting started on tidying her room as neat as a pin.
And the bracelet was still there when you left the room for breakfast.
I'm sure of it. I had it down before Mademoiselle Angeline.
You say it was not the first time Madame Van de Bosch has lost her temper with Florette.
Madame's scolding of Florette this morning was the worst I have seen her temper. I wish you could see that Florette is just trying to do her best.
Could there have been another reason for such a reaction?
Madame was not happy Florette was late. All through breakfast, Madame was watching her with a piercing eye. But she's still learning the way.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been in...
Okay. New mind map unlocked. Mademoiselle Elizabeth was reluctant to acknowledge the parcel that caused young Florette to be so late. Could there be something behind her avoidance of the subject? If there is a reason, I must establish what it is. Formal suit, a note from Luke, garden, bench carving, gold band, maid hall.
Magnifique.
The carving acts as a subtle and private reminder for them both.
The pieces of the puzzle are.
Perhaps the relationship is more serious than I first deduced. I wonder how Madame would say.
Another success.
I find the thought of such a plan cloaked in secrecy rather romantic, but their secrecy continues to perturb me. Mademoiselle Elizabeth was planning to elope with her beloved Luke, but why would she hide such a joyous occasion? I recall her saying Madame van der Bosch does not look fondly on staff relationships, but I cannot help but think there's something else.
Certainly, officer.
You seemed rather excited earlier at the mention of Romeo and Juliet.
How could I not be? I may not enjoy his other works, but how can one not be blown away by a story of two so deeply in love that they will risk everything just to be together?
Especially being able to draw similarities between Verona's star-crossed lovers to yourself and your dearest.
But I hadn't told.
Mademoiselle, I am an officer of the law. It is my duty to uncover the truth.
Please, you cannot say anything to Madame. She is against staff relationships of any kind. In her eyes, a relationship between staff is nothing more than a distraction.
But he means so much more to you.
Oh, officer, I have found my soulmate. At first, it was nothing more than pleasantries around the grounds. But that quickly changed. I know it's not proper for a young lady to pursue a gentleman. But once I knew his feelings reciprocated my own, why shouldn't I have followed my heart?
Love transcends professional and societal rules.
The mere thought of him was enough to make me blush. But I knew that Madame would never give her blessing. If we wanted to continue, we would have to do so in secret. The summer evenings here are just so beautiful. I often find myself walking around the grounds after my daily duties are complete. And it was one such evening that Luke was waiting for me at the gazebo. He looked ever so handsome. And the poem he had prepared. He had barely started reading and I was already a blubbering mess. Standing there beneath the warm glow of the falling sun, he asked for my hand, and I gave him my heart with no hesitation. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I've been chattering on for so long. You have much more pressing matters than to listen to me rambling aimlessly.
Oops. Doo-doo. Nope. Okay. Not quite. Okay. Hold up.
One should never apologize for such a charming and bewitching story of love. But you are correct. While the culprit still eludes us, my work is not yet complete.
Elizabeth Paget uncovered a secret memory from Elizabeth. The love Mademoiselle Elizabeth and Luke share is obvious, and yet she remains respectful of Madame's ruling, no matter the ridiculous nature of it. I cannot see her defying her code and stealing the bracelet. The investigation continues.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your assistance has been invaluable.
Okay. Sandra watched Flora after she returned. Not want her watching me so intently would Flora attempt a crime under such scrutiny. It sounds as though this is not the first time Madame has lost her temper with Florette. Elizabeth denied knowledge of the parcel.
I must act
Though we know
on
that
thought.
she did indeed have the parcel.
I must take a different approach. This will not get me any. Another success.
As she was constantly busy and under the watchful eye of Madame, Flora lacked an opportunity to take the bracelet. Why would Madame accuse her?
Magnifique.
But Madame seized the opportunity in an attempt to improve and continue to hide her financial woes. Flora was scapegoated. Angeline removed soup stain. What could have caused this? Elizabeth's morning, she left slightly earlier than Angeline for breakfast.
Is there
Nope.
something? Order and method.
No.
That is.
Okay. Slightly earlier than Angeline for breakfast.
I cannot see the
No?
logic in this. Perhaps a.
Didn't I do that one? I thought I did that one.
The pieces
Okay.
of the puzzle.
She must have used the cleaning rag to reach into the chimney, keeping her hands soot free. Inspect the chimney in Angeline's bedroom. Okay. I wonder if Mademoiselle Angeline noticed Madame's abrupt departure.
Oh.
I suppose this is one such occasion when I must literally get my hands dirty. And here's the bracelet. It was carefully concealed inside a rectangular metal tin. Bracelet. Angeline's missing bracelet, as I suspected, inside the tin of keepsakes from her father. Precious keepsakes from the Viscount have been hidden by Angeline. But why? It was missing after all. Hidden is a more appropriate term. Okay, so we can actually use those as...
Come, my little grey cells. Come, my little grey cells. Order and method. That is the way to solve the problem. Things are beginning to become clearer.
To stage a burglary and let it go so far is totally unacceptable. I cannot believe I allowed Mademoiselle Angeline to deceive me for so long, hiding the bracelet inside the chimney and staging a burglary. All part of her calculated and devious plan. I should bring this investigation to an end. Enough of my time has already been wasted, but I will not be satisfied until I know why.
Certainly, officer.
I am ready to address the house. I believe it's time the truth behind the missing bracelet was
You
revealed.
have found the culprit? And the bracelet?
Everything will be revealed in good time. Would you be so kind as to gather everyone in the lounge?
Of course.
Merci, Mademoiselle Elizabeth, for gathering everyone. Will Madame Van den Bosch be joining us shortly?
She stormed past me not long ago, and I have not seen her return.
Very well. Under usual circumstances, I would wait. But I think we have spent enough time on this matter, n'est-ce pas? We shall have to proceed without her. This morning started like any other. My usual ordinary patrol, until I was approached by Mademoiselle Elizabeth about a suspected burglary and a missing bracelet.
A crime I've been falsely blamed for.
That I shall come to. I began my investigation outside, but it was not long before I realized there were no signs of an intruder. So I turned my focus to those in the house. You, Florette, your time here at the house has not always been the easiest for you, shall we say.
I do what Madame tells me.
And to the highest standard, I presume.
Madame's standards are very high. I do my best.
And you would at least expect fair treatment for the work, not to be spoken to in such a cruel and vicious way.
Monsieur?
I refer to how poorly Madame Van den Bosch treats you. You are at her beck and call, and she does nothing but belittle you.
That is Maman you're talking about. Just wait until...
It is nothing but the truth I speak, mademoiselle. All the while, mademoiselle stands by and does not even notice such cruelty. That must have angered you. Perhaps you thought it was time they deserved some retribution.
Stop trying to put words in her mouth.
I am merely giving her a voice, one that has been silenced for so long.
Maybe I do think she deserves it. She's had the world handed to her on a plate, and the likes of me get nothing.
A motive begins to rear its head.
You're just trying to get me to admit to something. Well, I've done nothing.
Allow me to finish. I am sure you will want to hear what follows. Let us return to this morning.
Okay, we're tasked with fetching breakfast from the town for the house. As well as fetching breakfast for the house, you took another task on, which ended up delaying you further.
I was only trying to help Lizzie.
You must have known how Madame would have reacted to your late return, especially with her prior treatment of you.
She's angry at whatever I do.
But nonetheless, you were willing to help a colleague, a friend, knowing what the repercussions could be. And that show of loyalty to your friend has been the thing that proved your innocence.
Monsieur?
Because of such willingness to help, you were delayed in town, meaning you had no viable way of taking the bracelet from Mademoiselle Angeline's room. There was simply no opportunity.
I told you! Maybe now Madame will believe me.
It is evidence not even she can ignore. Which then leads us to Mademoiselle Elizabeth. Mademoiselle Elizabeth, you have been with the Van den Bosch family for quite some time now, correct?
That is correct.
You have grown close with both ladies of the house and your fellow members of the house staff, would you say?
Of course. And I certainly hope they feel the same.
But there are certain private matters that they are not aware of.
Officer, please.
Elizabeth, what is he talking about?
I am referring to the lengths Mademoiselle Elizabeth has gone to remain in your maman's employment.
It is Madame's house. She can enforce whatever rules she chooses.
Even if they are going against the very nature and cornerstone of man, to love.
I still do not understand.
Perhaps that is best for everyone. It is neither my place nor my want to make this situation any more awkward than it needs to be.
Oh,
thank you.
Besides, it was not that story that cleared Mademoiselle Elizabeth's name. Rather, Florette's.
Florette's? But she was not here for most of the morning.
But when she was, more precisely while preparing the table in the lounge, she noted that, against regularity, you arrived alone for breakfast, without Mademoiselle Angeline by your side.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
It means that I found myself with two suspects with potential motives. But with a lack of opportunity, I was left with only one. Mademoiselle Angeline.
You can't believe I would hide my own bracelet.
It is the only explanation that remains, but perhaps Florette would be more satisfied hearing the truth from you.
I have nothing to say.
You acted out of fear. It is nothing we have not all done before.
How dare you speak to me like that? You have no idea what you are talking about.
I know that losing a father at such a young age must be horrific and terrifying.
You can't actually believe I would hide my own jewelry.
If you didn't, explain to me how your memento tin with the bracelet inside came to be lodged inside the chimney of your bedroom fireplace.
You have no proof I put it there.
Besides you being the only one in the room alone, even after finding the bracelet, I still did not know why you had done it. Until I contemplated why Madame was selling so many heirlooms and art.
You had no right to snoop through our house in the first place.
When it is part of my investigation, I have every right, mademoiselle. The unpaid bills and final notice from the telephone company.
Maman can do what she wants with her art. That means nothing.
But when there was no more art to sell, what then? You could not risk her taking your father's bracelet and selling it. So, you staged a burglary pretending it had been taken, preventing her from selling it. Then you stood back as the innocent Florette paid the price.
She didn't think about me at all. She was going to take my bracelet and sell it off. It would have just ended up on some old wrinkly wrist. I didn't think Maman would blame her. I didn't think she would do anything.
But she did. And somehow that evidently didn't cross your mind. When Madame returns, you shall have it all to explain.
Maman can't know what I have done. She will be furious.
But Mademoiselle Florette will be proved innocent. And that is what is important. No crime has been committed. So I see no reason why this should continue any longer. It is time you considered the consequences of your actions. And now, you must face them head on.
Maman, you're home.
Of course I am. And I've brought someone that will bring some order to this chaos.
Major Felix Hagen. He may hold the rank of major in the British Army, but I question his authority here at all. In police matters, I am the authority. This is my investigation, and I will not have Madame dictating the results any longer.
Major, I can assure you I have this situation under control.
From what I have heard, you are far from it.
The missing bracelet has been found, and the guilty party has been identified.
I am well aware that the maidservant was behind it all. And yet I see her standing as free and innocent as you and me.
I am sure Madame van den Bosch has informed you of her suspicions, but I'm afraid it was merely speculation.
Excuse me?
After conducting a full investigation, the evidence and facts led me to deduce...
Mademoiselle Florette could not have taken it as she was in town most of this morning, including the time the bracelet was taken.
I certainly hope you are not accusing my daughter of...
I'm sorry, Maman. He's right. Florette is innocent. I just wanted to show you.
Shh, girl. I will not have you guilted into taking the blame for that sticky-fingered girl.
Madame van de Bosch refuses to acknowledge even a fraction of what has really taken place. I shall not let this continue any longer. Madame van de Bosch, perhaps it would benefit you to hear Mademoiselle Angeline's.
Perhaps it would benefit you to remember you are nothing more than a simple officer of the law.
Officer Poirot, a word. Madame van den Bosch was forced to make her way to inform me, alone, I might add, of the goings-on at the house today.
Major, with all due respect, she was impeding the investigation.
This may be how some officers act in the city, but here we show respect to our citizens. You are an officer of the law and should act as such. Insubordination like this will not be tolerated.
As the ranking officer, I have conducted my investigation and...
Ranking officer? Ha! You are an auxiliary officer. You have little authority over anyone, let alone a major. You would be wise to remember who is close friends with your commanding officer. After what I have heard of your past in the city, I'm sure he would look upon today's events as another failure at the hands of Officer Poirot.
As absurd as this has become, I must select my battles more tactfully. I can only hope the captain at the station will see things with some sense.
Oui, Major.
Now I suggest you do your duty and escort the maidservant to the station where she can be formally charged and a sufficient punishment handed out.
Right away. I'm sorry, mademoiselle. This is not the outcome I expected.
Maman was right. We'll always pay the price for the upper class's actions.
We will do everything we can to clear your name.
What can you do now? Madame said I'm guilty of a crime and I'll be punished. That's that.
A crime that was never committed. Once the truth is explained, this wrong shall be set right.
Angeline did not intend for you to be arrested. Surely you know her better than that.
I should have known better than to expect anything else. Justice and fairness don't reach the likes of me.
This young lady has already faced so much mistreatment at the hands of Madame van de Bosch. I shall not allow her punishment to continue.
What you saw today was not justice. In the eyes of the law, you are innocent and have been harshly treated and wrongly accused. No one will be going to jail.
But that doesn't help my employment, does it?
That I cannot save. But your freedom, I shall make sure of that.
I feel like an impostor dressed in police clothing. I was brought here today as a representative of the law, and any shred of authority I had was dashed at the hands of the major. I refuse to allow justice to waver, and for it to become nothing more than a hand for those that wish to play it, as and when they choose. The bracelet. Complete the prologue. This is not the first time I have seen the law bent to fit one's purpose, but it will certainly be the last time I fail to stop it. And that was the prologue.
Detective Poirot, I trust this finds you well. It has been many years since our paths last crossed, and while I'm sure your recollection of the events may differ from mine, I hope that receiving this letter has not rekindled a sense of animosity toward myself or the Van der Bosch name. The impression you made is something that has stayed with me since that day. It compelled me to reconsider the spoilt young lady I would have inevitably become and helped shape me into the woman I wished to be. You made me see the childish and selfish girl in me that did not consider the consequences of her actions or how they may affect others. Although Maman may see the events of that day differently, I believe the compassion you showed for our mate Florette, as well as the drive to uncover the truth and accept no alternative, was a testament to your character and professionalism. Although I wish it were under different circumstances, your assistance is once again required, and I hope you will consider this as my formal request for your service. This forthcoming weekend was due to be one full of joy and happiness at the announcement of my engagement to Gideon Demir, whom I love dearly, bringing together two illustrious families, but it has been shadowed by deceit, extortion, and blackmail. The Van der Bosch name is being held to ransom by a mysterious party, and I am afraid I do not know who I can and cannot trust. We are holding a small gathering to celebrate our exciting news with what Maman calls the dignified elite, those that are well respected and held in high regard in both our close inner circle and society. Our private matters have always remained just that, so I fear one of those invited may be the person who is out to ruin our name, but for reasons I cannot fathom. I have enclosed a first-class rail ticket for you to join us for the announcement, and having contacted your superiors and the correct authorities to request your assistance, which they were more than happy to grant me, I shall expect your arrival with great anticipation. There shall be a carriage waiting for you at the station to bring you directly to Mnemosyne House. I thank you in advance in our time of crisis. Yours respectfully, Angeline van der Bosch.
Okay, so the second case is some blackmail, huh? Okie dokie. Chapter 1, The Blackmail. I have finally arrived. My priority is to get out of this bitter cold before I freeze completely. Yeah, that looks pretty cold. Looks like it is here. I must not get distracted by the celebrations. I was brought here to uncover the identity of Mademoiselle Angeline's blackmail. And that is what I shall do. Case of blackmail. Van der Bosch family are being blackmailed. I must help Mademoiselle Angeline get to the bottom of the case. Key items. Who is the culprit? What? Angeline's letter. Okay, so yeah, those are the documents. Orders to investigate matter of blackmail. Where? The Mnemosyne House, Van der Bosch family residence. Okay. Yeah, first thing would probably be a good idea to get out of the cold. Got Angeline van der Bosch. Though she may only be young, it is obvious she has a mind of her own and is not afraid to speak it. Her life of wealth and worry for nothing has given her a sense of entitlement that I hope will not impede my investigation. Connections. Angeline's father, a fine-looking gentleman. The way Angeline spoke of him, I have no doubt he is sorely missed. Angeline's rocky relationship with Cassandra. Perhaps her father's passing has exacerbated some pre-existing issues between herself and her mother. Documents, Angeline's letter, and then items, the bracelet. Angeline's missing bracelet, as I suspected, is inside the tin of keepsakes, so I guess that continues on from key ties to the blackmail secret. Cassandra van der Bosch. Madame van der Bosch, the lady of the house, abrupt and snobbish, she is hesitant to help me in my investigation, already placing the blame on the young maidservant, so it still carries over from that. Interesting. Cassandra is widowed. Her husband and Angeline's father, the Viscount Edwin van der Bosch, has sadly passed away. Cassandra is desperate for money. Their family must be in a far worse position than I thought. I wonder if such desperation led to drastic actions. Okay, so the description is still the same of the people. Elizabeth and Luke plan to elope. Florette. Young Florette did not waver from pleading her innocence. Coming from a poor working-class background, it is obvious that young Florette works hard to be able to provide for her mother and young brothers at home. When she lacks in education, I believe she more than makes up for in street smarts and enthusiasm to impress. Young Florette did not waver from pleading her innocence, and has now been confirmed. All she wanted was to prove her worth to the family and help a friend, but instead she was accused of theft and condemned. She was an easy target to blame, and I fear this may not be the last time she has something of this nature to endure. Poor Florette. She just did not have it very good. Okay. We'll make sure there's nothing outside that I need to look at. Poor Hercule. Just happen to stand in the cold because I'm looking around. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Doesn't seem to be anything outside, really. Knock on the door. A moment longer in this weather, and my fingers would have become too cold to even knock on the door.
Bonjour, my name is Hercule Poirot. I am here at the invitation of Mademoiselle Angeline.
Ah, Detective Poirot. We have been expecting you. Please come in from this frightful cold.
Merci. I don't think I would have lasted much longer out here before turning into an icicle.
Welcome. I am Archibald Sterling, the head butler. Please accept my apologies. I have a rather pressing matter, but I will see that you are attended to immediately.
Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. I am sure I am more than capable of finding my room. I shall straighten myself up and be ready to join the party.
There is no rush, Detective. Dinner will not be served for some time, so please, make yourself comfortable. Once you have settled in, I am sure that Miss Angeline will be happy to see you. She has been eager for your arrival. She's not been herself recently. You will be staying on the first floor. I believe your room is one of the two on the west side of the house.
Merci. I am sure we shall speak again soon.
Okie dokie. New mind map unlocked. It's time to make myself comfortable. I should begin with finding my room and straightening myself up before the party begins. This is the room Archibald directed me to. First floor, west wing. This is the area Archibald claims my room is. Archibald Sterling. Came across this man with still much to do tonight. Why is he so stressed? Archibald says his staff are very busy. I imagine a party this size requires a lot of preparation. I can hear bottles clanging and moving furniture. I presume this is a salon. The door is locked. Locked salon door. This is a salon, appears to be closed off at the moment, at least to guests. Why is this room off limits? The magnificent hall gives a sense of demeanor and grandeur of the house. I presume this leads to the dining room. I'm sure there will be a grand reveal when all are present. I must admit I am eager to dine sooner rather than later. It has been a long day of traveling. Why would this room be locked?
I cannot see the logic in this. I must take a different approach if I am to I should not be surprised, but
These must be the rooms for tonight's events. They must be locked for a good reason.
what a revelation.
I doubt my damn standards have dropped. The staff must be working hard to finalize preparations. I imagine this is used by Archibald. I very much doubt my man would use it. Zacharia.
Bonjour. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Detective Hercule Poirot.
Detective? I hope you're not here for me.
Not that I am aware of. Should I be?
Ha! Ha ha! Not often you meet a detective with a sense of humor. I'm Zakaria Demir, but you can call me Zach.
Judging by the smell of alcohol, I would say he had begun the celebrations already and is likely to be this friendly with everyone. I understand the staff are busy, but I was hoping I could find someone to assist me.
You'll be lucky. I've been waiting for a refill for ages. I came out here to find someone myself.
Ah, I see. The preparations for this evening's dinner must have taken precedence.
I've seen that butler running around like a madman, but there is still no party to speak of. It's pretty clear they need to hire a few more hands.
Have you had a chance to congratulate the happy couple?
If I had seen them, maybe I would have. It is meant to be their celebration, but they're always off, dealing with something or other.
Something or other? A rather vague expression.
Let's just say they like to keep their cards close to their chest. For such a well-known family, I'm surprised they can keep anything hidden.
Would you care to elaborate on what Mademoiselle may be hiding?
I'd rather not. You're the detective, isn't that your job?
Très bien, Monsieur Demir.
Perhaps I should keep my occupation and reason for being here to myself, for now at least. I fear it may derail my initial introductions.
I shall take up no more of your time. À bientôt.
A little late for that, but okay. Tonight's arrivals have written a small signed message. The male guests are based in the East Wing. Wait, so are we in the West Wing or the East Wing?
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Zachariah is not impressed with the lack of staff. This drink must be very important to him. I experienced this firsthand, but there must be some reasoning behind this comment. I wonder where their deepest revelations may reside. Tonight's arrivals have written a small side message. The male guests are based in the East Wing. The heck? Ah, come on. The heck? Wait. Wait. Oh no, I'm trapped. I'm locked in my jacket. Ah! This is weird. The hell? It's actually missing one. Oh no, is my jacket broken? The hell? Okay, this is kind of bad. This is kind of bad. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Ah, that was weird. Okay. Da, 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 da. Tag on base. Madame Van de Bosch has always been one for appearances. Why would the family want to keep a price tag on the base? This area does not pertain to my current investigations. Wherever that goes. A portrait of a distinguished-looking gentleman. He doesn't appear to be related to the family. Nope, a fireplace.
Aha.
Roaring fire, I could stand and gaze into the flames for hours. Glass case. An interesting looking piece of stationery, appears rather delicate. Quill pen.
Huh.
This area does not pertain to my current investigations, whatever that area is. Ooh, a piano.
Ah,
The chance to play is very tempting, but I shall save myself the embarrassment. Oh, have more confidence in yourself, dude. Another glass case.
aha.
Looks quite valuable and delicate. I shall resist the temptation to inspect it any further. It's just a glass case, though? Go upstairs. Now it said we were on the west wing, right?
Oh.
I cannot see Madame allowing me to stay on the top floor. I'm not sure I'd want to either. Oop, there's a ladder over here. What's we got over here? An auctioneer's receipt. I hope Madame Van de Bosch is finding it necessary to sell her belongings. Fortin and Garcon, master auctioneer and valuer, receipt for sale of oil painting, 300 francs, a gold flaked frame chipped, 100 francs, a marble bust, 250 francs. Purchase total, 650 francs, minus handling fee of 50 francs, payable total 600 francs, made payable to Van de Bosch. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's, yeah, okay. Do-do-do. Painting.
Oh.
A painting of a valley with a series of beautiful cliffs. The scenery is truly breathtaking.
Ah.
A beautifully composed painting of 7 saints. Madame has quite an eye for striking artwork. Oh, that's kind of cool looking. Okay. Yeah, it looks like there's a picture of a saint above the doorway, too.
Ah.
I can hear music from inside. This room must already have a resident. Perhaps others have arrived before me. That makes sense. A painting of the sun rising over a town sadly appears to have some water damage. Yeah, this kind of showed the water damage there, didn't they? Okay. The fallen snow has laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surrounds the house. Understandable to hide a woman's modesty while changing.
Oh.
A roaring fire. I could stand and gaze into the flames for hours. A selection of perfume, compliments of the family, seemed rather fitting for a female occupant. Did they leave me some cologne as well? Continues to impress me with her artwork. Beautifully composed painting of 7 saints. Madame is quite an eye for striking artwork. We haven't even found Angeline, so I don't even know where she is. Audible music. It must have a resident. Perhaps others have arrived before me. Stand will hide a woman's modesty while changing. Perfume bottles.
I must act on thought and fact. This will not get me any closer to...
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Some would say a lucky guess.
It appears as though I am staying in a very feminine room. Perhaps there has been some confusion.
Is there something I am... I cannot see the logic in it.
Hmm. Hmm.
This will not get me any...
No. Hmm. Oh, I see.
Some would say a lucky guess.
A butler would usually escort me to my room, but on this occasion I must find my own way.
What a revelation!
Archibald is clearly flustered with his task. It appears he has sent me to the wrong room. Here we go. Need to inspect the bedroom to advance the investigation. I'm not sure what else we can inspect in the bedroom. We've already inspected. Oh, the cupboard. There does not seem to be anything of interest in here. A card is hidden under the pillow. It indicates Hugo would like Miss Conrad to speak with him ASAP. It appears Monsieur Sterling has given me the wrong room. This one had been made up for a Jacqueline Conrad. No matter, I shall find my chambre myself. Inspect the ground floor hall to advance the investigation. Talk to Zachariah to advance the investigation. Okay. We'll figure out which room is our room here soon. 2-room. This door does not seem fitting of a bedroom. Something far grander resides behind it. Yep, it is a lot bigger than the others. Okay. This door wraps around it. Looks like a mounted animal head. I'm not sure how I would fare coming face to face with something. You would get ripped the fuck apart. Yeah. Bears look cuddly and huggable, but I can promise you, you don't want to actually try a pet a bear. It won't work. I don't have a need to venture to this part of the house just yet. The time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece is an art form. I don't have a need to venture to this part of the house just yet. So that's the northeast quarter. That's the southeast, okay. So I guess we need to go downstairs. We can look at the plan apparently. Plants lean and rely on each other to survive, something we as a species could take a lesson from. Oh, hello there, Gideon.
You must be Detective Poirot. Welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. Gideon Demir.
The fiancé to Mademoiselle Angeline. The pleasure is all mine.
Angeline spoke so highly of you. It sounds as though you are the man that can sort this terrible mess out.
I am, monsieur. You have my word.
The guests that are attending your announcement.
Mostly friends of the family. A couple of business associates of mine. Quite a mix from all walks of life.
With regards to the blackmailing, can they be trusted, or should they be considered suspects?
Angeline is struggling to trust anyone right now, but Madame Vandenbosch, as it is her house, thought it was best for us to have them all present.
And they will all be staying in the house?
Yes, it is a rather full house. All 6 guests will be staying on this floor. The family resides on the 2nd floor. as does Felix.
I will be sure to speak with them all. However, I will keep my identity and purpose for being here hidden, at least until I have made my initial introductions.
I'm afraid that ship may have already sailed. Once the Comtesse gets wind of something, a detective coming to the house, for example, you can bet everyone will know.
How has Mademoiselle Angeline been since receiving the letters?
She tries her best to keep everyone else happy, but I can see it is taking its toll.
Quite understandable. She is feeling the burden of the family that is not hers to carry.
Angeline has spoken with her mother. She has asked if there is anything that could be used against her, but she was just so dismissive.
And what are your thoughts on the matter?
I do not want to overstep my position, but if there is something that could damage not only the Vandenbosch name, but our future, Angeline deserves to know.
That is a very diplomatic answer.
You have met Madame. You know it is best to not get on her wrong side.
I have, and Monsieur Gideon is wise to select his battles carefully where Madame is concerned. I could not help noticing an air of antipathy when mentioning the Major.
You are very observant, Detective. You would be wise to keep that perceptive nature while you're here.
I'm sure you are correct. But I'd like to return to your feelings towards the Major.
He has been a good friend to Madame Vandenbosch over the years, but that does not make him a good man, or suitable to involve himself in family affairs.
Monsieur Gideon has not said anything negative against the Major, but it sounds as though he is questionable of the Major's intentions in the house.
Merci, monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
Gideon, Demir, said 6 guests are staying on the first floor. The family can retain their privacy on the second. Okay, so go downstairs. I mean, we could ask Gideon about our room, couldn't we? I would think so. Vaughn, Mademoiselle Angeline is here. The sooner I learn more about the blackmail, the quicker she can return to celebrating her happy news. I am also eager to hear about Mademoiselle Elizabeth and what became of young Floret. New mind map unlocked. The Van de Bosch family have held a place in my mind since our first meeting. I am most interested to see what has changed since then. Tag on the vase. Great Hall. Receipt.
Things are beginning to become...
It appears the family's financial situation is much the same as the last time I saw them. Can I confirm this? Talk to Gideon. Okay.
Detective, it looks as though I might be out here all weekend. What can I do for you?
Would it not be easier to find the staff yourself instead of waiting for their return?
I'm a guest. I shouldn't have to go around chasing them.
Perhaps the party preparation is more of a priority.
It's not my fault they aren't ready. Why don't I wait here while you check in the butler's pantry in the east corridor? I think I saw a maid go in there earlier.
I shall take up no more.
Zachariah says they weren't very helpful. Maybe they will be of greater assistance to me. Inspect the butler's pantry to advance the investigation. Angeline?
Mademoiselle Angeline, it is a pleasure to see you again.
Detective, how wonderful you are here. Your travel was not too arduous, I hope?
Watching from my carriage window, I saw the beautiful countryside and rolling hills. It was anything but taxing.
I'm truly thankful you could make it here at such late notice.
No thanks are required, mademoiselle. When one is requested personally, There is nothing more important.
It seems the staff have been almost run off their feet today. Is it always like this?
Gideon and I only wanted a small dinner to celebrate our engagement, but Maman was adamant on throwing this party. It may have been her idea, but it's the staff that have made it happen. Their efforts do not go unnoticed, from me at least. They have been with us for so long. I do my best to make sure they are happy and content.
Mademoiselle has made a remarkable transformation from selfish spoiled brat to the gracious young woman I see before me. Although I must solve this case alone, Mademoiselle's insight may be of great assistance through my investigation. Who is aware of the blackmail letters and their content?
Only Maman, Elizabeth, my beloved Gideon, and you, of course.
And what is your fiancé's opinion of the letters?
He thinks me foolish for paying the first one if there is no secret to reveal.
But you believe there may be a secret lurking, one that Maman is herself keeping hidden.
She tells me nothing.
Morier
Even though I'm a grown
said,
woman on the verge of marriage,
"Good evening, how are you
she still
today?"
treats me like the child I once was.
I am fantastic, thank you for asking, Mora. I hope you are as well. Doing fantastic. Welcome on in, friend.
Perhaps it is out of love that she protects you. It is in every mother's nature to protect their young from hurt.
The relationship between Madame and Mademoiselle is obviously far from perfect. She should treasure the time she has with Mademoiselle Angeline before she is wed and has flown the nest. Do you have any suspicions as to who may have sent the letters?
Not a single person. I don't know anyone that would stoop so low.
The guests that will be joining us tonight, they are ones you can trust?
I hope so, Detective. Before the letters arrived, I would not have thought twice about it.
They are all
Thank you
close
very
friends of
much for the
yours, I
heads
assume.
hat, friend. I don't know if I missed it or not. I probably missed it at least a little bit there. Because I've got this thing sort of there. Probably should move that thing there. I probably should get a third monitor. Okay.
Friends and colleagues, Gideon has spoken positively about them.
I didn't think about that
It would
not
be
showing
a
up
rather
on that.
underhanded tactic to do such a thing to someone you are doing business with.
Mademoiselle seems naive to the nature of business. It can be ruthless and unapologetic. Perhaps I should not overlook them as suspects as quickly as Mademoiselle has. Tell me, what became of the young maidservant Florette?
Oh, Detective, I'm afraid I just don't know.
She was quite adamant at the police
Actually, I
station
guess I
that she would
could
not be
just-
returning to the house, but I assumed she would at least collect her belongings.
Yeah, actually, I could just do that, couldn't I? Let's move this over this way, this over this way. Kind of wish I could make that smaller, but yeah, that's probably a better way to do it. Actually, yeah, that's a perfect way to do it right there. Okay.
Maman demanded that Elizabeth
Organization.
pack up everything she had and dispose of it.
As if the poor girl had not already lost
But
enough.
I couldn't let that happen. Elizabeth and I took her belongings, what little there was of them, to a friend of hers in the town that Elizabeth knew of. But not even she had heard from her.
Could Florette have returned to her family?
I wanted to contact her, but I had no address or telephone number.
Surely Madame must have had some information when she employed her.
You saw how Maman was. As soon as Florette was out of sight of the house, it was as though she had never been there at all. Elizabeth was most upset at the news Florette would not be returning.
And your mama's choice to ignore her accountability for the girl stopped you searching.
Please, Detective, you cannot make me feel any worse than I already do. If I could go back and live that day again, you must believe me, I would never have done it.
Mademoiselle Angeline has finally accepted responsibility and is remorseful for her actions that day and the consequences that followed. I am pleased to see a maturity in her, but that does not help young Florette, wherever she may be. There are certainly some beautiful pieces of art here.
Yes, Maman has quite a collection, although they are not all to my taste. Most, in fact.
The painting of the saints in particular. It is quite exquisite. Is it connected to the house in some way?
The one in the hall? If you look above your bedroom door, you will see one of their names. I believe they were originally carved to watch over the occupants.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall find you if there is anything further I need.
Okay. Okay, so let's see. We got a few things from that. Quite a few things. Angeline, mindful of staff, is entrusted with looking after staff. Why is Angeline especially concerned about their well-being? Angeline tried to contact Floret. I wonder why Angeline had to try to get a hold of Floret after such an incident. Angeline has matured. Behavior and sense of responsibility are almost unrecognizable since I last saw her. Floret. Elizabeth, upset Floret was dismissed. Elizabeth must have taken this harder than I thought she would. Surely she has the strength to move on from this incident. Floret's whereabouts unknown. Floret must have tried to distance herself from the family. Truly was sad what happened to her. Plaques above doors. Angeline claims the saints are represented above some of the doors in this house. How many, I wonder? And there's a conclusion we can draw, apparently. Let's see. Probably with the plaques above the doors, so something to do with that. So probably saying that there's 7 saints, I guess.
Another success.
7 prestigious saints. I should find these above 7 doors in the house. I wonder if this matches the number of expected guests. And that gives us another one. 7. Okay, so probably guests residing on the first floor, right?
I should not be surprised.
All the first floor rooms are accounted for. Perhaps the missing door is hidden elsewhere. 1 door missing.
Magnifique.
I fear Mademoiselle's secret may not be the only one this house is hiding. House holds many secrets. Okay. Not sure how that helps me find the room, but we need to go inspect the butler's pantry. Which is where? Where is the butler's pantry? This is the butler's pantry. Okay. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, and we have Elizabeth. Hey, Elizabeth, how you doing?
Ah, Mademoiselle Elizabeth. What a pleasure to see you again.
Detective Poirot, I'm so glad you could make it.
Unfortunately, it is not purely for pleasure that I am here. Mademoiselle Angeline requires my attention professionally.
Yes, Angeline has told me. I'm glad she called upon you, Detective. I've been rather worried about her.
I will do everything I can to find the blackmailer and bring them to justice.
I have every faith in you.
I hope I am not interrupting you.
We're all very busy, as I'm sure you can imagine. After I'm done, I can come to your room and help you with any further questions.
I'm rather embarrassed to say I'm having trouble locating my room.
No one escorted you? I'm so sorry. Everyone is just so frantic at the moment. Madame has requested all staff prepare for this evening.
And you have been tasked with jobs in the pantry. Surely your talents could be used elsewhere.
I do as Madame asks. Well, as Archie asks.
Monsieur Sterling. Yes, I met him when I arrived. A charming gentleman. He did give me some rather vague instructions to find my room, though.
I can only apologize on his behalf. He would be mortified. I'm afraid I cannot be of much more help, but I believe you are located next to Mr. De Silva. By all means, the house is yours to explore.
I suppose I should not take Monsieur Sterling's lack of directions personally, considering the amount of work the staff have been tasked with. At least now I have permission to further roam the house. I am glad to see Mademoiselle Angeline has not allowed the blackmail to dampen her spirits today.
Yes, I'm afraid it may be all for show, though. She has not been herself, and it is not only I that have noticed.
Madame Vandenbosch. Surely it must have had some effect on her.
Madame has carried on as though nothing has happened. She has never been one to show emotion, and she doesn't seem to notice how it has affected Angeline. The staff, on the other hand... Angeline means no harm, but there have been some instances recently where she has acted rather sharply with them.
I hope not too sharply. A house of two Madame Vandenbosches would surely be too much for anyone.
I saw the welcome book as I arrived.
Ah yes, guests are requested to sign the book when arriving. I believe it gives details to the guests' room locations.
It stated the male guests are to be staying in the East Wing.
Yes, Madame does not believe in male and female guests residing beside one another.
I have been eagerly awaiting to hear more of Belgium's greatest love story.
Oh, yes, well, I'm afraid it is far from a happy ending. Luke is sadly no longer with us.
Oh, mademoiselle, I was not aware.
It's fine, Detective, honestly. I'm sorry, but I really must finish this.
Bien sûr, mademoiselle.
For a man that has a mind so brilliant and astute, I have made an easy job of embarrassing myself. Let this be a reminder to use one's gray cells before
Merci,
speaking.
Pleasure is mine, Detective.
Doop, doop. Luke passed away. It was not the news I was expecting to hear. How very upsetting. Talk to Angeline about it further. Oh shit. They just not having any luck. Okay. So I can inspect the east rooms to advance the investigation. It assured me the welcome book is correct. My room must be in the east wing. Understood. Elizabeth. My room neighbor's Ernesto's. Elizabeth mentioned my room is next door to Ernesto's. This could be helpful. Permission to roam. I feel much more comfortable with permission to wander the halls of the house. Talk to Zacharia to advance the investigation for that. Okay. Cool. Pots and pans. The cook has obviously used them for quite some time, judging by their condition. There does not seem to be anything of interest in here. Nothing in the cupboard.
Before you leave, Detective, I have something for you beside the furnace here from Angeline. She wanted me to give it to you on your arrival.
Merci,
Oh, okay. Letter. The second letter acknowledges a payment from a previous blackmail letter. Mademoiselle Van de Bosch, you are wise to take me seriously. You have bought my silence for a moment at least. Your family's privacy obviously means a great deal to you. If you are willing to pay to keep your secrets hidden and continue to pay, you will. Would your maman be as willing to part with her wealth? You will bring a second parcel with another 5,000 francs to the cobblers, this time addressed to a Monsieur Fontaine by close on Friday. You have done your family a service by keeping this arrangement to yourself. I'm sure I do not have to tell you what will happen if the police are involved, and I hope it will not come to that. Oh dear. New mind map unlocked. I am now able to read the letters that were sent to Mademoiselle Angeline. I am sure there's a great deal to learn from them, and hopefully some clues to the author. The letter was written in fancy handwriting. What instrument was used to write this so eloquently? This appears to be the second letter. The second letter acknowledges a payment from a previous blackmail letter. Talk to Angeline. Archibald. Staff concerned for Angeline. The staff have noticed a change in Mademoiselle Angeline, and they are worried. Why are they so concerned, I wonder? The quill pen in the Great Hall was used.
The pieces of the puzzle of.
Can't ignore the coincidence. The same style of pen that wrote the letters is present in the house. Talk to Elizabeth about that. Okay.
Of course, Detective. What is it?
I noticed a rather extravagant looking pin in the hall.
I would not say it in front of the Major, but it is rather hideous. It was a gift from him to Madame from his time overseas. I don't think it even has the capability of writing.
A pen that does not write is like a fish that cannot swim.
As Angeline describes it, a useless ornament. It's the thought that counts, I suppose.
I suppose.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Pleasure is mine, Detective.
Okay. Elizabeth claims that the quill pen is an ornament and is not used as one would assume. Okay, so we need to talk to Angeline, Zachariah, and inspect the east rooms, and then Angeline and Gideon. Okay. The deeds for the house are rightly framed, but why left here and not hanging on the wall? House deeds.
What can I help you with, Detective?
Elizabeth showed me the letters you received. One of them has already been paid.
I was right to pay it, yes? You have read them. What do you think?
You were wise to consult me, but bowing to their threat may have only shown that you are willing to pay for their silence. Is the secret they speak of worth so much?
I wish I could, but I have no idea. The letter was addressed to me, but I have nothing to hide. Maman took one look at it and disregarded the whole thing as someone's idea of a joke.
She looked at it. She is not aware of the second letter.
She doesn't know I paid the first. I thought I could make it all go away.
Did you ask Madame if there was a family secret they could be privy to?
She said I was to ignore the letters and stop wasting my time with such foolishness. If there was something, she wouldn't tell me anyway.
It appears Mademoiselle believes her maman's attempts to brush away the serious nature of the letters as little as I do. May I ask how you came to such a large amount of money to pay the ransom?
I couldn't ask Maman for the money. She was angry that I had even considered paying it. Gideon offered to help me.
Pardon, did he not think you foolish for paying?
He did, but he said he couldn't stand by and watch me in so much distress.
How honorable.
We are soon to be married, Detective. A loving partnership that faces their troubles together. They are his words.
I did not mean anything by it, mademoiselle. You have found yourself a husband that will stand by your side and do what must be done to protect you. I am most pleased for you.
How has Mademoiselle Elizabeth been since the passing of her beloved Luke?
As you would expect, she has been in quite a state. It was such a terrible accident. She kept it to herself for almost a week before she even told me.
Pardon, how could you not know? Surely his absence from the house was noticed.
Maman fired him after he returned to the house. She said he could not be trusted.
But Mademoiselle Elizabeth's position was kept?
I begged Maman, for them both, but she said if he was willing to go behind her back, what else could he do?
Falling in love is a far cry from committing even the smallest crime, n'est-ce pas?
A cruel and unnecessary decision by Madame Van de Bosch. She had no right to fire him and tear him away from his betrothed. I spoke with Mademoiselle Elizabeth, and I fear I may have upset her.
She has been a kind shoulder to lean on through all this mess, but it is her I worry about. She has been through so much.
I was not aware of what had happened. And by mentioning, I fear I may have only made it worse by dredging up the past.
Do not punish yourself, detective. You are not to know. I don't think your honest mistake will make much difference to how she has been feeling recently.
It is easier said than done. I have already seen a difference in Mademoiselle Elizabeth. She was once so exuberant and optimistic, seeing the positives in everything and everyone. But now I fear the loss of her love, and the careless reminder from Moy may have dampened her outlook.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall find you if there is anything further I need.
Gideon paid the first demand, a supporting fiancé who was the one who paid the first note. Madame unaware of payment, Madame Van de Bosch is unaware of Mademoiselle's payment to the blackmailer. I wonder if she didn't ask for her help. Cassandra? So there's something we can draw conclusions from that. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Come, my little grey cells.
Hmm.
Order and method. That is... I must act on thought. Things are beginning to become...
They will no doubt be concerned for not only Aunt Angeline, but also for their positions at the house. What is the extent of their knowledge of the matter? Elizabeth hasn't been herself. Mademoiselle Angeline says that Elizabeth has not been herself recently. What can this be attributed to? Madame Van de Bosch was clearly never in favor of Luke and Elizabeth's relationship. Luke was fired by the family with what sounds like some persuasion from the Major.
Is there something I am not... The pieces of the puzzle are...
It is truly terrible that Luke passed away, and to see how broken Elizabeth is. Elizabeth mourns for Luke.
I must take a different approach if I... Is there something I am not seeing? I cannot see the logic in this. I should not be surprised by my own skill.
Losing a loved one and not having a close friend to talk to would be difficult for anyone. Elizabeth lost loved ones. Oh, okay, that's the connection you were trying to make. I thought it was something to do with Elizabeth. Elizabeth mourns for Luke and upset that Flora was okay. Understood. Okay. Current objectives. Talk to Gideon, Zechariah, Gideon, okay.
Detective, it looks as though I might be out here all weekend. What can I do for you?
Monsieur Sterling said my room was on the first floor.
Is that what he said? I can barely understand most of what he says with that accent.
I can understand Monsieur Sterling perfectly, but Monsieur Demire is one more Van Rogue away from becoming unintelligible.
I find his accent rather pleasant, reassuring.
I guess. Not too helpful when it comes to finding your room, though. You'll probably be the lucky one that has that hideous plant outside the door.
I shall take up no more of your time. À bientôt.
Okay. Zachariah mentioned I may be next to as he described a hideous plant. This troubles me. Now we gotta go talk to Gideon.
Please, ask away, detective.
I am aware finances can be a sensitive subject, but may I ask of the house's situation?
As far as I'm aware, everything is in order. From what I understand, the late Viscount had made some questionable investments. But that is all in the past.
And regarding the payment of the blackmail?
Angeline does not have to worry about money anymore. I was born into some wealth, and I have earned my own fortune.
I assume you have heard about the consequences of my visit last time.
Angeline has spoken of it. You made quite the impression on her, detective.
I feel responsible for what came from that day. Florette's dismissal and Luke's.
It is not your fault. Madame van den Bosch does not like it when her rules or authority are undermined. I tried to explain to Angeline the same, but her guilt has not left her.
Mademoiselle explained the payment of the blackmail letter.
I suppose you think I was unwise to pay it?
I am glad Mademoiselle requested my help before you fell further out of pocket.
Madame van den Bosch had no intentions of paying it. Whether she believes there is a secret that could ruin the family, or not.
It was an honorable move for you to make the payment. It was certainly no small fee.
Angeline is to be my wife, and then we shall be family. As far as I am concerned, my money is our money.
Merci, monsieur. I shall leave you to prepare for tonight's celebrations.
Okie dokie. Angeline guilty about dismissal. It's nice to know Angeline acknowledges her faults regarding Florette's impromptu dismissal. Gideon sees his money as the family's has clearly been raised to be generous, as he is willing to share his wealth with the family. Financial records, current financial state of the house. Gideon believes finances are in order. I'm glad that I have got through the rocky stage I saw them in last time.
Order and method. That... This will not get me...
No?
I must take a different
No?
approach. Magnifique.
It looks like the family have finally got back on track with their money problems. Great to hear.
I must act on thought. Some would say a lucky guess.
Angeline is trying to do good, even though the dismissals weren't entirely her fault.
Another success.
Mademoiselle Angeline says she never intended for Florette to be fired. I believe her. It's certainly not the happy news I was expecting. Mademoiselle Elizabeth lost her beloved Luke, and young Florette, the maidservant, has not been seen, even with Mademoiselle Angeline's efforts. At least it appears the family have survived their financial difficulties. Okay, so now we need to inspect the east rooms and try to find our room. Northeast, southeast, northeast, southeast. Another plant. This plant is striking and full of color. It really draws one's attention in a positive way. I should really conclude that this room is mine before going in. More luggage for Mr. E. da Silva, left unattended and right between the two front-facing rooms. Hmm. Ernesto is the one that I'm next to. Okay. I would not consider any form of nature ugly, but I'm not sure how to feel about this plant. Come, my little gray cells, let's solve this mystery. Hideous plant. The bedroom next to Monsieur de Silva. This must be my room. Finally, I found my chamber. Although the journey was longer than expected, the destination is really quite charming. I should make myself familiar and comfortable in my new surroundings. The snow has limited the view from the window, but it certainly has a beauty of its own. A roaring fire. I could stand to gaze into the flames for hours. Praise the fire. I wonder if I will get a chance to catch up on my reading whilst I stay here. Even for a detective like myself, finding this room was quite an arduous task. The house may hold more secrets than expected. Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, thank you for coming. I shall not take up too much more of your precious time.
Not at all, Detective. I had best not be away for too long. Madame would not be pleased when there is so much work to do.
Well, mademoiselle, if anyone was to ask, I required your urgent attention with a delicate matter. That should be enough to give you a moment's peace.
Thank you, Detective.
Can I assume you're aware of the probable blackmail ring in the area?
I have heard whispers, but this town is full of busybodies. It's hard to know what is the truth and what is hot air from socialites trying to outdo one another.
I would not have thought you want to join in with such chatter.
I'm not, but it can be hard to ignore. I try to quash any talk of it in the house, but it's easier said than done. When the staff are together, it seems to be a competition to see who can dream up the most scandalous rumour.
You are a loyal maid and friend. Mademoiselle Angeline is fortunate to have you.
It baffles me why they would target her in the first place. She has such a kind and pure soul. That may not be what you remember of Mademoiselle, but she has grown into a kind-hearted young lady.
I was wary of that when I arrived, but I myself can see a change in her, a maturity. And if it is as kind and pure as you have stated, she should not be troubled by the letter.
Letters, Detective. I brought you the other.
Mademoiselle Van den Bosch, you do not know me, but I know you and your family very well. For years, you have stood high on your pedestal, attending parties and living the lifestyle of the upper class, a life that you were born into, all the while holding a sordid secret that would tarnish the Van den Bosch name forever. Once a respected family with morals and nobility, but now you rely on riches and jewelry to show your worth, a worth that is not deserved, even residing in a home that was obtained under your lies, but not for long. For your secret to remain that, take a small brown paper parcel filled with 5,000 francs, addressed to Monsieur Dupont, to Barbier and Sons cobblers, before sundown on Friday. If you do as I request, this will be the last you hear from me. You will be able to return to a life of stolen wealth and excess. If you refuse, be sure the name Van den Bosch will be on the whisper of lips for years to come.
I have tried to tell her not to think any more on them, but she fears that even a fabricated story could ruin the family name. She even frets at what it may do to her engagement.
I have met Monsieur Demire, and I cannot see his love for Angeline diminishing at something so trivial. Merci for bringing this letter to me.
Mademoiselle Angeline worries so much about the family name, but from Mademoiselle Elizabeth's telling, she has nothing to worry about, at least from her own perspective. Perhaps the secret does not directly concern Angeline at all, and she is merely the easy target.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Pleasure is mine, detective.
Payment demand. The first letter contains the initial thread of demands and payment. This appears to be the first letter. Blackmailer wishes family to leave the manor. The letter suggests that Blackmailer wants to see the family to lose everything, including the house. Blackmailer wishes family to suffer. The Blackmailer clearly wants to see the family fall.
Come, my little grey cells. What a
Could the blackmailer be more interested in the house than the money they have demanded? Need to talk to Elizabeth about that.
I must act on thought and fact. Order and method. That is... This will not get me any close. Come, my little grey cells. We must... The pieces of the puzzle.
The staff members are aware the blackmail could possibly know the reason why. It appears the Van den Bosch secret may not be a secret at all. The house staff may know what the blackmailer is holding over the family. Talk to Elizabeth, huh? First blackmail letter. Blackmail wishes family to leave the manor. Blackmail wishes to see family suffer. Motives. The why. Okay.
Of course, Detective. What is it?
I was not aware there were plans to sell the house.
That is news to me, Detective.
The deeds to the house that have been left on the table. Perhaps I am jumping to a hasty assumption.
Oh no, Madame asked Archie to inquire in town about having the house registered as a landmark. It's a shame the snow is so thick. The gardens are quite wonderful in full bloom. Perhaps you will be able to walk them when the snow clears.
Do you know where Mademoiselle and Angeline is now?
She will no doubt be with Master Gideon. The party was just beginning when I came upstairs.
That is my cue to make a grand entrance. Am I presentable enough for the creme of society?
Quite handsome, detective.
Merci. If you catch me snoring, please poke me in the ribs.
I will use Madame's sharpest poker.
It sounds as though someone else may have already been poked.
The Blackmail, complete chapter 1. Oh, okay, apparently that's chapter 1. Chapter 2. The Altercation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you would be so kind to return to the party.
With all this excitement out here,
I believe that is an end to the excitement, as you put it, Monsieur Demire.
It is hardly the job of a detective to resolve domestic arguments, but under the circumstances, perhaps there is more to it. I shall speak with the Major outside.
Ah, thank God. One last match.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hagen.
I wondered when you would be arriving. At least now you can do your job.
Pardon, Monsieur.
I have just been assaulted. I want him arrested.
I am afraid it is not as simple as that. I merely witnessed you standing up from the ground.
Would you like to explain what happened?
This is ridiculous.
Stream
You know
elements,
very well what he did.
said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Perhaps you could elaborate on what instigated the altercation.
I should have known you wouldn't make things easy.
It is clear that the Major is still outraged by what has just happened, but I must learn what caused this escalation into physical violence. Push on whether the Major instigated the altercation.
I have met Monsieur Demire. He does not seem one to physically assault someone unless provoked.
I hope you're not implying that I started it.
I am only stating what I have seen.
I was having a private conversation with Angeline when he interrupted and struck me. That is all there is to know.
If the Major is still the same man that I met all those years ago, I'm sure he will remain defensive, and the blame for the altercation will fall solely on Monsieur Demire. Perhaps the best approach would be to act as though I'm on the Major's side and coax out the truth. Your conversation with Mademoiselle Angeline was had with the utmost respect and politeness towards her.
I would not act any other way. Well, unless I am provoked.
You have grown rather close with the Vanden Bosch family, it seems.
What has my relationship with the family got to do with anything? Why are you even here, officer?
Detective. And I was invited by Mademoiselle Angeline personally.
Seems to be mistake after mistake with that girl.
There must be a reason for your animosity towards Monsieur Demire.
A thug like him doesn't need an excuse. Just seeing my face was probably reason enough to assault me in his mind. With a limited brain like he has, he would only have heard what he wanted to anyway.
There is clearly some hostility between you and Monsieur Demire.
Officer Poirot, are you going to do something about him or not?
It is Detective Poirot. And if you refuse to answer my questions, I do not see how I can continue.
I just don't know what she sees in him. Angeline could do so much better. I don't think she realizes what she is getting herself into. I can't imagine her living a happy life with that rogue.
I see. Merci, monsieur, for your honest opinion, whether I agree or not. I shall leave you to your cigar and return to the pub.
Major Felix Hagen uncovered a secret memory from the Major. It's not often such a violent altercation happens at a celebration such as this. I should investigate why it began. This party is already filled with more drama than most, and has barely begun. I was requested here to find the blackmailer, but perhaps the altercation is connected somehow. The Major? Archibald Sterling? A friendly, well-experienced butler who has been with the Van den Bosch family for several years. He takes pride in his work, his appearance at the house. He considers himself the father figure to the other, younger staff of the house, and I believe he'd do anything for them. Is stress due to lack of staff. Major Felix Hagen, a former major in the British Army. Felix Hagen is not only friends with Madame Van den Bosch, but also well connected with the local law enforcement. Although he has been out of the military for some years, he still believes he has the authority and power over others. I would not want to speak out of line about a former officer, but he strikes me as arrogant and pompous, which I believe he considers positive and fitting traits to have. Gideon Demire, the fiancé of Mademoiselle Angeline, although English is not his first language, he is well spoken, which I presume comes from a prestigious education. I instantly found him rather charming and charismatic, and is clearly supportive of Mademoiselle Angeline, the perfect example of a husband to be. Oh, it scrolls down, okay. Zachariah Demir. He is friendly and full of life. I imagine he would feel comfortable as the center of attention with all eyes in the room on him. It's obvious that he enjoys a drink or two, but what harm is there in that a celebration like this? He's visibly intoxicated. Okay. Some information regarding a shelter for women coming from troubled homes and backgrounds. Okay.
Oh.
The staff rota for this evening. 4 people are assigned. This is enough staff to proceed with tonight's events. Staff rota Friday. All day service Archibald, Elizabeth, Ng, and Rihanna. Kitchen, breakfast, family, lunch, family, dinner, party. Service, breakfast, family, lunch, family, dinner, party, evening service. Housekeeping, morning, family, evening, turn down service. The staff live and work in this house with the Van den Bosch family. It would not be surprising for them to know more than the family would expect or want. Staff rota for this evening. 4 people are assigned. Is that enough staff? Butler's pantry for more information. To the staff quarters. I can't go in there. Locked. I would have thought that with such tight schedule, I would have found at least one staff member here. Okay, so that's locked. Can't go in there yet. Talk to Cassandra. Archibald?
Monsieur Sterling, I trust the preparations are progressing since our last meeting.
Please, Detective. Archibald is fine. Everything is in order now. Are you ready to join the party?
You are head butler of this house. It is a position that warrants respect, and I shall continue to give it, Monsieur Sterling. And I must admit, it is the smell from the kitchen that has my attention more than the party itself.
Rehanna is quite the cook, but it will still be some time. Maybe you'd like to enjoy a drink while you wait. Some of the guests are already in the salon to your left, and the remaining guests are in the library on the first floor.
I will be sure to explore both. Merci.
Do this evening's plans fall under any sort of schedule?
Dinner will be served in the dining room, but the rest of the evening is yours to enjoy.
You have all certainly been working hard, it seems.
Very hard. The lady of the house wanted everything a certain way, and that's how it was to be done.
You did not want to interject in the altercation between Monsieur Demure and the Major.
It is my responsibility to look after the house and staff, not to resolve petty disputes.
I cannot imagine he will be in any mood to attend the party.
He often has a cigar to calm down, and if that doesn't relax him, that temperature outside surely will.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
It is time I met my fellow guests at the party. They all have a connection to the family in some respect, and although they are here to join in the celebrations, perhaps one of them has a more sinister motive. Archibald? Location of the guest. Archibald has directed me to the salon to his right and the library at the end of the first floor. Inspect the library and the salon. Major. Great Hall. Pamphlet, some information regarding a shelter for women coming from troubled homes and backgrounds. Talk to Margot. The Major wanted to calm down. Major made a hasty exit outside to smoke a cigar. Not even the cold could stop him. The fallen snow has laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surrounds the house. Quite a substantial sized bottle of alcohol, already half drunk. Why is a half empty bottle sitting on the bar with no glasses beside it? Probably because Zachariah was drinking straight out of the bottle, judging by his potential borderline alcoholism.
Huh.
So same as the okay. News of the continued factory strikes, workers demanding a fair treatment by Jacqueline Conrad. That name sounds familiar. Okay. So we've got Margot, Zachariah and Cassandra in here.
Monsieur Demir, we meet again.
What did I tell you? Call me Zach. You found your room all right then?
I did, and a charming room it is.
I don't know if I would call mine charming, but if I drink enough, it won't matter.
I must apologize for my rudeness before. I did not ask how you know the family.
That's okay. At least you actually care. Not like most of the others here. I'm the groom-to-be's older, more handsome brother.
Ah, oui. I see the resemblance now. How wonderful that you can celebrate this occasion together.
I'll stop you there. The only wonderful thing about this celebration is the free food and drink.
You are not pleased for your brother?
Angeline seems nice enough, but marriage is not for me. What is there to gain from tying yourself to someone for the rest of your life? Besides the money.
What is it you do for work? It seems everyone here is of some great financial standing.
Recently, not a great deal. Well, except for enjoying myself. I was once a field medic in the military. But those days are over.
A noble occupation. Did you not want to make it your career?
It wasn't my decision to make. I certainly don't miss the battlefield, that's for sure.
I am hesitant to ask, but how is your brother after the altercation with the Major?
I'm sure he's fine. You don't need to worry about him. Always the knight in shining armor. Riding in to save the day.
Saving the day from who, exactly?
Well, if Gedeon is the knight in the fairy tale, Felix is the dragon. Felix the Major. Ha! Always there, thinking he is better. Just because he was a major. We all know how he got there. In his mind, that puts him at the top of the chain.
It seems there is some hostility between Monsieur Demir and the Major, an animosity that does not come from one evening at a party.
Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Deferring status, Zachariah believes the Major's disdain for him and his brother could be because of class divide. Gideon looking forward to family fortune. Zachariah claims Gideon is looking forward to the family fortune. I wonder if he knows their past. Remaining staff overwhelmed. Current staff are picking up the work left behind by others. They're understandably perturbed. Bottle of alcohol. Newspaper. Zachariah is intoxicated. He does not seem to be doing much to hide his condition. Zachariah is Gideon's brother. I wonder if they are similar in character. Brothers aren't close. And that's a pretty obvious connection.
What a
right
revelation!
There. I could not even fathom drinking that much alcohol, especially in one evening. Yeah, he's pretty drunk. Talk to Zachariah to do that. Okay.
Fire away, detective.
I don't mean to dampen the celebrations, but would you like me to fetch you a glass of water?
I have a drink, but thanks anyway.
I just would not like to see things get out of hand.
Don't you worry about me. I've got it covered.
Something tells me his excessive drinking is not in celebration of his Freyre's engagement. His recollection of war makes me think it may be something more serious.
Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Freyre? Maybe that's how it's said. I know the E with the thing over is a bit different. Is repressing something, is compensating for something with his consumption of alcohol. Maybe something he saw in the war? I mean, if he was a war medic, that would explain how he knows the nature. Maybe he was under the nature or something. Margot?
Allow me to introduce myself. Hercule Poirot.
Detective Hercule Poirot? I heard we were being joined by one of the king's finest officers.
Oui, madame. I see my name precedes me.
Comtesse Margot de Vos. Charmed, I'm sure.
It is I who is charmed.
Handsome, well-mannered, and a man of the law. I did not expect such a fine caliber of gentleman at this party.
Comtesse, your compliments are enough to make a young detective blush.
Besides flattery, what is it you do?
I fill my time mostly with charity work. The number of those less fortunate only continues to grow.
How very admirable.
One must remain humble.
And which side of the engagement brings you here?
I have been a close friend to the Van den Bosch family for, well, heaven knows how long.
You must have known the late Viscount then.
Indeed, we had been friends since our school days. His passing was very hard on both Cassandra and young Angeline. I became a sort of protector of them both after his death. A guardian angel, if you will.
I have learned that friendship in these higher social circles can be nothing more than a facade to remain in that position. Perhaps the Comtesse is vying for Madame Van de Bosch's position. It was quite a shock to see the Major lying in the hall like that.
You will find Felix at the center of any trouble, especially when it concerns the ladies of the house.
I understand he has made himself quite at home here.
What an understatement. He thinks his friendship with Cassandra entitles him to anything and everything in the house, including certain opinions of how young Angeline lives her life.
He does not approve of Monsieur Demire?
You'd have to ask him, or rather speak with Gideon's brother. He will have something to say about Felix, I am sure.
The Comtesse is well versed in drawing one in with delicious bait, and then leaving them biting on the line. Another conversation with Monsieur Zachariah is in order. What are your thoughts on Monsieur Demire?
A strapping young man. Angeline has found herself a good one. They certainly make a handsome couple.
Speaking with them both, it is plain to see, even to one that is unexperienced in such emotions, that there is a great deal of love between them.
When they are together, it is obvious for all to see, even at such a young age. But who are we to judge what the heart wants?
Is it the woman's shelter you work with?
Work with? I built it from the ground up, detective.
My admiration continues to grow.
While my husband, the Honorable Count de Vos, is always busy with his duties, I found myself at rather a loose end. I could not bear wasting my days with no purpose. And one day, while shopping in the city, I noticed the abundance of young women living and begging on the streets. Dirty and hungry, without a franc to their name.
It is horrifying to think of how so many must live their lives while others live a life of such selfish opulence.
I hope that was not a backhanded comment on the life I live, detective.
Far from it, Comtesse. You are using your work to better the lives of the less fortunate. It is commendable work you do.
It is, isn't it?
The work the Comtesse is doing will go a long way to improve the lives of those who need it so badly. I only wish there were more in positions such as hers who could see the divide in our society and use their wealth to bring the plight to an end.
It has been a pleasure conversing. I look forward to our next tete-a-tete.
Talk to Cassandra. Talk to Zachariah. The Major doesn't like Gideon. Margot made it quite clear that the Major is not too fond of Gideon. Gideon, young romance. Their relationship has been rather short. I hope they are ready for their impending commitment. Margot looked out for others. How very admirable of Margot to do such caring and unnecessary work for underprivileged women. Very admirable. The pamphlet made it very clear that Margot helps women that are less fortunate. Margot and Cassandra are longtime friends. They are a pair I would not want to go head to head in an argument with. That is for sure. Margot protective of Cassandra. Margot considers herself to be Cassandra's guardian angel. I'm sure Madame can protect herself. Why does Margot feel the need to be like this? The Major's been around since the Viscount's death. After the Viscount's passing, the Major has been around to help with family matters. I wonder what the extent of his help is.
Madame van den Bosch, congratulations are in order on your daughter's engagement.
Thank you. And you are?
Detective Poirot.
I'm sorry, the name eludes me.
That day at the Van den Bosch house has stayed with me. It opened my eyes to the unjust treatment of the working class, and has been a driving force in becoming the detective I am today. And yet I have barely been a second thought to her.
Once, Officer Poirot, I investigated your daughter's missing bracelet.
Oh, it's you. There is no missing jewelry here today, so we are really not in need of your services.
I am here on a rather more pressing...
I know why you are here, officer. Detective, whatever you are now. Please, just get on with it.
Detective. And I promise not to keep you too long.
I understand the altercation earlier began with an argument between the Major and Mademoiselle Angeline.
Angeline is her own woman now. She can fight her own battles. She does not need her husband to be stepping in.
And what battles would they be?
Nothing that concerns you, detective.
I'm not sure what I expected asking Madame Van den Bosch about private matters. Your daughter invited me here to find the blackmailer.
Keep your volume down. She had no right to do such a thing. As soon as the other ladies get wind that there was a police officer in-house, the whole town will know.
Perhaps you should be more focused on catching the blackmailer that is holding your family's name to ransom than what the chattering women of the town will say.
I care more about what those chattering women, as you so rudely describe them, have to say than the empty threat of an anonymous letter.
Your daughter does not agree. In fact, it has been suggested that one of tonight's guests may know more than they are willing to show.
The guests? You mean our friends? You can't honestly believe one of them would be so petty to send a letter like that. Oh, officer, you have not changed.
I must thank you for your hospitality tonight.
I suppose it is only polite to say you're welcome.
Madame is as quick-witted as I remember.
What a shame there is nothing as memorable about you but your lack of respect.
I should have known getting into a verbal battle with Madame would not be easily won. I understand that the Major is not fond of Angeline's husband-to-be.
You can make whatever assumptions you wish.
Based on several accounts, it seems as though the Major has a certain level of disdain for him and his brother.
Felix is merely protecting both my daughter and the Van den Bosch name.
Protecting them from what exactly?
That is a question best asked to them.
You must be elated at the news of Mademoiselle Angeline's engagement.
Gideon is a fine, educated young man from a well-respected family.
All important when considering a new son-in-law.
A good home and education speaks volumes about a man. Even in the short time they have been engaged, his noble character is obvious. If you were an educated man, you would know that.
I can assure you, madame, my education is not one to be sneered at.
And yet you remain a mere detective. Perhaps it is your choices, then, that are to be questioned.
I was passing and I noticed the butler's pantry was locked.
Locked? That is absurd! They should be constantly coming back and forth from there if they are hiding from their work again. What is it you want in my staff area, anyway?
I only mention it as I was hoping to speak to some staff members. But if they are busy...
Be a good fellow and make sure they aren't slacking off in there. It shan't take you long.
It may not have been the permission I was expecting, but I shall take it nonetheless. I shall try the pantry again. Perhaps you should tell me about the family secret, the one your daughter is protecting.
What do you mean, protecting? She hasn't gone and paid that silly ransom, has she?
It was Monsieur Demire that accepted the cost. He paid it because your daughter believes there may be something to hide.
For heaven's sake! Why do you think it was addressed to her and not I in the first place? Because they knew I would throw it in the rubbish where it belongs.
Madame, if there is something you are keeping, it would be wise to tell me now. It may help in identifying the culprit.
And it would be wise for you to stay out of my family's business. If I require your help, I shall ask for it. But don't hold your breath.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Cassandra keen to avoid the argument. I would have expected Madame Van de Bosch to have been at the center of any argument. Hastily arranged marriage. It appears they are not prepared to wait to be wed. Find it rather romantic. Why would the couple want to move forward with the wedding so quickly?
I cannot see the logic in... I should not be surprised by my own...
Monster Gideon could be marrying into the family purely for my financial gain. See, talk to Zachariah. Have multiple ones for the pantry now. In the library. Zachariah.
Fire away, detective.
I get the feeling you do not have much fondness for the Major.
The major pain in the ass. Why should I? It doesn't take a detective to work out the sort of man he really is. You must have seen it, right?
I have my own history with the Major, but that is a story best not told.
I think it's a story best told now. It can't be any worse than what he did to us during the war.
You fought together in the war?
We were on opposing sides.
I have stumbled upon a delicate subject. It may be best to avoid it altogether.
The subject of war is a difficult topic for everyone. Perhaps it is best to discuss something else.
If you had seen what I have, what he has done, you wouldn't side with him.
I am taking no sides, monsieur. It is just not conversation fit for a party. Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Brothers have a history with the Major. Neither brother seems particularly fond of the Major. I'm beginning to see a pattern. What is Felix's true thoughts towards the brothers?
Some would say a lucky guess.
I wouldn't say it to his face, but I don't think it's the Major's place to cast judgment on Gideon. Unlocked. I must have caught a staff member at the right time. Papers that order the dismissal of a staff member for accessing rooms without permission. Curious. Dear Miss Allard, your position as housemaid within the Van den Bosch residence is hereby officially terminated with immediate effect for the following reasons. Accessing forbidden areas of the house, refusal to make a sincere apology, emotional distress brought to the family, a reference shall be offered pending future employment. Sincerely, Madame Van de Bosch. A photo showing 7 members of staff. The house would surely run like clockwork with so many. Forbidden areas of the house. Termination papers to tell that staff were let go for accessing house areas deemed off limits.
I must take a different approach. Is there something I am not seeing? Come, my little grey cells. Things are beginning to be...
It appears there are a number of staff missing based on the photo and rota. Why could this be? Okay, and then I do that one with that.
Magnifique.
Okay. I was jumping at the gun a little bit, apparently. It appears the missing staff were in fact relieved of their duties. Could there be another reason for letting them go? Talk to Archibald, Cassandra, and NG. And that probably comes over here.
I cannot see the logic in this. Another success.
If the family are being more cautious with their money, maybe staff were let go for that reason. Okay. NG.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Oh, monsieur, you startled me.
It was not my intention, mademoiselle. I was hoping to talk with a member of the staff.
You are the detective?
I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only intend to take up a moment of your time.
Madame Van der Bosch will be very hungry if she knows I'm standing talking.
Allow me to worry about madame.
Forgive me, I did not get your name.
Inga Frank, detective.
Inge. Okay.
From the Norse god of peace and fertility. A most beautiful name.
Merci. It was my grand-mère.
You have all been working very hard this evening.
Oui, detective. Madame was very clear on what was to be prepared for today.
Well, everything looks exquisite. But if I may be blunt, would you not benefit from some more hands?
Monsieur Archie knows how busy we are, especially in the kitchen. I hate when I have to run service.
Madame has recently fired some members of the staff, though.
That is not for me to talk about, detective. If Monsieur Archie found out I had said anything out of turn...
I am not asking you to betray your fellow staff or the family. What is said between us remains that way, mademoiselle.
It's only whispers, but the last servant was caught in areas of the house they shouldn't be. Apparently, they saw something they shouldn't have. Please, detective, if Monsieur Archibald found that I was talking like this with a guest...
My lips are sealed, mademoiselle. Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to your work.
Current house finances. Layoffs related to money issues. Staff know families hiding something. Ongi, or Enge, well, NG. I believe the staff knows the truth behind the officials. They know the family has a secret. Onge. I haven't heard of a kitchen without tension, but this sounds like there's more to it than usual. Talk to Cassandra, talk to Archibald. Inspect the library. Have we seen Cassandra? I don't think we've seen. Yeah, Cassandra. Cassandra's in the. Okay. Yeah, we've seen Cassandra. Archie?
What can I do for you?
May I be so bold as to ask about the staff of the house?
What have they done? If I have to...
No, monsieur. There is not a complaint to be made. It is more the recent layoffs and extra work pressure you all seem to be under I am inquiring about.
We've had to let some of them go. Let's just say their standards didn't live up to what was expected.
Not what the termination paper stated.
Merci. You've been most helpful.
Archibald claims unsatisfactory work. Archibald claims Madame was unsatisfied with staff work quality. Not unbelievable, as Archibald defending the family in their recent circumstances.
I must act on thought and fact, not on impulse. The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
The paperwork conflicts with Archibald's account. Only one can be telling the true story. Archibald is hiding something. Paperwork conflicts with Archibald's account.
Let's make this quick, Detective.
I was hoping to explore the house.
The public rooms are not adequate space for you to celebrate my daughter's engagement.
Madame, I asked only the limits, as I understand a member of the staff was let go for a similar reason.
It would benefit you not to listen to whispers and rumors, officer. They did not produce a satisfactory standard of work. There is nothing more to say.
It is detective, madame. And it is just that the termination papers detail the matter and proceed to...
Need I remind you again whose house you reside in?
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Cassandra, dismissive of forbidden areas. Cassandra was quick to stop the conversation going any further after I mentioned such rooms. Why is Cassandra so guarded about such areas?
What a revelation!
There is no doubt that there must be a family secret. Can Forbidden House areas hold the answer? There is something that does not feel right about the staff dismissals. The contradicting stories of why only make me question its virility further.
I told you, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm not a reporter.
But you're going to want to hear this. You could interview me now.
And why would I want to spend my evening doing that?
The world needs to know. You want to sell papers, I want the truth to be known. Win-win.
I came here to enjoy myself, not to hear a second-string version of...
I was there. I saw the whole thing, including who was ruining the show.
All right, I'll bite. Let's talk later.
Jackie. Hugo and Jackie had a heated discussion. The conversation between Hugo and Jackie has certainly piqued my interest. Talk to Jackie. Hugo? Perhaps a happy couple's engagement has someone in a particularly romantic mood. Romance novel. Looks like the happy couple are planning their honeymoon, but are undecided on their destination. List of travel destinations. So many countries and cultures to experience. I hope one day to see them all with my own eyes. Travel book. There are enough mysteries in this house without being distracted by a fictional one. A mystery novel. I could spend every waking moment reading about the adventures of the characters within these books. Collection of mystery novels. If I had love of my own to declare, I would surely take inspiration from them. Collection of romance novels. Suspense and tension, two ways authors keep their readers hooked on their characters' stories. Collection of mystery novels. Telescope. Gazing at the stars is truly one of life's simple pleasures. The fallen snow has laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surrounds the house. Madame must have a great interest in religious saints to have such material on them. Compendium of Saints. It looks quite valuable and delicate. I shall resist the temptation to inspect it any further. Just a glass case, okay. I have often found myself thinking on the prospect of traveling, perhaps one day. It must be from the library. I wonder if the story would match the excitement of this weekend. Well read, examine all the books in the library.
Bonjour. Are you a guest of Mademoiselle Angeline or Monsieur Demire?
Do I know you?
Where are my manners? I am Hercule Poirot.
The lawman.
Oui, monsieur. Detective Poirot. And you are?
Ernesto da Silva.
A pleasure, monsieur.
So, what is it you do?
I'm a man of business.
I see. Is there a particular area of business that is your focus?
Overseas investments, international relations. I also own a number of factories in the city.
A man of few words. This may become more like a drawing blood from a stone than a back and forth conversation.
Très bien. Monsieur has many talents.
Am I right in thinking the late Viscount was involved in such business affairs? Am I right in thinking the late Viscount was involved in such business affairs?
We work together as partners, yes.
You must know the Van den Bosch family well, then.
I help Cassandra, rather, Madame Van den Bosch, if and when she needs me.
Monsieur referred to Madame Van den Bosch as Cassandra, before quickly retracting. Perhaps they are closer than he is willing to say. You witnessed the altercation between the Major and Monsieur Demire. We?
I did. But frankly, I have no time for childish school fights.
You are not aware of the circumstances that started it, then?
I heard something about a cigar. Only Felix would be petty enough to get riled up by something so menial.
A cigar?
Yes, Monsieur Demire had one of Felix's precious cigars. If you ask me, they won't be the real thing anyway.
I would not expect two children to act that way, let alone two supposed distinguished gentlemen.
Distinguished gentlemen? It was two alpha males going head to head. Master Gideon came out the victor.
Surely we have passed the days where shows of unnecessary brute strength impress anyone.
When it comes to the protection of a woman, we are far from it. Man will always return to their most primitive form.
Mademoiselle Angeline, the Major has no place to feel threatened. Monsieur Gideon is to become her husband.
And he has spent the last however many years supporting them, as he calls it, clutching on to whatever he can.
Merci for your time. It has been most intriguing.
The Major's cigar. One of the Major's cigar. He appears to admire one every so often. Gideon had one of the Major's cigars. Monsieur Gideon was seen holding one of the Major's cigars. Why would he have one of them?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Would the Major really start a physical fight over Gideon stealing a cigar? So we've got to talk to Zachariah about that. We've got 2 deductions here now, okay. The Major supports the family. The Major truly stepped up to help the family out. Perhaps he is not such a bad man after all. Ernesto. Ernesto helped out the family. Sounds as though Ernesto has been a good friend to the family, helping when required. Is Ernesto's assistance something to be concerned of? Ernesto fond of Cassandra. I have not heard anyone call Madame by her first name, even if it was a slip of the tongue.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
There is only so much help you can receive before you are simply relying on someone. What do the family still need assistance with?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
It appeared for a moment at least that the family had organized their financial situation. Talk to Cassandra. Okay.
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
What connections can we possibly make here?
Order and method. That is the way to solve the problem. Is there something I am not seeing? Things are beginning to become clearer.
It's clear the Major is close to the family, has some connection to both Cassandra and Angeline. Talk to Margot and Archibald about that. Okay.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise. You're not from around here, are you?
My name is Hercule Poirot. I am a friend of Mademoiselle, soon to be Madame, Angeline.
I see. Jacqueline Conrad. No doubt you've heard the name before.
I am rather embarrassed to say I have not, Madame.
No need for the madame. I'm not married. Just call me Jackie.
Oui, Jackie.
How is it you have come to be a guest here tonight?
Here's the thing. I'm one of those people you want to know, and not be on the wrong side of.
Perhaps it would be wise for me to remain on your good side.
It's the best place to be. You wouldn't believe what a couple of positive stories can do for a family name, or a career.
And that is what you have done for the Van den Bosch family?
A little help goes a long way, and from what I have seen, the ladies deserve some positive support.
You must have heard about the recent blackmailing then.
I heard, and it doesn't surprise me. There will always be someone trying to get something out of someone else. People are only out to help themselves.
That is a rather pessimistic way of thinking.
But it's the truth. And in my experience, more often than not, it's someone the victim knows, and knows pretty well.
You make me question those I consider friends.
And maybe you should. If you have something you don't want the world knowing, just keep it to yourself.
It may be the nature of her work, but she lacks any sense of compassion for those that may fall victim to such betrayal. When I entered, you were talking with a gentleman.
That's what we call eavesdropping.
Pardon. I didn't mean to pry.
And with respect, I don't think it's really any of your business.
That's certainly not what I was expecting. Mademoiselle Conrad is a force of her own. I shall have to play my cards right with
I
her.
must take my leave.
Jackie's blackmailer theory. Jackie believes the blackmailer must be close to the family, knowing such personal secrets. Who is close enough to the family to know their secrets? Jackie dismisses Hugo's argument. Doesn't want to talk about the conversation with Hugo. Could she be hiding something? Hmm. Hmm.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth. This will not get me any closer to my goal. I must act on thought and fact, not on impulse.
Oh, come on now. Really? That was like one of the first ones I guessed, right? Right here? But no, it's right here. Okay.
Magnifique.
There is a chance the Major is involved in the blackmail somehow. What is the extent of Felix's possible involvement? Always gets me when it's just like, because those are almost
Stream
the same
elements.
thing. Major's been
Said.
around since Viscount's death, is very
Stay
close to
moist, my
death.
friends,
I mean,
hydrate.
okay. Whatevers. Jackie somewhat knows the family. Jackie doesn't appear to know the family on a personal basis, but hinted at knowing their past. Jackie knows a lot about the guest. It is her job to know and report the news. It's not surprising she knows the guest at such an event.
Allow me to introduce myself. Hercule Poirot.
Hugo Beckers. A pleasure.
I hope I am not disturbing you. I often find myself at a loose end at parties such as these.
I've never been referred to as a loose end before, but it is always good to make a new acquaintance.
Perhaps we should start with pleasantries.
There is no better way to understand one's purpose in life. I stand up for the workers that cannot do it themselves.
You work with a union?
Union leader, well, that is my formal title. But I see myself as more than just that. So much more. I am the face of the people. A voice in the void when there is none.
Very spirited. You have quite the way with words.
In my line of work, it is essential. Some fight with their fists, but I believe words are the ultimate weapon.
Is it the demeanor or the Van de Bosch name that brings you here?
I have been working with Gideon for quite some time. We are doing great things together. Great things.
I was not aware he was part of the union.
Well, he's not exactly. But he is an ally in the battle we face. Without his support, our uphill struggle would surely be a climb. Hopefully my talks with De Silva will help him see the light.
I walked in upon your heated discussion, shall we say, with Mademoiselle Conrad earlier.
I don't know what you think you heard, but it was a private matter, and I appreciate if you kept it to yourself.
I can assure you, Monsieur Beckers, your conversation is exactly that.
Then maybe we should just leave it there.
There's something more to that conversation. If there's nothing to hide, why are both parties so hesitant to elaborate? Perhaps now is not the time to press on it.
Merci. If I find myself at a loss again, I shall certainly return.
Hugo resistant to elaborate. Hugo dismissive of his argument with Jackie. Perhaps there's more to his secrecy. Hugo invited by Gideon. Hugo and Gideon have worked together, and it was Gideon that invited him here. Gideon is a supporter of the unions. Gideon spoke of his support for workers' fair treatment. Hopefully this yields positive results. No, it's pretty obvious this and this go together, right?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
I should revisit this argument. Something does not feel right about their joint secrecy. Okay, Margot, Cassandra, and Archibald, who are all downstairs. And Zachariah. Okay, so back to the parlor, pretty much. Oh, where did Archibald go? He's no longer here. Maybe he's in the salon. Or he might be in the butler area. Butler pantry.
Fire away, detective.
It's a shame things escalated so much over just a cigar.
Gedeon said they were the majors, but I didn't think he would miss just one.
Ah, it was you that took the cigar.
Me? Okay, detective, you twisted my arm. It was me. But I didn't even get a chance to smoke it. Gideon snatched it out of my hand. I'm sure he could afford to replace it.
And the major saw Monsieur Gideon holding the cigar, assuming he had taken it. It was all a misunderstanding. So why the following altercation?
Perhaps it is best I take my leave.
Gideon was returning the cigar. It was Monsieur Zachariah that took the cigar to smoke, and his brother was only returning it.
Let's make this quick, detective.
You did not seem surprised at Monsieur Demer's payment of the blackmail.
Why would I? He is to be Angeline's new husband and my new son-in-law. If he is taking that position seriously, he will do what he must to keep his new family happy.
And to you that means paying ransom money?
It means doing what he must to protect his wife and his family name.
It has nothing to do with your own financial standing. I understand Monsieur de Silver has been of help.
I see you have still not learned any sense of tact or subtlety.
I see no reason to beat around the bush, madame.
Until you are pricked by a thorn.
And until that day, I shall continue with the method that best serves me. Now, Monsieur de Silva.
Yes, he has provided some financial support when it has been required. I assume that was the answer you were looking for.
Merci. An enchanting conversation, as always.
Ernesto supports the family. Cassandra was reluctant to say that. She did confirm that Ernesto supports them financially. Cassandra hopes wedding brings wealth. I'm not surprised at this, especially if the Demir fortune is soon to be shared with her family.
I am all yours, detective.
Monsieur de Silver claimed he helped Madame Van de Bosch when required.
He would say that. I mean, financially, yes. But what else does that man have to offer?
I cannot imagine Madame Van den Bosch would be one to request financial help.
After Edwin, the Viscount, died, the family was left in a rather unfavorable position. She wasn't requesting, chérie. She was begging.
I see.
Let's just keep that between us. It's a rather sore subject for her.
It didn't take much for the Comtesse to reveal private matters of the Madame's business. I'm not so sure I would be willing to divulge any information to her. You mentioned the Madame's friendship with the Major.
You are quite inquisitive, aren't you?
I believe it is called small talk, no?
There is small talk, and there is prying.
I assure you that is not my intention.
Monsieur, please. I know a nosy gossip hound when I see one. We can smell our own. The Major isn't worth a minute of your time, though.
You are not a fan of his.
I'd hit him with my fan, monsieur. Any man that can treat a lady the way he does doesn't deserve to be in his position.
And what position is that, may I ask?
Lording over Cassandra like she's the help. He shouts at her like she's a stray cat that's wandered into the house. Madness.
It is something I never thought I would hear. Madame was ready to physically escort me out of the house when I arrived to investigate Mademoiselle's missing bracelet, and yet she allows a major to get away with murder. There must be a reason as to why she would be accepting of such behavior.
It has been a pleasure conversing. I look forward to our next tete-a-tete.
Margot informed me that Ernesto and the Major have previously worked together. Curious.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth. Is there something I am not seeing?
Oh, the Major didn't treat Cassandra well. Margot didn't go to many details. I can imagine Cassandra being treated poorly by anyone.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
I cannot tell if Margot's dislike for the Major comes from a genuine place or merely jealousy. Okay, we need to touch to Archibald and Ernesto. Ernesto is upstairs. Archibald might be in the butler's thinking. Sir Sterling is talking on the phone, almost too loud to ignore.
Vandenbosch residence, how may I help you? Yes, of course. Please hold for one moment. Sir, yes, a call for you. Shall I direct it straight through to you in the study now? Very good, sir.
Okay, or maybe he just is back here now.
What can I do for you?
The Major has made himself quite at home here.
Yes, he has been here for some time now. Lady Vandenbosch has been very good to let him stay so long.
Would you say he has become part of the family?
He's always been very vocal about how he stands the ladies in high regards, and so he should.
Merci. You have been most helpful.
The Major views the family as high class. The Major has done well to befriend the family, always surrounded by the upper class. Does he think the wedding is good for the family's status?
What a revelation!
The Major may feel that associating with the Demure family may lower the Vandenbosch name. I wonder if this is the limit of his negativity.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
It is clear the Major does not see the Demure brothers in a good light. What does his thoughts towards them have to do with the couple's relationships?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
The Major clearly doesn't want the wedding to go ahead. Sir Gideon's reason for punching the Major was perhaps valid after learning of the reason he is against the wedding. Talk to Ernesto. Okay.
Is there something else you need?
We have done business with other guests at this party.
It seems someone has been asking around about me.
Only polite curiosity, I can assure you.
Well, you would be right. Although working with the Viscount caused me much less grief.
Grief, monsieur?
Let's just say we didn't always see eye to eye. And if neither side is prepared to back down, there is a problem.
There is obviously more to learn about the goings-on between Monsieur de Silva and the Major. It certainly does not sound like a positive business relationship.
Merci for your time. It has been most intriguing.
I thought it was only Madame Van den Bosch that was so concerned with her appearance to others. Perhaps the Major was of similar mindset, although I am still not sure how he fits into the family dynamic. Rocky working relationship. It being rocky working relationship is not overly surprising. Talk to Archibald. Guests all have connections to the family. I believe I've spoken to everyone and they have told me everything they wish to. So back to the first floor to talk to Archie.
What can I do for you?
The smell from the kitchen is becoming almost too much to bear.
Ah, perfect timing. I was about to ask that everyone move through to the dining room.
Très bien.
The altercation complete chapter 2.
Yes, Maman. Perhaps Turkey. I would love to see my beloved's homeland.
I'm sure we will decide on somewhere. Perhaps where we are both yet to have visited.
It was my crowning achievement.
I am not so sure you workers would agree.
Are you sure? I've definitely seen your face somewhere before.
I do not believe there is another that resembles these features, or brains, at least.
I've always liked the idea of sailing the West Indies.
In that heat? With your complexion?
Okay, but you lived in the capital at one time.
Oui, mademoiselle. I spent much of my working life there.
Maybe sleeping off half a bottle of whiskey.
Let us not be so blasé with our opinions, brother.
If you ask me,
I don't believe anyone did.
You're that officer! The shootout on the rooftop! Your face was all over our front page!
It seems it is not only I that possesses great skills of deduction. You...
Please, come quick! The Major has been murdered in his study!
Oh shit.
Messieurs et Mesdames, I am Detective Hercule Poirot of the Belgian Police Force. I ask that you all remain calm and in your seats. I shall begin my investigation immediately. Monsieur Sterling, please, lead the way.
Oh shit, this turned from blackmail to murder. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. The Major. A noticeable, almost sinister chill could be felt upon entering. Okay.
This is Mr. Hagen's study, Detective. Would you like me to stay?
I understand if you are not comfortable with such a scene.
Don't you worry, Detective. I've seen much worse in my years.
I am thankful to have someone of your resilience by my side.
I just can't believe someone could have killed him in cold blood. Is that what you think happened?
I admire your faith in your fellow man, but you will be surprised what someone will do when they feel there is no other option.
Did any members of the staff have access to this office?
Mr. Hagen does not allow any staff into the study, and they were all present in the staff quarters, or part of the dinner service.
And everyone was accounted for?
Everyone. It is my business to know all my staff's whereabouts.
Tell me about the phone call from the major received earlier.
Phone call? Yeah. It was one of his business associates.
Do you know what associate?
He didn't say. I think he was French. The accent still confuses me sometimes.
And did the major sound any different to you? Panicked, anxious, anything out of the ordinary?
Not that I noticed. I think he was embarrassed about ending up on the floor after Master Gideon's one punch. I would be.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Okay. Archibald Sterling. Archibald received a call from the major. The volume he was speaking and could hardly ignore his conversation. Ernesto, factory owner and business entrepreneur, he is driven by profits and has little patience for time wasting and small talk. I was taken back by his bluntness, which many would consider rude, but it is obvious that the opinions of others do not bother him. He is an old former friend of Madame Van de Bosch and former business partner of the late Viscount. Ernesto is a factory owner, owns several factories in the area, and is an international businessman, quite the mogul. Major Felix Hagen, a former major in the British Army. Felix Hagen is not only friends with them. Arrogant, pompous. Seems the major has not changed paths. Somewhere appears his attention is not unwarranted. As ex-military, very little about his life in it. Maybe I'll discover more. A single stab wound. I would expect to see a number of puncture wounds if the culprit had come here with the intention of murder. A result of the confrontation with Monsieur Demire, although only one punch was thrown, there is substantial bruising to his face. I must use all my detective skills and experience here. Besides the stab wound, there's little to go on from his body. I was brought here to find the blackmailer, but discovering the truth behind the major's death must take precedence. His body lies lifeless, presumably in the position he was killed. Purple bruise on face. Single stab wound. What could have caused such a large damp patch on the floor? Damp floor. The snow continues to bellow in. Why this window has been left open, I cannot fathom. It does not look as though anything is obviously missing from it. A note is stuffed down the side of the seat. You do not know me, but I know you and your past very well. Years have passed and your actions remain hidden to the world, actions that would shame even the evilest of men. The details so heinous, to include them would surely bring a tear to my eye. Now is the time for the truth to be revealed to all. While not one man is to blame for the final outcome, it was you that brought about the final piece to the puzzle, the one that no one else would. If you wish to remain a free man, fill a brown paper parcel with 5,000 francs addressed to Monsieur Dupont, to Barbier and Sons cobbler before closing this coming Wednesday. While there is no time to consider your next move, I would not ponder on it for too long. When the world knows of your crimes, they will surely not ponder long on your punishment. Another blackmail letter, written in a similar manner to the ones addressed to Mademoiselle and Angeline. Could the Major be hiding a secret of his own, or is he in fact the author of the letters? Second floor window. Only a madman would consider entering or exiting from this height. Heavy snow fluttering through the open window, filling the room. A substantial amount of money that a thief would not overlook. Perhaps something else was stolen. A large check from Monsieur Silver's company to the Major for security consulting. Rather pricey at that. Blackmail letter, same text as the other letters. Dent in the plaster. Surprising that it's been left visible. Surely it would be quick and easy fix. Unrepaired. Surely this should have been easy enough to repair. Was this recent? Probably. Bulky safe made with security in mind. It's locked tight, but a box of valuables sits on top. Jewelry box. Despite being atop the safe, the contents are untouched. Why it's not locked away, I do not know. No one is getting in here without the combination.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
The obvious items of value have not been taken. Why would the killer not take a reward?
Order and method. That is the way to solve the problem. Magnifique.
If someone had gone to the lengths of scaling the wall, they surely would have taken some valuables. Not a simple burglary. Safe. I can confirm that the window was not the intruder's point of entry. Careless of me not to check the door first upon arrival. The door shows no signs of forced entry or tampering. Could they just have knocked and been allowed to enter? Logical entry point. The obvious and logical entrance to the study and the waiting Major. Did the killer simply enter through the door? Odd to have a bucket this size for such a minute amount of water. Remaining ice cubes. A few cubes remain. The last remains of what was presumably full of ice.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Someone has knocked over the bucket and then repositioned it. Someone besides the Major.
pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
There are signs that something occurred in the study between the Major and our unknown fugitive.
Come, my little grey cells. We must think logically. I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a second look at the evidence in front of me. Is there something I am not seeing? Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Evidence shows that a fight of sorts broke out sometime after the killer entered the room, unobstructed. The door from the bedroom to the study was how the perpetrator entered the room, but what I still do not know is were they invited in or did they slip in unknown?
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
Has anyone else entered this room this evening?
Rihanna brought him some ice for his cheek earlier.
And when was that?
When he returned from his cigar outside, he asked for something to be brought upstairs to ease the swelling of his face. He would normally smoke only in here. Lady Vandenbosch doesn't like the smell of his cigars in the public rooms.
Madame continues to rule her home now how she sees fit, and it is her prerogative.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Now that I know that the Major was not alone, it is time to search the study further in hope of finding a clue as to who was with him. The scene of the crime has been investigated, but does not show a straightforward series of events. The circumstances around the Major's cigar is one such avenue that requires further exploration. Ice bucket, Major study. Bucket was overturned. Someone has knocked over the bucket and repositioned it. Someone besides the Major. A scruffy looking jacket is hanging upon the coat rack. The Major's scabbard is in the pocket. Missing knife. The scabbard has one purpose, and that purpose is missing. It is empty. There should be at least a decorative knife, or what is the use for this? Old and worn.
Magnifique.
The Major's knife is missing, and his body lies with a stab wound. It could very well be the murder weapon. A reasonably full ashtray. I would have expected him to at least clean this out. Ring of dust. There is a rather thick layer of dust surrounding the ashtray, while I find other evidence of neglect. Surely the Major would not let a good cigar go to waste. Why didn't he finish it? The Major's money is obviously spent elsewhere.
Aha.
A discarded towel, folded and unused. No matches remain. No matches remain. What else could the Major have used to light his cigars? A rather organized desk containing what looks like important documents. Very tidy. It is remarkably tidy, although all his recent documents are impractically stored at the back. Was the room cleaned by someone other than himself? Letter opener. This point does not look sharp enough to tear this paper, let alone puncture skin.
Order and method. That... I must act on thought. This will not get me any closer to my goal. What a revelation!
This crime scene has been tampered with. The killer clearly had enough time to cover their tracks. It's incredibly dirty. The logs are old and covered in dust. Moldy logs. Looking at the condition of these logs, they probably haven't been replaced for a long time.
Things are beginning to become clear.
I would have expected the matron to keep his belongings in a much tidier fashion. A normal looking poker stand, nothing appears out of the ordinary. Clean, no signs of being used recently to stroke a fire or anything else. Why is the poker so suspiciously clean? Cast iron poker, what one would expect to find beside a fire. Sharp, the point is sharp, but is not the most practical weapon to inflict the major's wounds.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth. I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
There is currently no way to rule out the poker being the murder weapon. It's quite severe. Such a shame to see such a beautifully made carpet ruined. Burn mark. I'm surprised to see it burned. The size not been tended to on closer inspection appears recent.
I cannot see the logic in this. Come, my little grey cells. What a revelation!
The Major was smoking recently, unsurprisingly, and dropped his cigar. What could have lit the cigar?
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
For a house that has such high standards, there's a noticeable lack of care taken in here.
As I said, Mr. Hagen did not allow the staff in here alone. Besides me. He was very clear on that.
Have the staff ever given him reason to not trust them?
Nothing has ever been brought to my attention. But he was very clear no one was to be in here without his permission.
I suppose it is not unreasonable. I would have thought with his military past he would have kept it immaculate, with not a speck of dust or hair out of place. But the fireplace, for instance, says otherwise.
I haven't seen it lit since he has been with us. Even in the colder months. It's been in this state for some time.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Unused, it appears this hasn't been lit in a long time.
I cannot see the logic in this. magnifique.
There are no items that could start a fire or light a cigar.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
There remains no means to light his cigar. Someone must have lit it for him, someone he trusted. But who?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Someone lit his cigar for him and attacked him when he least expected it. Who could have been so ruthless? Hmm. Hmm.
Is there something I am not? I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
They lit this major cigar and, following the brutal attack of murder, took the time to clean the scene. They were not in a hurry and could still be in the house. How could they remain so calm? The murder weapon remains a mystery. The killer, whose identity is still to be uncovered, must still reside in this house. Come, my little gray cells, let us solve this mystery. I was not expecting to have a murder case on my hands when I arrived, but this will immediately be another test for the great detective Poirot.
Anything I can do to help, Detective?
I believe I have collected all the necessary information and evidence. I'd now like to inspect his adjoining bedroom.
As you wish.
It is clear the reason for entering the major study was not to make haste with his valuables. What I must understand is if the intent for murder was there. The study has been manipulated following the Major's death, meaning they had time to return to the scene and attempt to cover their tracks. The perpetrator entered through the bedroom. Perhaps there's something they failed to clean up behind them that can make sense of all this. I should review what clues the study yielded before I continue. If the killer still resides in the house, I must approach everyone with not only caution, but suspicion. Hmm. The fallen snow has laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surrounds the house. It seems Madame Van de Bosch's heart is a trophy worth fighting over. Major Hagen, I hope you will excuse my bluntness and plain speaking, but there is a matter regarding Madame Van den Bosch but requires not only our attention, but a level of understanding and respect between us both. I am fully aware of the help that you offer to not only Madame, but her family and household. I am also aware that you know of the assistance that I have given to Madame and the Viscount before her. We are friends and business partners, and I felt it my duty to continue to give aid to keep the Van der Bosch name at the standing that it has always been. Having said that, it is not always as simple to keep business and personal matters separate, and this is how I find myself today. Cassandra and I share a bond that one does not experience often in their lifetime. No doubt you have felt similar, but what may be lost to one man is love to another. While I respect you for your efforts in the war and the generosity you have shown Madame, I must request you step back from what you consider to be your duties at the house and allow for Madame to make her choice. The choice that I believe is obvious to all parties. I trust this correspondence remains for your eyes only, and a gentleman's agreement is enough to guarantee our arrangement. It is a rather bold move to challenge the Major as they have, especially with his position at the house. I must review the information I have gathered from each guest today. There may be something that will help reveal the identity of the letter's author. Love for Cassandra mentioned. The letter states that the Major is trying to steal Cassandra from them, who loves Cassandra in this way. Mention of helping the family, Viscount and Cassandra in the past, who has helped both.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
If there is something between Ernesto and Madame Van de Bosch, Archibald will surely know of it.
Oh.
This could be the weapon that brought down some of the impressive animals that now fill the walls. And on the floor.
Oh.
I am not sure how it would fare coming face to face with such beasts. A rather threatening letter has been penned addressed to Major F. Hagen. Dear Major F. Hagen, I did not think I would ever find myself writing a letter such as this, but under the current circumstances I see no other option. Madame Van de Bosch and I have been friends for more years than I care to say. That is why I can no longer sit back and allow your pleading to continue. I am well aware of the companionship you have offered to my good friend over the years. It has been most generous, and without it I care not to think what would have happened to her. But that does not give you the opportunity to act in such a foul and boorish manner. The day the Viscount passed, I promised that I would protect both Cassandra and Angeline, and it is a promise I will keep. You were once a major in the British Armed Forces, but your actions have mirrored that of drunken fools who hold no place in our society, let alone Madame's house. Please do not bother yourself with a response. There is not a question that requires an answer, only a hope that you see your errors and adjust them accordingly. The author speaks of bullying, and although no specifics are noted, any form of that treatment towards a woman is not acceptable.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Margot was quick to speak of her protection over Cassandra. She must take this role very seriously. I wonder how many travel expeditions have been planned while enjoying the contents of this globe. Another letter addressed to the Major. It appears he has someone looking out for his business concerns with the workers' strike. Felix, I understand that there are a number of business concerns for you in the situation that has arisen within the factories, but I offer this piece of advice. Step back. Monsieur Becker's efforts with the union have finally opened the workers' eyes, and they seek, nay, demand, the fair treatment they deserved for so long. The fuel for the fire has already been laid, and the match is ready to be struck. You do not want to be near those flames when they ignite. I know you were once a good, honorable man. I pray that is still true today.
Come, my little grey cells. I must act on thought and fact, not... Things are beginning to become clearer.
The only other union supporter I know that is passionate enough to write such a letter, Monsieur Gideon.
Certainly. What do you need?
What do you know of the Major's relationships with the guests?
The male guests, I believe, he knows in a business capacity, but I'm afraid that's all I know. I will add, though, he has not always been the easiest man to get along with.
You are talking from personal experience of working for him.
I am head butler to the Van den Bosch family in their home. He has made himself comfortable, but to me he still remained a guest.
Do you know much of the Major's time in the army?
There's not much I couldn't tell you. As soon as he found out my father was in the army, his stories never stopped.
I am sure an officer of his rank must have many a tale.
A tale is a fitting description. Not so much a pinch of salt, more like a bag is needed listening to them.
What can you tell me about Monsieur de Silver, the Major, and Madame Van den Bosch?
You've lost me, detective.
I struggle to believe they were both helping her out of the kindness of their hearts. Could they have been fighting for the Madame's affection?
Ah, that didn't take you long to spot.
Monsieur Sterling's lack of a real response gives me all the answer I require.
Your help and discretion in this matter are greatly appreciated.
Cassandra has multiple admirers. Ernesto and the Major were both fighting for Cassandra's affection. The Major fabricated his accomplishments. It's no surprise the Major would embellish his war stories or make them about his accomplishments. The Major is generally disliked. Archibald claimed there are more people that dislike the Major than do.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Now I know of Ernesto's feelings towards Cassandra. He must be the one behind the letter.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
It seems the guests were not fond of the Major.
What a revelation!
It's highly possible one of the guests is behind the murder. This warrants immediate investigation. Based on the evidence seen in the Major's study and bedroom, as well as what I have learned from speaking with the guests, Monsieur de Silva, Comtesse de Vos, and Monsieur de Mur warrant concern and further investigation.
Certainly. What do you need?
There's nothing further for me to investigate in here. Would you kindly gather the guests for me?
As you wish, Detective.
It seems. Oh, the Major, complete chapter 3. It seems there's no simple explanation for what happened here. The Major's popularity amongst the guests does not seem very high. There are still many questions that must be asked.
The guests are waiting for you, Detective. I informed them of what has happened, but divulged no details.
There goes my opportunity to catch one of them off guard. No matter. I have more than one weapon in my armory.
I am most grateful. Madame Van den Bosch is here also?
She's in her room with Miss Angeline. It may be better to speak with them privately tomorrow.
Oui, merci. I shall come find you again once my questioning is complete.
The guests' alibis are my priority. Once I can confirm their whereabouts this evening, I can understand you had an opportunity. I have my lead suspects from the evidence at the scene of the crime. Perhaps those will change after speaking with them all. Take a break. Stop for a refreshment during a key moment. I am glad to see there is something for all tastes. Perhaps I will be able to enjoy a drink later.
I'm afraid our conversation is of a more formal nature this time.
So the Major was murdered?
It appears so.
You can't think that I did it, though.
I will be questioning everyone over the course of the evening, and your cooperation will certainly speed up that process.
Besides speaking with me, tell me about your movements before dinner.
I was here in the salon, minding my own business, enjoying my own company.
Minding your business from whom?
Comtesse, what's her name, and my brother. Apart from wanting to congratulate him for a great right hook, there was nothing I had to say to.
Comtesse de Vos? And they will both confirm you were here?
If she had taken a moment to notice anything besides herself, she will tell you I was here the whole time.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time. Bonsoir, Monsieur Beckers. Merci for speaking with me.
Monsieur Poirot, or should it be Detective Poirot now?
Detective Poirot is perfect. Merci. I would like to begin with a few questions.
Go right ahead, Detective Poirot.
Can you tell me where you were prior to dinner?
I took great pleasure in seeing the Major's ego as well as his face take a bruising. And then I made my way to the library.
Where you spoke with Mademoiselle Conrad.
And yourself? Yes.
We were the only two that you spoke with.
One of the servants brought me a drink and I was telling her about the benefits of joining a union. She didn't understand what it truly meant to be a part of something. Something bigger than just her. I was trying to explain to her how...
Monsieur.
Oh, yes, it was just the two of you, and the servant.
Strange that he does not seem to recall seeing Monsieur de Silva in the library.
And you are sure there was no one else present?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, Detective. You were there.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation. Monsieur de Silva, merci for obliging me.
A detective comes to a party and a dead body shows up. Coincidental, don't you think?
A man's death is not a matter to joke on, monsieur.
Who said anything about a joke?
Then perhaps you can tell me what it was you saw this evening.
Where were you prior to dinner?
Following whatever that was in the hall, I moved to the library.
Is there anyone that can confirm that?
Miss Conrad and Beckers were in there, arguing about something. The books held my interest far more than their conversation.
You did not speak with them until dinner was served?
I had no reason to get involved with their little spat. It was clear they didn't want me to hear, and that suited me just fine.
Merci for your cooperation.
Spoke with Jackie and myself. Only talked to Jackie and myself while in the library. Can this be verified? Hugo was in the library following the altercation. Zachariah expressed disdain for Margot, had no interest in speaking with Margot or his brother. Zachariah was in the salon following the altercation. Saw Gideon and Margot. They were both present in the salon. Can this be verified? Argument between Hugo and Jackie. Ernesto overheard an argument between them but did not hear what was said. Can this be verified? He spent most of his time in the library.
Stream elements. Said.
Monsieur Demir,
Stay moist, my friends.
I am sorry
hydrate.
your celebrations have taken a rather dark turn.
As am I, Detective. I hope we will be able to bring this investigation to an end post-haste.
With your cooperation, I will do my very best.
Besides your time in the hall, where were you before we were summoned to the dining room?
I was here in the salon. I thought I would have a moment of peace to calm myself, but the Comtesse and my brother followed behind.
Did they inquire into the reasons behind the fight in the hall?
I think they both saw it as some light entertainment, more than anything else.
The Comtesse does not strike me as one to enjoy violence.
And not so much violence, but karma for the Major, perhaps. You did not hear how he spoke to my wife-to-be. She is still rather upset about the whole thing.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further.
Gideon saw Margot and Zachariah. Margot and Zachariah followed Gideon into the salon. Can this be verified? Gideon moved into the salon after the altercation with the Major, and Angeline still upset about the altercation.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
They confirm each other's appearance in the salon. Well, they are brothers, so they could still be working together.
Comtesse, I am sorry our next conversation must be under such formal circumstances.
It is not the first time Felix has ruined a good party.
The current state of tonight's celebrations is the least of my priorities, Comtesse.
Well, it's at the top of mine, detective. I did not come here for a wake.
Perhaps then we should proceed with my questions and you can get back to celebrating.
It would be my pleasure, chérie.
We spoke earlier. Did you remain here in the salon until dinner was served?
I did. I thought by staying in one place, it would be easy for the staff to bring me my drinks. How wrong I was.
And who else was present in here?
The handsome groom-to-be and his brother, although Zachariah, is it, made a rather sharp exit at one stage.
Did he say where he was going?
He barely said 2 words to either of us. I think he was more concerned with his drink.
Another to notice Monsieur Demer's drinking, and yet no one seems concerned.
Merci, Comtesse. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
Zachariah went missing. Apparently Zachariah left the room at one point in the evening, did anyone else notice? Margot was talking with Gideon in the salon. Margot was in the salon.
Magnifique.
Margot and Gideon confirm each other's appearance in the salon.
This will not get me any closer to my... I must take a different approach if I am to Another success. I never doubted myself.
Margot claimed Zachariah stepped out of the room, but Gideon did not mention it. Was his missing time accounted for?
I'm an open book, Poirot.
Your version of events.
I told you already. I was here in the salon.
And you did not leave even once.
Well, I had to use the bathroom. I didn't realize I had to update you every time nature called.
You may keep your calls of nature to yourself, merci. And then you returned to the salon?
If you don't believe me, ask Archibald. He saw me on his way up to the study.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time. Can you confirm seeing Monsieur Demire in the hall this evening?
Zachariah, yes. I was on my way with a bottle of whiskey to the Major. He shouted a rather ignorable greeting to me and asked for directions to the bathroom.
I presume you showed him the way?
Aye, detective. I showed him to the hall bathroom. I didn't think it was wise to attempt the stairs, not in that state.
Order and method. That is the way to sort... I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Archibald confirmed Zachariah's movements out of the salon, however brief.
What a revelation!
Gideon, Zachariah, and Margot were all in the salon, at least for some time all together. Surely someone else is to blame.
Mademoiselle Conrad, I am sure you understand the delicate nature of the situation.
I knew I had seen your face before. You were just an officer when that story hit the paper.
You have a très bon memory, mademoiselle. That was a long time ago.
You can't escape the past, especially when you go and do something like that.
That is very true, but one can learn from it and create a better future.
What would you say to an
Please, mademoiselle. Catching the Major's killer is my sole concern right now. Now, if you would be so kind, I have some questions for you.
Tell me about your evening since your arrival.
I arrived, unpacked my bags in my room, and made it downstairs just in time to see the Major take a right hook from Gideon. And then I went to check out the library.
And you were joined by Monsieur Beckers.
And Ernesto, or Monsieur de Silver, as you say. But after he ignored my attempt at pleasantries, I left him to his book in the corner.
And your conversation with Monsieur Beckers that I interrupted.
You are a persistent one, aren't you? Makes sense now I know who you really are. You'll just have to wait and read about it in the paper like everyone else.
Mademoiselle Conrad still remains tight-lipped about her discussion with Monsieur Beckers, but a hint at reading about it in the newspaper makes me believe that may be a much grander nature than I expected.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far. Merci.
Jackie was talking to Hugo, the conversation I overheard upon entering the library. Surely this can be verified. Jackie was in the library following the altercation. Nesta was lurking in the library, reading a book alone in the corner.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
They confirm each other's appearance in the library.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Jackie and Hugo confirm each other's appearance in the library.
Come, my little grey cells. Magnifique.
Hugo failed to mention seeing Ernesto in the library.
Whatever you require, Detective.
Your story of tonight's events.
I know you are probably used to dealing with criminals, but not everyone is trying to hide something.
I hope for your sake that you do not hide anything from me.
What is it you think I'm hiding?
I struggle to believe you did not know of Monsieur da Silva's presence in the library.
Is that what this is about? I saw him hiding in the corner, pretending to read. I'd be surprised if he even could. I did not speak to him, and he certainly didn't make any attempt to speak with me.
Monsieur Demire invited you here to speak with him. You didn't see that as a fitting time too?
I was speaking with Jacqueline, and quite frankly, I was in no mood to be dealing with that man.
Monsieur Beckers is courageous and full of vigor in his planning, but his execution does not share such confidence.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation.
Hugo saw Ernesto briefly.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Hugo and Ernesto now confirm each other's appearance in the library.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Hugo, Ernesto, and Jackie support each other's versions of events. Someone else must be responsible, surely. Even with some minute differences in stories, the guests all confirm each other's alibis. It is not the outcome I was expecting, or perhaps hoping for. Come, my little gray cells, let's solve this mystery. That did not yield the result I desired. Perhaps a more direct approach considering the potential motives will reveal more.
I'm an open book, Poirot.
Did you speak with the Major this evening?
Why would I? I've got nothing to say to him. Except maybe to keep his hands off what is ours.
What is yours that he could want?
Money, of course. Why do you think he has been suckling at the Van den Bosch teat for so long? He's bled them dry, and now they will all do the same to our money.
Our?
My father's, Gideon's, it's all the same.
I get the sense you and Monsieur Gideon are not the closest.
When you have not been on level playing fields for years, it's hard to have a fair game.
I am afraid I do not quite understand.
If we're playing golf, he has a full set of clubs and a caddy in the form of my father, and I have the old split putter. Make sense now?
Perfectly.
There is certainly some hostility towards his brother. This runs much deeper than brotherly rivalry.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
Zachariah resents Gideon. It feels as though he has held on to his resentment for a long time.
Whatever you require, Detective.
How do you know the victim?
I know that I don't think, or didn't think, a great deal of him. I'm just sorry I didn't get the chance to tell him what I thought.
The man has recently been murdered.
Someone must stand up to men like him, with their crooked dealings and lack of, well, any compassion at all.
Another rousing speech, monsieur.
It's the truth. If you knew what I know, maybe he wouldn't be dead, but behind bars instead.
Your connection to the family is through Monsieur Demir, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, Gideon invited me. If you will recall from our previous conversation, we have been working together and he thought now would be a good time to discuss matters.
To discuss business at the celebration of his engagement?
We're all here, so what better time? He thought Da Silva might even let his guard down if he was in a more jubilant mood. It would be wise to not continue to ignore us any longer.
And what business was it that was so urgent?
We're trying to resolve the worker strikes. It has gone on long enough. Now is the time for him to listen to our demands so we can put an end to it all. Put the violence and upset behind us.
You seem to hold a certain level of, shall we say, anger towards the Major.
Anger, yes, but that's all. I wouldn't kill a man.
You must see why this leads me to have suspicions.
You can't honestly think I did it. I am a man of peace. I make changes with words, not with violence.
I barely mentioned the Major and Monsieur Beckers became rather flustered and defensive. So, are there plans for a negotiation with Monsieur de Silver?
I am fighting for the basic rights of our workers, nothing more. If he can't see that, he is a lesser man than I already thought.
And where does Monsieur Gideon fit into the negotiations? And his brother?
His brother? I didn't even know he had a brother until I arrived here. Gideon certainly hasn't talked much about him. I get the sense there's not much love lost between them.
When was the last time you saw the Major?
Last I saw, he was outside having a cigar.
Oui, I spoke with him myself, but that was some time ago.
He does love a cigar. You'd have to stand out in those conditions. I could barely see him through the snow.
Merci, Monsieur Beckers. It has been a most enlightening conversation.
Hugo has dirt on the Major. It is obvious he has some information on the Major. Gideon is trying to start negotiations. Trying to improve worker standards seems like an honest motive for his negotiations. Hugo claims to have calmed down. Hugo says he calmed down, but I wonder if the threat could have escalated.
I'm an open book, Poirot.
Your relationship with your brother. It seems everyone has an opinion.
That doesn't surprise me, and yet no one actually asks.
I am asking now.
I should have expected that, shouldn't I? What is there to say? We used to be close, but not so much anymore.
I would find it very helpful if you could at least elaborate on your relationship.
He went to school, got an education, and was the apple of our father's eye. I went to war. See the difference now?
Monsieur has again mentioned this time in the war. While I do not mean to belittle his efforts for his country, it seems as though he has not been able to leave that life behind on the battlefield.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
No, I thought there was a new one. No? Okay.
More questions? I suppose so.
Can you tell me more about your relationship with the deceased?
Felix, I didn't know him that well. We spoke a handful of times. I met him through Cassandra. I thought him to be rather pompous.
But you remained polite, as any gentleman would.
Of course.
The negative opinion of the Major is rather ubiquitous. I am yet to meet someone with a particularly positive view of him. Why don't you tell me more about your relationship with Madame Van de Bosch?
What is there to say? She's a remarkable woman, and I admire her. Even after Edwin's death, she held herself with such poise.
It sounds as though you hold her in the highest regard.
And why shouldn't I? Women these days could take a leaf out of her book on how to present themselves.
You said you had talked with the Major a few times. About what?
He had approached me about doing some business together. I like to know who I'm getting into bed with first.
And you both went ahead with your business venture?
Not so much a business venture, more security related. But there is no need to discuss that any further.
Is there something you wish to remain hidden about your partnership, monsieur?
It was far from a partnership. I hired him to run security at my factories. If the workers were going to get violent, I wanted to make sure I was ready to protect my property.
Both you and the Major have been very supportive of Madame Van de Bosch over the years, n'est-ce pas?
That is correct.
And the reason for your support was always of a purely platonic nature.
If you're trying to insinuate that I was expecting something in return, you can remove your head from the gutter.
I meant no offense. I'm only trying to understand the dynamic of your relationship.
I may need to approach this in a different manner. Perhaps I should speak with the Comtesse on this.
Merci for your cooperation.
Major involved in the workers' strikes. The Major was working as security for the factories during the strikes. Ernesto is fond of Cassandra. His true feelings have finally come to light. Ernesto denies loving Cassandra. Ernesto denies Cassandra is more than a friend. Ernesto has business connections with the family. Specifically, Ernesto has worked with both Cassandra and the Major.
No trouble at all. How can I help?
With the joining of your two families and the Major being around so much, I assume you knew him well.
I knew of him more than actually knowing him myself. In the past, he made his feelings towards my brother and I quite clear.
And that was not in a positive way.
I certainly wouldn't call trying to get Angeline to postpone the engagement positive.
I spoke with your brother earlier. He was certainly enjoying himself.
What do you mean?
I do not mean to pry, only I imagine the whole room was aware of his celebrating with a bottle.
You must be mistaken. Neither my brother nor I drink.
I do not know how he could not have noticed the state his brother was in. Perhaps one does not see what one does not want to believe. How is your relationship with your brother?
We aren't the closest, but what brothers are?
I would argue that many are.
We've lived very different lives. Our priorities are different. He does not see things the way I do. There isn't much more to say.
There is clearly more to uncover here. I shall return to the matter when I have the fuel that is required to get the answers. I would like to ask you about your work with the Union.
I have lent my voice to some discussions. I have tried to facilitate meetings. Just positive support.
Does that positive support include sending letters to those on the opposing side?
Detective Poirot, I'm not sure what you think I have done.
Monsieur, a letter has been found threatening the Major of what might happen if he does not act promptly, and now he has wound up dead.
You think my sending him a letter, warning him not to get involved, means I murdered him?
At this time, it is certainly reason for me to be suspicious.
I have been funding the strikes, Detective. These men deserve fair treatment, and a wage that fits the hard work they undertake every single day. The Major didn't see that. All he cared about was the money for his services, and that is all I care to discuss.
It appears Monsieur's letter was at least written with noble intentions, but he is still hesitant to talk more on the Major's association.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further.
Gideon hesitated to mention past with the Major. There is still something regarding the Major that he is withholding. Does Gideon have something to hide? Gideon denies his brother's drinking. It is as clear as day. Why is Gideon denying this? Gideon wrote the letter. I have confirmed it was Gideon that penned the letter to the Major, warning him off. Major didn't approve of the marriage. This was clearly shown in the altercation that occurred in the hall. Gideon and Zachariah's quarrel, they are very different people.
I'm an open book, Poirot.
What do you know of your brother's work with the Union?
If you want to know about Gideon's part in the Union, why don't you ask him?
So, you are aware of his support for them?
Yes, well, he...
Oui, monsieur?
It'd be best to just ask him.
Monsieur either does not know much of what his brother does, or he is protecting him rather coyly.
I think that is all for now. Merci for your time.
Zachariah is defensive of Gideon. Although they aren't close, Zachariah is willing to withhold details about his brother's dealings. Why does this surprise me?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
He claims not to be close to his brother, but still seeks to withhold information about him.
No trouble at all. How can I help?
I would like to talk more about your brother.
I believe there are more important matters at hand than talking about my brother and I's relationship, or lack thereof.
The murderer is in this house, and by holding back information that may help my investigation, you only make me suspicious of your involvement. Monsieur Demire, if you continue to withhold information, I can only assume you are hiding something, and must treat you as a prime suspect in the Major's murder.
I have nothing to hide. If you must know, we have not been on the best terms for years now. As I said, we are different people. He does not see the importance of planning for the future, and as much as my parents tried, we could not make him see that. I suppose that is why he sees me as their favorite.
He still believes that now?
I assume so. We barely talk anymore. I was hoping we would be able to sit down and talk and leave the past behind. This evening has not panned out that way.
If you would be so kind as to stay here, I may require your help further.
Gideon feels detached from Zachariah. Clearly they haven't been close for some time. Is this feeling mutual, I wonder?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
The brothers are suspicious individually, but I cannot see them working together.
I am all yours, detective.
Did you ever speak to the Major about how he treated Madame Van de Bosch?
Why would I actively choose to speak to that wretched man?
You were quite adamant of your protection of Madame. If he was as awful as you portrayed him to be, there must have been some words spoken, or perhaps written?
He was quite aware of how I felt towards him, and the lengths he has gone to remain close to the family. That is all that needs to be said.
I must admit, I would not want to be on the receiving end of your tongue's wrath, Countess.
Wise thinking, detective.
I'm sure you have noticed Madame Van de Bosch's absence.
I imagine she will have shed a tear for him, but she should not waste any more.
You don't think she would? Or you don't want her to?
I have made it quite clear what I think of that man, alive or dead. I would not want her to waste anything further on him.
I don't know who has the sharper tongue, Madame Van de Bosch or the Comtesse. It is certainly a close race for the first place. What of Madame Van de Bosch and Monsieur de Silva's relationship?
What of it?
Do you believe there was something more to their friendship?
As I have said, detective, I am not one to gossip.
I would not even consider your name and that word in the same sentence.
Because it is not gossip when it's the truth.
I am not sure that is correct, but the Comtesse has made a bold attempt to justify her wagging tongue.
Why else do you think he would stay around for so long? Yes, he was a friend and partner to the Viscount, but it is plain to see it is Cassandra's partnership he longs for.
You have explained that the Major was trying to remain close to the family, but not why.
He was a disgusting leech that was driven only by money and power, like most men.
I can assure you not all men are concerned with such egotistical wealth.
That may be, but they are few and far between. I believe you are a special case, Detective Poirot.
It is not the first time I have been described in such a way.
Embrace the compliment, detective. You have set yourself apart from the horrid crétins that seem to somehow make their way into positions of authority and power.
And that is what the Major was doing? Using Madame Van den Bosch as his ladder to the top?
You are finally seeing the man he was. A weak and self-indulgent social climber.
The Comtesse has certainly opened my eyes to the Major's true ambitions with the Van den Bosch family. I wonder if Madame herself is aware of his greed and hunger for social recognition.
Merci, Countess. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
Okay. Cassandra more than a friend to Ernesto. Come on now. Margot confirmed that Ernesto has always had feelings for Cassandra. Do others know of Ernesto's love? Major leached onto Cassandra. Quite the statement. There's certainly some animosity between Margot and the Major. Issues between the Major and Cassandra. She is hinting at issues regarding the Major and Cassandra's relationship.
You came to the right place. What do you need?
What did you know of the victim?
I know that he was not the good and honest man he liked to think he was.
In what sense?
If you spoke to him for longer than 5 minutes, you'd know. I've met people in dark alleys I trust before him.
And on the occasions when you did speak with him, what was discussed?
I'm sorry, Poirot. If you're looking for a deep-seated secret between me and him, you're going to be disappointed.
Mademoiselle, Conrad is wise to the nature of this question. She knows what and not what to say. This nut may be harder to crack than first expected. As you were previously speaking with him, I assume you know Monsieur Beckers as well, then.
That man has got some real anger issues. I get why he's frustrated. He's trying his best for the workers, but holding on to rage like that, something's gonna burst.
A man suppressing his anger and a murdered body. The most amateur detective could see a connection. Amateur, amateur detective. You seem to know a great deal about everyone. What can you tell me about Monsieur de Silva and Madame Van den Bosch?
If you think you can use me as some sort of gossip machine, you are sorely mistaken.
I can assure you it is not a case of gossiping. At this point, everything may be relevant to my investigation.
So I would be helping you potentially solve a crime? You should have said that off the bat. To say he's smitten is an understatement. I reckon he's been wanting her for years.
I see. Madame does not feel the same?
Doesn't look like it. If she did, she would have said something about it, right?
What are your thoughts on the Comtesse? I would appreciate your opinion on her.
I don't know if you really would. She's got a mouth the size of Texas, except when it comes to truths about her. She wants everyone to think that she's the savior of these girls at the shelter. But there's a side to her I don't think anyone gets to see.
And what side is that?
One that she is keeping tucked away under her very expensive dress.
I can only see the work at a woman's shelter as positive, even if the reason to start came from a selfish place. The work they do cannot be scoffed at.
You have been most helpful. I request you do not go too far. Merci.
Ernesto and Cassandra's friendship. Jackie seems fairly sure that Ernesto's feelings are one of friendship. Hugo's frustration. According to Jackie, Hugo is still mad at the Major in our absence. Jackie claims Margot is hiding something. Jackie's opinion of Margot is not that much better than that of the Major's. What is it that Margot is hiding? Jackie doesn't trust the Major. Not trusting the Major shows signs of past conflict. There must be more to this.
Magnifique.
Hugo claims to have calmed down since his argument with the Major, but Jackie disputed this.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Perhaps Ernesto had hidden his secret love well. We can use this to our advantage.
More questions? I suppose so.
Apologies for the insistent questions on the subject, but you and Madame Van den Bosch.
Mademoiselle Conrad was quick to talk of your hidden feelings towards her. Perhaps only hidden to Madame Van den Bosch herself.
What has this got to do with the Major's death? Does Cassandra know you have spoken to others about this? I have only tried to help her.
I am merely asking the question. There's no reason to panic. It would greatly help me if you would answer honestly.
There may be some feelings there, but Madame Van den Bosch does not know of them, and I trust that it will remain that way.
Merci for your cooperation.
Ernesto cares for Cassandra. Ernesto cares deeply for Cassandra. Perhaps his anger has peaked. How deep does Ernesto's love go, I wonder?
I am all yours, detective.
Push on the Major's aggression towards
Comtesse,
Cassandra.
you gave me the impression the Major and the Madame were close. But there were times where he acted rather aggressively to her, n'est-ce pas?
I am sorry, detective, but I did not mean to give you such an impression.
I have already built a rapport with the Comtesse, some may even say in a flirtatious manner. Perhaps if I continue to charm her, she will reveal the information I require. It is obviously I who am mistaken. A fine woman of your stature would not purposely lead a young man astray.
Ever the charmer detective. I would talk more on it, but I'm afraid Cassandra would think I am talking about her behind her back.
The Comtesse has something more to say, but she still holds back. Something tells me it's more to do with receiving attention. Perhaps I can use that to my advantage. You obviously care a great deal about Madame Vandenbosch. Assisting me will help clear her of any wrongdoing. That is what you want for her, isn't it?
It is not often I am swayed so easily. I applaud you on your willingness and persistence. From day one, I was wary of his intentions. And it was not long before he showed his true colors. If it is a tear she sheds, it should be one of joy that he is out of her life.
I understand your feelings towards the Major, but perhaps there was...
He was a bully. He took his shortcomings out on her, and she sat there and accepted it. I never thought I would see the day. Perhaps now she will be able to see the man he truly was. Karma will always catch up to you.
Comtesse Margot de Vos. Uncover a secret memory from Margot.
Merci, Comtesse. If I have any further questions, I shall be sure to come and find you.
I had my own opinion of the Major, one that is wiser kept to myself, but I did not expect so many like-minded thinkers. I should think further on what I have heard in my quarters.
My time with the guests is complete, for tonight, at least.
Do you know who killed Major Hagen?
I am afraid it is not as simple as that. There are many steps that lead to the truth. I must think on everything I have heard this evening and dissect the truths from the lies. Merci for your assistance this evening. Au revoir.
I came here expecting to solve a case of blackmail, to relieve a family of a burden that has weighed upon them and overshadowed a joyous celebration. I have never been to an engagement celebration where death has taken center stage before. Although the guests' alibis confirm each other's, I still cannot rule out the possibility of one of them being involved in the Major's death. The relationships between some of the guests and the Major were more than rocky. Dislike towards him was plentiful, but enough to drive someone to murder. This is now the perfect opportunity to think about everything I have heard today. I have all the information I need. I must now compile it together and find the most probable culprit. Gideon wrote the letter. Gideon hesitated to mention past with the Major. Is trying to start negotiations. Threat to the Major. Tried to intimidate the Major in his letter. Cares deeply for Cassandra. Involved in the worker strikes. Is fronting money for house. Zachariah resents Gideon. Expressed disdain for Margot. Has dirt on the Major. Has information from Hugo. Claims Margot is hiding something. Advice to the Major. Are longtime friends.
What a revelation!
The letter she sent protecting Cassandra was threatening indeed, and Jackie seems unable to determine her secret.
say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
When I first overheard their conversation, it seemed Hugo was trying to get Jackie to listen.
I must act on. I must take a different approach. I cannot see the logic in. The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
His history with the Major combined with threats to his well-being definitely show intent.
I should not be surprised by.
Blinded by both love and greed, he may have struck down his opposition.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
All the guests have at least one other guest to confirm their alibis. Who could that be at this time?
Entrez.
Detective, I'm sorry I did not join you in the salon as requested.
Please, mademoiselle. There is no need to apologize.
I was with Maman in her room. She would not allow anyone to see it, but I could see she was terribly upset.
Most understandable.
Oh, couldn't get to it in time. Sorry, guys. I could not get to it in time to mute that. Okay.
Do you have any suspicions as to who could have killed him?
I'm afraid my suspicions extended across all of the party's guests. While it seems as though their alibis all corroborate one another's, the disdain and hostility towards the Major makes them rife with motive.
I know there was some bad blood between the Major and some of the guests, but not enough to kill him, surely. She may seem tough on the exterior, but she's really quite kind when you get to know her.
The Countess? She is a formidable force I would not want to come up against.
Don't be silly, detective. She wouldn't hurt a soul. Jacqueline, I mean.
Mademoiselle Conrad, she was in fact the least suspicious, until now.
I assume that's who you were talking about, detective, after what happened between them.
That is a story I have yet to hear.
She must have told you about the piece she was writing on us, about Gideon's work and our marriage.
Somehow that was the only thing she did not mention.
That's strange. I thought that is what she would have started the conversation with. Well, she had come to the house to interview me, and when I entered the library, she was there with Felix amid a rather heated conversation.
Do you know what this conversation regarded?
I'm afraid not, but Felix was quite enraged. He picked up an envelope from the table and stormed out, slamming the door behind him.
And Mademoiselle Conrad?
She was equally heated in the moment. She had a few choice words for him that I wouldn't care to repeat.
Jackie Conrad uncovered his secret memory from Jacqueline. How's Madame feeling now?
Better, thank you, detective. She's resting in her room. It is the best place for her.
And you, mademoiselle?
I'm not quite sure. It is a rather surreal feeling. I did not think I would miss him like I do.
It is understandable. He has been a close friend to your maman for many years.
And to me, detective. We had grown close. After father's passing, he was always there for me. And now, he's gone as well.
You must try and not think on it like that.
It is easier said than done, detective.
I have no doubt. If you were in my position, mademoiselle, who'd be at the top of your suspect list?
I'm sorry, but I just can't imagine any of them committing such a heinous crime.
It can often be hard to look past one's personal feelings for someone and see their flaws.
It's not that, detective. It's just they have known each other for years. Why would any of them act now?
I was under the impression the Major had merely a business relationship with some of the guests.
That's true. But those invited know each other, some of them for years. They may not seem like it, but some are even friends. I should return to my room now, detective. It has been a trying day for us all.
Oui, mademoiselle. I am afraid tomorrow may bear a resemblance, but I will not stop until I have found his killer.
I am certainly glad you are here, detective.
When and where a detective is required, that is where I shall be. Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle has left me with an interesting thought, one I had not considered until now. While at first glance the guests do not appear to show much fondness for each other, Mademoiselle is quite sure that is not the case. Perhaps I must consider looking at the guests together and not individually.
Is there something I am... Order and method. That is the way to... This will not get me any closer. The pieces of the puzzle are fine.
I doubted Jackie's involvement with the murder, but now I am dubious of her innocence.
What a revelation!
I now have all the motives from the guest, who is under suspicion.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
I do not know who I can trust or whose stories I can believe. Are the guests innocent?
Magnifique.
I now doubt how trustworthy their stories may be. They may well be covering for each other. There is no physical way one of the guests could have killed the major and returned to the party, unless that is where I am mistaken. It is not one guilty party I should be looking for, rather multiple. How could I have not considered that the major's death was part of a ploy created and executed by more than only one of the guests? It came almost as an epiphany following Mademoiselle Angeline's remark about the guest's shared past. Perhaps Mademoiselle will become the trusted ally that I now sense may be essential to catching the guilty parties. Tonight's questioning was only the beginning. I will allow my suspects to sleep on their stories, and we will see how they fare tomorrow. Perhaps one of those involved will have morals enough to show a glimmer of regret. Considering they may be working together, I cannot be sure who has told me the truth and who has attempted to sell me down the flue. Perhaps I should sleep on the matter. A good night's sleep will surely bring a new dawn of thinking, and what a better setting to do so in the and than this peaceful falling plate of snow that surrounds us all. The interrogations complete chapter 4, although it seems not everyone has the same idea. A restless sleep combined with the image of the eerie figure in the snow has only convoluted what my little gray cells must consider. I should not have expected this to be a simple case. I have been lied to by at least one of the guests. Their alibis all confirm each other's, but I know this is not to be true. How the Major was involved with the blackmail eludes me, for now. Once I have confirmed whether he was the author or recipient, I can consider my next step in my investigation. Gideon paid it off. With nobody in the house able to pay the ransom, Gideon did the honorable thing as fiancé to... Okay.
Good morning, Detective. You slept well?
I'm afraid I did not. I was hoping for at least a moment of pleasant slumber, but alas, it was not to be. Finding the Major's killer is the only thing that will put my mind at ease.
In that case, Detective, what can I do to help?
While watching the snow fall last night, I swear I saw the silhouette of a figure standing in the garden.
In that snow? If someone was out there, we'd have another body on our hands.
I realize how strange it sounds. I would not believe it myself if I had not seen it with my own eyes.
Staff have reported seeing things in the dark before, but it always just turns out to be shadows. It was likely just your mind playing tricks.
I did not see Mademoiselle Elizabeth last night.
I'm afraid our Lizzie is not well. I think the events of yesterday were too much for her. We'll have to just make do without her this morning.
As Wordsworth once stated, rest and be thankful. Perhaps a chance of peace and relaxation will work wonders.
I would also like to speak with Madame Van den Bosch at her earliest convenience.
She is currently eating breakfast alone in the dining room. It's how she prefers it. But if you wish to speak with her now...
It is important I speak with her, but perhaps it is better to allow her to finish. I do not wish to upset her before I have even asked my first question. I could perhaps investigate the garden for any evidence of the figure from last night. Would you permit me access to the house's telephone?
I would, But I'm afraid I found this morning that the telephone lines aren't working. The snow continued through the night and must have damaged them. Even if we could use the telephone, I don't think anyone would be able to reach us.
In that case, it will be up to myself alone to solve the case.
I'll let you know if anything changes. But until some of the snow clears, enough for the carriages to arrive, we are snowed in.
Although I'm not able to call upon or leave the house to find help from the local authorities, it also means none of the guests are able to leave. I have until the snow clears to find not only Mademoiselle Angeline's blackmailer, but also the Major's killer, the Major's body.
Taken care of. Master Demir and his brother, after sobering up, helped me move him into the cellar. Best place for the time being.
Très bien. I imagine there is no reason for anyone to go down there.
Besides me, no one. Once this snow clears, we will be able to move him from the house.
Your assistance has been most valuable as always.
The Demir brothers moved the Major's body at the request of Archibald. While I must speak with Madame Van de Bosch, I should also take the opportunity to talk to Mademoiselle Johanna in the kitchen.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Madame Van de Bosch's collection of art extends further than just paintings. The fallen snow has laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surrounds the house. The fallen snow.
Bonjour, madame. I hope
They obviously did not teach you manners at wherever it was you schooled.
Pardon for the interruption, but these questions cannot wait.
Get on with it then.
Why would someone want to kill the Major?
I'm sure you're aware he was not the easiest man to get along with. His hot temper made him a number of foes.
A hot temper is reason enough to kill a man.
His mouth often acted before his brain. Perhaps someone had grown tired of dealing with it.
You suggested why someone might kill him, but who do you believe would do it?
Seeing as I heard Mr. Becker's in what I would describe as an unnecessarily loud exchange of words yesterday, he would be my first suspect.
You heard them yourself.
How could I not? The volume they were shouting at, I could hear them from the study in my room.
You did not think it fitting to tell me this yesterday?
I didn't think Felix was going to wind up dead and a murderer loose in my house. My apologies, detective.
Although I must learn more of this argument, it is not Madame that I expect the answers to come from, rather Monsieur Becker's. He has a great deal of explaining to do. A letter was found in the Major's study.
I assume you are talking about the supposed blackmail letter.
Oui, madame. You know of it?
It arrived shortly after the first. Rather coincidental, if you ask me.
I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to say, madame.
He no doubt had secrets hidden away. But do you honestly think Felix had anything of value to his name worth threatening him for?
Perhaps you should enlighten me.
Well, he was here, living in my house, eating my food, prepared by my staff. Does that answer your question, detective?
How do you think the Major came to have the letter?
I wouldn't put it past him to have written it himself, in the hopes of getting some sympathy from me.
And the other letters?
He probably wrote those too. If Angeline paid the first, that would have given him the money to pay the second letter. He is the White Knight, saves the day, and expects to live here happily ever after.
I did not expect Madame Van de Bosch to be so blunt with her thoughts towards the Major. I was under the impression there was more to their friendship, not less. It is quite the nefarious plan that Madame has laid out for the Major. I'm not sure I can believe he would go to such levels of deceit. I'm sure Mademoiselle Angeline will have an opinion on the matter. I'd like to ask you about Monsieur de Silva.
What is it you wish to know?
You two have been friends for some time now. And while I do not mean to pry, has your relationship only...
If you are trying to insinuate that Mr. de Silva and I are running around like schoolchildren, you could not be further from the truth. He was friends with my husband, for goodness sake.
Oui, I understand they worked together. Investments, if I am correct.
Mr. de Silva was the voice of reason that my husband should have listened to more often, instead of throwing our money at businesses that were already on the verge of bankruptcy.
Merci, madame. I shall not bother you any further.
The Major had a temper. Cassandra confirms the Major's hot temper may have led to his death. Cassandra suspects Hugo. Elizabeth informed Cassandra of an argument between Hugo and the Major. Could this have been the instigator to the tussle that resulted in his death? The Major didn't have much to his name. Considering his rank and apparent societal position, the Major had very little capital to his name. Cassandra believes the Major was the blackmailer. Cassandra is confident that the Major was behind the blackmail letters. Given his reputation, surely most would agree. The cook has obviously used them for quite some time, judging by their condition. There does not seem to be anything of interest in here. I am not sure how it would fare coming face to face with such beasts.
Bonjour, madame. You must be the wonderful cook.
Wonderful and modest, sir. I am Rihanna.
My taste buds thank you for the ravishing meal last night. It has been some time since I ate so well.
Glad to hear it, sir.
S'il te plaît, madame. A detective is fine.
In that case, mademoiselle is fine for me, and I will ignore your presumption of marriage.
Très bon, mademoiselle.
Meet all characters in the game. Well acquainted. You have been with the Van den Bosch family for quite some time.
That's right. I've seen staff come and go, but a house always needs a trustworthy cook.
Amen. Food is the basis for everything. Long live good food.
I agree. But if I was to eat what you prepare every day, I fear I may be the size of La Maison.
Not a bad thing, detective. You could do with some meat on your bones.
Well, with the snow still not clearing, We may be stuck here for the weekend. Perhaps I should look to adjust my pantalon buttons.
I understand you took some ice to the Major yesterday.
I did. Monsieur Archie told me what had happened. Bruises can swell fast, so I took him some ice to bring it down.
Strange. Monsieur Sterling told me it was the Major that requested the ice.
How was the Major when you saw him?
Grumpy, as always.
I suppose one would not take kindly to being punched as he was.
Punched or not, he was as ungrateful as ever.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
I have gathered all I need from Madame Van den Bosch and Mademoiselle Rihanna. I should return to the Great Hall. Burp, 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 burp. Rihanna took ice to the Major on her own accord. I was led to believe the Major asked for ice to be brought to him, but Rihanna says otherwise. Rihanna has worked with the family for years. Rihanna was the cook when I first met the Van den Bosch family. She has been certainly the most loyal to them. Rihanna said the Major didn't thank her. Her description of the Major coincides with most everyone's opinion of the Major. Inspect the garden. Inspect the garden. Oh, hey, Angeline. Didn't see you there.
Good morning, Detective. I hope you were comfortable last night.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. The room was more than pleasant, merci. I'm afraid my mind was not in a state to enjoy it to its full potential, though.
I can't imagine any of us slept soundly last night.
Hopefully, guilt will be weighing heavily on someone's shoulders this morning.
Perhaps on more than one set.
I'm sorry if I was not much help last night, Detective.
On the contrary, your inside knowledge of the guests was of great help to my investigation. But there are many more questions that require answers.
What were your feelings towards the Major's position in the house?
His position? You mean about him living here?
Oui, even in a house this size, you must see a lot of each other.
I enjoyed having him here. When I was away with Gideon, it was comforting to know Maman was not alone. Although his work with Mr. Da Silva has kept him away from the house of late.
What can you tell me about their relationship, working or otherwise?
There is not much to tell, only that there is no love lost between them.
Do you know what their business entailed?
He was always quite private about his work. I know that he was helping Mr. Da Silva with some safety matters.
I found a check addressed to the Major from Monsieur Da Silva. It noted security consulting.
Ah, that's right, security. With his military training, he helped Mr. Da Silva prepare for any trouble with the strikes.
Although the Major's death has taken precedence, there has been a development in the blackmail case.
A development? Oh, Detective, I knew I could count on you.
It may not be the news you had wished for, though. Another letter has been found.
Addressed to me? I don't know how much more I can take of this.
Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle. Although it has been written in the same manner, using similar phraseology, it was not sent for your eyes, rather the Major's. Or at least that is how it seems.
I'm sorry, Detective, I don't understand. It is addressed to him or not?
I found it in the Major's study yesterday while conducting my preliminary search. Whether he is the author of the letter or the recipient, I am still yet to discover.
Could the Major have been behind the blackmail?
Heavens no, he could not do that.
You did not hesitate for a moment.
Why would he do such a thing? And then to send a letter to himself. It just doesn't make sense.
Merci for your time, mademoiselle. You are to a detective what an umbrella is to a traveler on a wet day.
Useful?
Exactement.
Angeline disputes the Major being the blackmailer. She doesn't believe the Major is behind the blackmail. She's seen the good in him. Angeline knew the Major well. She has a positive impression of him. If only she knew his full character. Is her view of the Major consistent?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Angeline and Cassandra have different impressions of the Major. There must be a reason for this. You want me to talk to Angeline again? Okay.
I cannot see the logic in this. I must act on thought and fact. I must take a different approach. What a revelation!
One can't be surprised with Angeline and Felix's bond. He's been a figure in her life for so long. Angeline attached. Okay. Doop.
Is there something I can help you with, detective?
Your maman did not describe her friendship with the Major in such a positive light.
You have got the wrong end of the stick, detective. Maman has snapped at him recently, but it was nothing more than that. It was something to do with the letter. I heard them in the library before Maman shouted and he stormed out of the room past me.
Could it have been the blackmail letter that instigated their argument?
Why would Maman be upset with him over the letter?
Madame is of a very different opinion from yourself regarding his connection with the letters. She believes him to be the author.
That is what she told you? She has always been one to make a quick, if not rash decision, but she cannot truly believe that.
Was the Major aware you had paid the first blackmail letter?
I don't recall telling him directly. I did not want Maman to find out it had been paid. If he knew, surely she would.
Madame believes he may have been behind all the letters, and taking your payment of the first, then used it to pay the second and be the hero in you and your mother's eyes.
I never knew Maman had such an imagination. Where would she get a story like that from?
That is a question I was hoping you may be able to answer.
You have met him. Do you really think he's capable of such a devious plan?
It is a plan only the most crooked and underhanded could create. Is that the Major? I am not so sure.
The more I think of Madame's story, the more ridiculous and obscure it sounds. But that does not mean it can be ruled out.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Angeline questions Cassandra's reasoning for the Major's blackmail. Their opposing opinions of the Major's involvement in the blackmail is interesting. Does Cassandra know something she does not? Cassandra wasn't happy with the Major. Their relationship has taken a noticeable turn. I wonder what has caused this.
Is there something I am not seeing? That... Come, my little grey cells. Magnifique.
I wonder if the blackmail had a greater effect on the relationship than expected.
Is there something I can help you with, detective?
Was the arrival of the blackmail letter what caused the tension in Madame and the Major's relationship?
I'm afraid it had been that way for some time. Maman is not forthcoming with her emotions, as I'm sure you are aware, but I could tell she had not been happy with their arrangement for the last few months.
What gave you that impression?
There was not one particular thing that she expressed, it was just the way she spoke to him and of him when he wasn't present.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Cassandra and the Major's relationship issues. It sounds as though their relationship has been declining for some time. Would the Major do something drastic to salvage it?
Bonjour, Monsieur Damir.
Detective Poirot, how are you?
The truth, monsieur. With each step towards uncovering the blackmailer, I am thrown 2 steps back as to the identity of the Major's killer.
Is there something I can help you with?
After investigating the crime scene yesterday, I asked Monsieur Sterling to move the body.
Archibald.
Got it in that time. Sneeze, sneeze, sneeze. Came to me and asked for my help in the matter. My brother and I dealt with it.
Merci for your help. It is a job that only the professionals should have to undertake.
It's a job that had to be done. Although it may have affected my brother more than I.
How so?
At the sight of the body, the color drained from his face. Once we had reached the cellar, Zachariah took himself straight off to bed, without even a good night.
While in the study, I noticed the Major's safe was locked. Would you know who has access?
Felix and Madame Vandenbosch are the only ones with keys, as far as I'm aware. Oh, and Archibald. I'm sure I heard Felix asking him to return something to it once.
I wonder why Monsieur Starling did not mention this previously. Have you spoken to your brother this morning?
I have not seen him since last night. I'm sure he will have been fine after a good night's sleep.
I imagine the alcohol would have acted as a sufficient sleeping aid.
He does not need his younger brother checking in on him.
Perhaps that is exactly what he requires.
I'm not sure what he told you yesterday, Detective, but he's a big boy. He can look after himself.
I worry that may not be the case, monsieur. His time in the war came up in conversation more than once during our conversations.
He's still talking about it? I thought talking to the doctor would have stopped all of that.
Merci, monsieur.
Zachariah was shocked by the Major's corpse. Zachariah must have seen more than his fair share during the war, so why would Zachariah be so affected by the sight of the Major's corpse? Zachariah was therapized after the war. It is nothing that Zachariah should hide what he must have experienced. I wouldn't wish upon anyone. Gideon claims Archibald has access to the safe. As adamant Archibald has a copy of the Major's safe key, I will raise this with him.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
I have heard of men returning physically from war, but their minds remain on the battlefield.
If it will help you find the Major's killer, of course.
Your brother was seeing a doctor.
When he returned from the war, he was a different man. Everything became about what he had seen.
I cannot speak from experience. but I can only imagine the horrors he must have witnessed.
The first weeks he would wake in the night, screaming. I found him one night, cowering behind the desk in the study. When I tried to help him out from beneath it, well, it was the first time I had ever feared for my life.
That is not why you two are no longer close?
And not at all, Detective. We were always very different in nature. While I had always wanted to follow an academic path, Zachariah was more of a free spirit. Or at least as free as our father and the laws would allow.
And yet, he ended up in the military. Quite the contrast.
Our father demanded that he at least try to do something with his life. And when some of his friends joined the army, he signed up with them. It wasn't long before he moved out from the family home after his return from the army. I always assumed that he had put the war and everything that came with it behind him and was moving on. Now I see that is far from the truth.
Zachariah Demir uncover a secret memory from Zachariah. Yeah, I feel that, man. That's just gotta be rough. That shit just, yeah. Zachariah has shell shock. The story Gideon tells of his return was painful to hear. I hope he continues to seek help.
Countess, I wonder if I could ask you some questions.
That is it, detective? No small talk? No inflating of one's ego?
I am afraid not, Countess. With the murderer still loose in the house, my mind is rather preoccupied.
Well then, detective, perhaps I can be of some assistance.
Comment, madame?
I thought you might like to know what I found on the Major's body.
I demand to know who gave you permission to see the Major's body.
That certainly piqued your interest.
A man has been murdered, and you find it acceptable to fool around and joke.
Oh, please, detective. Do you really think so little of me? Archibald asked for my assistance. He knows of my medical training from my days as a nurse, and I thought I would be able to help. Even if it has been some years.
It was not his place to grant you access to the body.
I shall remember to keep my assistance to myself next time.
What did you discover on the body?
A single stab wound, which you no doubt already knew. The knife was held in their right hand. I would say their predominant hand.
I pride myself on order and method, and this is as far from either. A suspect in a murder investigation examined the very victim that they are suspected of killing. It is like something out of a crime novel.
Judging by the depth of the wound, I would say there was no great force put into the strike. More a sign of defense than attack. If I had to say what weapon was used, a small sharp knife or dagger.
This may confirm my suspicions of the Major's knife being used to kill him.
I understand it may be difficult for one to keep such information to yourself, but I ask you to try. Your involvement has already tainted my investigation.
You are welcome, detective.
When my superior officer hears of the goings-on in this house, I will surely be seeing the green fields of the countryside once more. I must do all I can to redeem the reputation I've worked to build, starting with finding the killer.
S'il vous plaît, Comtesse. Keep this information to yourself.
Archibald asked Poirot to inspect the body. I can't believe Archibald would allow this to happen. The crime scene and body have been tainted. Defensive strike is not common with an aggressive attack, more like a defensive strike. Files down here. Nope, that's everybody down here. Can't go into the salon. I can't go upstairs. So the garden is next, looks like. Can't go to the butler's pantry. Can't go to staff quarters. Having been there at all to. So I guess it's the garden next. Okay. Finding evidence of the figure from last night will, on one hand, confirm I'm not seeing things as Monsieur Sterling suggested, but on the other, pose even more questions than must be answered.
Aha.
A well-made lighter with the insignia of a military regiment. The Major must have dropped it. There is a small trail of footprints in the snow. The Major was seen walking around here yesterday. It has almost disappeared in the snow. I doubt we will see too many birds in these conditions.
Oh.
I didn't mean to keep clicking on that. Come on now. They must have been left out for collection. I cannot see anyone making it through the snow, though. I'll be a dedicated milk collector if he did. I do love some milkies, though. Garden tools have been left out, presumably before the snow fell.
Oh.
Okay. The house is completely snowed in. It does not look like we shall be going anywhere anytime soon. Sunken secrets inspect all the items in the snow. The snow is still falling, and I am hardly dressed for the occasion. I believe I've gathered everything that is required. Monsieur Starling will be able to assist me in gaining access to the Major's study. Archibald?
Whatever you need, Detective.
I wish to inspect the Major's study again.
Certainly, Detective.
This room is still a crime scene and should have remained untouched, but it looks as though it has been ransacked. I requested Monsieur Starling to have the body wrapped and moved, which has been done, thankfully. What else has gone on in here? Someone was obviously looking for something in particular in the Major's documents. These accounts have been thoroughly rifled through. The Major has recently taken out a large loan, and the interest rate is astronomical. Large sum. The loan is for the amount of 6,000 francs. There is a francs. There is a great deal one could buy with such money. I wonder why he borrowed such a large amount. High interest rate. The interest rate on the loan is astonishing. Was the major in such a financial state that he could be offered such a high rate and accept it?
This will not get me any closer. I cannot see the logic in this. The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
The major paid the letter that was addressed to him. He must have been worried enough that something would be released to the public. But what? Addressed to the major with no return address. Addressed to the major. The major has previously received some correspondence. Was it of the same nature? Torn. This room has been left in quite a state with multiple envelopes ripped apart and discarded. I must admit, side by side, there is a striking resemblance between Marie El Feli. Perhaps such bad flattery is the way to win over Madame Van de Bosch. How strange. The Viscount was also present in the picture, but has been folded out. I did not think there was any hostility between the Major and the late Viscount. Angeline and Cassandra, a handsome photograph of the Van de Bosch ladies. You can see a resemblance between Angeline and her mother. Why would the Major keep this hidden? Seemed rather diminishing that the Viscount has been ripped out in such a manner.
I must act on thought and fact. Order and method. That... I must take a different approach if I am... Come, my little grey cells. I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
The hidden photos of them, along with Angeline's detachment to him, proves he cared deeply for them.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
I believe the Major would do everything to remain in the comfortable life he's accustomed to, but would he stoop so low as to fake a blackmail letter?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
The evidence shows the Major was not the author of the blackmail letter. The Major was a victim just like Mademoiselle Angeline. Whoever it is that is penning these letters knows a great deal about the many people. I wonder how many more have received similar letters. The uncertain connection between the Major and the ransom has been resolved. The Major was being blackmailed. The letters were not written by his hand. What remains unresolved is why the Major was being blackmailed. Two cases of extortion under one roof. The question of their relationship must be asked. The Major's secret is anything but obvious from his letter. I now have a blackmailer and a murderer, and their weapon to find. If the correct process is followed, they shall all be found swiftly. I should take my leave. This room has already revealed enough new insights into the Madame's and the Major's lives.
Detective Poirot, I have been asked to inform you that Lady Van den Bosch has returned to her room, and she wishes not to be disturbed.
Merci. Madame certainly has mastered the art of subtlety.
They may not be the exact words she used, but I'm sure you can imagine. Excuse me, I have some further duties to attend to in the pantry.
Perhaps I should take this opportunity to search the top floor now that there is no one to disturb me. There is one room that holds particular interest. I should inspect the storage room while I have this rare opportunity.
Oh,
A painting of a majestic mountain, the tip of which pierces the clouds above. The attention to detail is fantastic. I could spend every waking moment reading about the adventures of the characters within these books, so there are mystery novels up here too. A painting of an atmospheric forest scene. This artist captured the ambiance of the forest perfectly. A painting of a boat sailing across a vast ocean. The artist is clearly very talented. There are a number of spectacular pieces in Madame Van de Bosch's eclectic art collection. Exquisite artwork. Admire all paintings in the main hall. A collection of children's toys. Such a shame to see them stored away and not being enjoyed. Considering they have been kept in a storage room, they are all in almost perfect condition. My immediate assumption would be they belong to Mademoiselle Angeline. The time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece is an art form. As a lone storybook rests here, it has obviously been read a great number of times, judging by the condition of the spine and pages. I am perhaps not the target demographic, but I understand it to be quite popular amongst the younger audience. To the real lady of the house, happy birthday. Watching you grow into a proper young lady has been more than words can describe. All my love, Felix. I would not have expected to find such a heartfelt message written by Monsieur Hagen, and to Mademoiselle Angeline. Is this the usual description you'd find from a family friend? I cannot seem to get a straight answer from anyone regarding the Major. I know he has been friends with Madame Van den Bosch for some years. I must find out if it was anything more. Alone, the empty envelopes. Children's toys. Well kept. Great care has been taken of these toys. I wonder how much playing was actually had with them. They remind me of the toys I found I had at a young age, even that is some years now. Coming of age stories, a fitting gift from any young lady to read and enjoy. Gift from the Major. This book was a gift from the Major. It seems only on Okay, let's continue with our game. Chapter 5. Okay. Let's go. Okay, yeah. Okay. Now, what were we doing? We were making deductions. There's one we can make here. Okay. I just found the toys in the room.
I must take a different approach. Is there something I am not seeing? I cannot see the logic in this.
What? Why would those go good together?
This will not get me any closer.
Oh, I see. It's this one. This one.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally...
Seems the Major has lived rather comfortably in the Van de Bosch house for many years. We need to talk to Angeline about that. Okay. So our current quest is to talk to Angeline. Understood. We haven't been to Cassandra's bedroom, have we? Cassandra? Grumpy old lady, how you doing? These perfume bottles look rather expensive. It would be very wise to be very careful with them. There does not seem to be anything of interest in here. Don't worry, lady, we're just rumbling through your page for, okay? Don't mind us.
Detective Poirot, what do you think you are doing in here?
I have something I wish to discuss with you.
Well, I hope it is important enough to justify barging into one's bedroom.
I assure you it is.
Good, because this has gone on far too long. We are snowed in this house while a murderer runs amok.
I can understand your frustrations, but it is not as simple as...
You were once an incompetent officer, and now it seems you are just as incompetent as a detective.
If I was not being lied to and misled at every turn, perhaps the murderer would already be in custody.
I hope you are not suggesting I had something to do with Felix's murder.
I am suggesting that if I had the support that everyone claims they are offering, we would be in a very different situation.
If you have something you want to ask, I suggest you ask me now.
I was not aware the Major had been so close to your daughter.
We met before Angeline was born, so he was often at the house when she was growing up.
And where was it you two met?
I was attending an event. Felix was also in attendance as a serving officer. A conversation was struck.
So it was not through the Viscount that you two met?
I did not require my husband to start conversations on my behalf.
It was you that instigated it then?
My, detective. That active imagination of yours has taken you on quite some journey.
Madame is attempting to deflect from a subject she obviously does not feel comfortable discussing. The late Viscount and the Major were surely friends then.
Edwin spent much of his time away on business before Angeline was born. Felix was a welcome distraction from the loneliness of the house.
You were alone in the house?
The staff continued their duties, of course, But trying to get any sort of sophisticated or cultured conversation from them was like drawing blood from a stone.
And when Angeline was born?
Edwin remained at home. It was his duty as a father.
And the Major?
He had his own business and life to tend to, but we remained in touch via letter. Around the time of Edwin's passing, Felix had relocated to the area.
Madame is incredibly coy and brief with the information she offers, but with the Viscount's death coinciding with the Major's return, surely a mere coincidence is too far-fetched. I would like to ask you about a letter I found in the Major's study.
I'm sure he has hundreds of letters in there. Most of them could and should have been thrown away a long time ago. You are going to have to be more specific.
I refer to the letter addressed to you, the one of a romantic nature.
Romantic nature? Please, Detective. Felix did not have a romantic bone in his body.
He made his intentions quite clear in the letter. I must admit I myself was surprised.
You really do have quite the active imagination, Detective. If that is how you wish to interpret it, so be it. But I can assure you, the Major did not think of me that way, and certainly did not include it in a letter.
I think that is all for now. Merci, madame.
Okay. Oh, and we got some new stuff over here from Cassandra. The Major returned after the Viscount's death. The Major went above and beyond the call of any friend to return and comfort Cassandra. Why would he do this? Cassandra claims the Major didn't love her. Cassandra denies the Major had feelings for her, but his letter states otherwise. Cassandra met the Major before Angeline's death. I was not aware their friendship spanned so many years. Let's see.
I must act on thought. Order and method.
Nope.
That
okay.
Come, my little Grayson.
Okay. Oh.
Some would say a lucky guess.
It is obvious that the Major cared for Cassandra. That is no surprise to anyone.
Is this really necessary?
If you are correct and the Major had no romantic feelings towards you, why would he keep a photograph of you and Mademoiselle Angeline hidden?
He may have stayed in my home, but Felix was a grown man, Detective. What he kept, hidden or otherwise, has nothing to do with me.
But it does not surprise you that he had such a photograph?
We have been friends, and he has been there for Angeline for many years, but you find it strange that he keeps a reminder of us? Perhaps that says more about you, Detective.
What I do find strange is that if he did hold a flame for you, why he would never express it.
If he did, it was not reciprocated. I have not even considered another since my husband's passing. Not that it is any of your business.
I think that is all for now. Merci, madame.
Cassandra has no romantic feelings towards the Major. Cassandra says she has not considered another partner since the Viscount passed. Could I have missed a sign of her commitment to the Major? Okay, I guess we need to go talk to Angeline now. Perhaps it is time to speak with Mademoiselle Angeline again. She should be able to give us the valuable pieces of this puzzle. Angeline.
Detective Poirot, are you any closer to uncovering the truth of Felix's involvement with the letters?
I am, mademoiselle. I can confirm that he was not the author of the blackmail letters.
So the author is still out there?
Oui, but it will not be long before they are apprehended, and the only letters they shall be penning will be from behind iron bars.
Your confidence is rather assuring. Thank you, Detective.
Your comment about the current guest stayed with me last night.
I'm sorry, Detective. I did not intend to leave your mind so full of thoughts.
No apology is required. It actually made me question my whole chain of thinking. What if there had been a collusion between them, and the Major's murder was planned, organized, and orchestrated to make the investigation seem almost impossible?
Oh my, Detective, that is quite a theory.
Every guest has a motive. You confirm that with the mention of Mademoiselle Conrad and the Major's fight. Supplying one another with a rock-solid alibi would surely throw off any detective.
But not you.
Correct, mademoiselle. It would take much more to stamp Detective Poirot.
While searching a storage room, I found a book that I assume was a gift from the Major to you.
I haven't seen that book in so long. Yes, it was a gift for my 10th birthday. I have read it from cover to cover countless times. He left such a lovely inscription too.
It sounds as though there is a side to the Major I did not get to see. Was it common for him to bring you gifts?
Not common, but if he had been away for some time, he would bring me a small memento from his travels. He hasn't done that in some time, though.
The toys that were with the book, were they also gifts from the Major?
They were. I'm afraid they may have gathered some dust being in the storage room for so long. I kept them in hope of giving them to my child when the time comes.
It sounds as though he had always cared about you.
His presence at the house was comforting for us both after Father died, even if sometimes he was a little too overprotective.
You spoke last night of the Major's support for your maman.
That's right. Ever since I can remember, Felix has been around.
It seems as though she has a number of support networks. The Major, her friendship with the Countess, not forgetting Monsieur da Silva.
Maman has many friends. I know how she may seem to most, but once you break the hard shell...
There is a further shell waiting to be broken.
Oh, very good, Detective.
Forgive me, mademoiselle. I only jest.
It's quite all right. You are not the only one that feels a razor tongue. She's grateful you are here, especially now, whether she shows it or not.
I am still yet to see this version of Madame that Mademoiselle Angeline speaks of. I'm not sure I will get my hopes up for a budding friendship. Speaking with the Comtesse yesterday, she did not have the greatest opinion of the Major.
They have often come to blows when it concerns Maman. They are both trying to protect her, but they themselves cannot seem to get along.
She spoke of his desire to join the, how do you describe it? Social elite.
This isn't the first time she has vocalized that concern. She thinks the Major was just using our family name to make his way to the top.
And you do not agree?
I will not deny he has shown interest in Maman's social circles, but they have been friends since even before I was born. Surely all those years of friendship was not just to raise his social standing.
Mademoiselle Angeline obviously does not believe what the Comtesse had to say about the Major. Perhaps it is jealousy that drives her scandalous theory. If I may be so bold, did the Major contribute to the house?
How do you mean, Detective?
I imagine a house of this size is rather costly, keeping it in the immaculate condition it is in.
Maman looks after the financial side of the house, but I think she has had to ask him more than once for a contribution of sorts. It is not for me to get involved.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
I have everything that's needed to push Madame Van den Bosch on her secret. The secret, specifically. Previous birthday gift. I was certainly not as lucky when I was a child. Seems the Major was very generous to Angeline. The Major hasn't helped the house financially. If I had been lucky enough to live here, I would at least offer some form of financial help. Madame kept the Major around. Angeline states the Major had been around for a while now and close to Cassandra and herself.
This will not get me any closer to my goal. Another success.
As much as she tries to deny it, Cassandra shares the Major's feelings in some capacity. There's one more.
Magnifique.
With the Viscount gone, the Major stepped up and acted as a fatherly figure to her. Okay, back to Cassandra. I think we all know where this is starting to head. Don't think anyone... Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? Excuse me.
Is this really necessary?
Pushed around Cassandra's house with the Major for so long.
Who I allow in my house is none of your business. I do not have to explain anything to you.
I did not think you were one for charity.
I would not expect you to think much of anything. There is no need to talk on it any further, but I'm sure you will remember that, financially speaking, we have had our issues.
I have all the evidence I need to confront Madame Van den Bosch. It is my approach to the questions that I must consider. She will no doubt be defensive when pushed, but that may be the only way, as she will not give up any information she does not want too easily. Why is it you protect the name of Monsieur Hagen so resolutely?
He was a man that required no protection, Detective, especially from me.
That is the impression I had of him, which is why your defensive stance warrants questioning.
Your insistent questioning on such trivial matters are getting on my last nerve. There is a murderer and a blackmailer to be found. That is your job here.
Judging by the Major's words in the letter, it was not the only one he sent declaring his love, n'est-ce pas?
How many times do I have to tell you? There was no romantic feelings between us. I have grown weary of this conversation, Poirot. There is nothing more to say.
There's something about your relationship that you're obviously refusing to elaborate on. The love letters, the housing.
I have explained
that was the wrong one.
You
Crap.
already. You really are trying my patience.
Madame, you continue to withhold the truth.
And you continue to get on my last nerve. I am not obliged to tell you every detail of my private life.
But when it impedes my investigation...
Believe what you wish. You clearly have no idea what you're talking about. My personal life has nothing to do with your investigation. I don't know how else it can be said. Keep your nose out of my business.
Okay, try that again. We got the first two right.
He was a
We just got that last one wrong. Your continued reluctance to answer my questions and defensive nature suggests that there was a shared love between you.
Madame, you continue to withhold the truth.
And you continue to get on my last nerve. I am not obliged to tell you every detail of my private life.
But when it impedes my investigation...
If only you were this focused on finding the blackmailer and...
Madame.
Very well. I did not lie about how we met. I was attending an event, raising money for... Oh, I cannot recall now. It had been some time since I had returned home, and was rather missing English soil. I was aware of Felix's invitation, or at least that there was to be several British officers attending the party, and that is where our friendship began. He was a warm reminder of home, and I enjoyed conversing with him. We shared walks in the park and read together. As I said, he was a welcome distraction from the days spent alone. I shall go no further with the details, but I will say, I had no intention on being unfaithful to my husband. It was never our plan to go that far. Once I found out I was pregnant, I knew it had to stop.
The Viscount never questioned Mademoiselle's birth?
In his mind, he had no reason to, and he shouldn't have had to. It was my mistake to bear. If he knew the truth, our lives would have been ruined. I told Felix that he was to stay away, but he had no intention to. He became an uncle figure to Angeline, and they grew closer after Edwin's death. I could not tell her the truth. Too much time had passed. The secret remained only between him and I. Until now.
And what were the Major's thoughts on revealing the truth?
He wanted to tell her everything. He wanted her to know exactly who he was. But I told him no. It would not have been the poignant reconciliation that he expected. She would not understand.
Cassandra van den Bosch uncover a secret from Cassandra. Tell me about the letters.
I tried to retrieve them from the safe after everyone had retired last night. But when I opened the safe, they were nowhere to be found. I assumed he must have hidden them somewhere else.
When I entered the study this morning, they were as visible as a red notice on a police station wall.
I would appreciate if you did not compare them to the face of a wanted felon.
Pardon, madame.
But that does mean someone else in the house has seen them. I don't understand. Why would they return them?
A mystery that is still yet to be solved.
Madame was beaten to the safe by another. It seems we also have a thief within these walls to add to the list of criminals, but a thief that returns their spoils. Can I assume this is the secret that has been used for ransom?
It must be. But I have told no one.
And the Major?
Felix promised me he wouldn't tell a soul, and I believed him, not even if he wanted to.
If the Major had let slip even once throughout the years, perhaps in an intoxicated state, it is a secret that many would seek an opportunity to gain from.
You did not think anyone knew, and that is why you disregarded the letter.
If you bow to these criminals, they will only try to claw more from you.
I think that is all for now. Merci, madame.
The uncertain connection between the Major and the ransom has been resolved. The Major was being blackmailed. The letters were not written by his hand. What remains unresolved is why the Major was being blackmailed. 2 cases of extortion under one roof. The question of their relationship must be asked. The Major's secret is anything but obvious from his letter, and now have a blackmailer and a murderer and their weapon to find. If the correct process is followed, they shall all be found swiftly. I should take my leave. This room has already revealed enough new insights into the Madame's and the Major's lives. I had my suspicions that Madame van den Bosch and the Major shared a romantic relationship, but I did not expect the revelation of his connection to Mademoiselle Angeline. I am now one of the very few that hold Madame's secret. Someone accessed the safe before Cassandra. Cassandra tried to find the letters she knew were hidden to the safe. Someone beat her to it.
Detective Poirot, how is your investigation coming?
Monsieur Sterling, I must admit, I have learned much more than I was expecting to.
You'll be wrapping the case up soon, then?
One has never finished learning, monsieur, and in this case, I shall need to continue if I am to find the Major's killer.
It might help to vocalize your thinking. I'm all ears.
Monsieur Sterling offers an interesting concept. If I was to state the current position of my investigation while holding back certain truths, the guilty parties may realize that I am hot on their heels and reveal their hand.
Monsieur, would you gather the guests and staff in the salon?
Right away, Detective. Can I ask for what reason?
I shall reveal all once everyone is together.
The Secret, complete Chapter 5.
Detective, what is the meaning of all this?
Madame, I ask that you all lend me your ears for only a few moments. What I have to say is of great significance to everyone. You are all invited here to celebrate the engagement of Mademoiselle Angeline van den Bosch and Monsieur Gédéon Demire, the coming together of two prevalent families. But the celebrations were short-lived, as Major Felix Hagen was found dead in his study by a young servant of the house. It then became my responsibility and obligation as a detective to uncover the truth behind his demise. My initial examination of his study exposed a number of things I did not expect to find. Things I have no desire to divulge at this time, but what I can say is this. It was no simple murder. A letter demanding ransom for a continued silence confirmed this. I am sure some, if not all of you, have heard whispers of a series of blackmails that have plagued the social elite in recent weeks. After hearing of the letters in the Major study, you may ask if it was him behind the letters. You may further ask if he was preparing his next threat to another unsuspecting victim. It is a question that crossed even my mind. That was until I sought the truth. That in fact it was the Major that had fallen victim to our blackmailer Mystérieux. Last night I spoke with you all, confirmed your whereabouts in the house over the course of the evening, and while I would have expected such questioning to reveal a potential suspect, what I learned was that it could not have been one of you.
What do you mean, not one of us? The man was stabbed. He hardly did that to himself. There is still a killer in the house.
Pardon, monsieur, if you would allow me to finish. It could not have been only one of you. Rather a partneria, a partnership, in cahoots, if you will. Conversations today have revealed facts that I was not expecting to discover. And although they may have muddied and complicated my investigation, what I must do to bring the guilty parties to justice has become clearer. Those of you that spun stories in an attempt to confuse and derail my investigation have made a grave mistake in underestimating my intelligence. Other detectives may fall for such deception, but I can assure you, Detective Poirot is no such fool. My investigation is far from over, and swift justice shall be dealt to those that have committed such appalling acts and have continued to mislead and lie to protect themselves. Now, I must continue mon enquête, and I shall leave you to consider that you may be beside a cold-hearted killer. Bonsoir. Monsieur Sterling, un moment.
Quite the speech, Detective.
Merci, but it was not made to entertain, more to warn the guilty parties that I am hot on their heels, no matter how clever they believe themselves to be.
Well, if there is anything I can do.
I would like to search the guests' bedrooms.
Is that really necessary?
The murderer remains at large, and there is still no sign of the weapon. I would say that makes them essential.
Of course. I still just cannot imagine any of them being guilty of his murder.
It may be hard to imagine, but it is the truth.
When you returned to the study last night, did you notice anything different from our previous visit?
Nothing. But I was so preoccupied with the Major. Sorry, Detective. Should I have?
Perhaps it was just my mind playing games again.
Maybe one of the guests got lost and wandered in.
If a guest had taken a wrong turn, finding themselves in the Major's bedroom first, I am sure they would not have proceeded through the next door unless they were not lost at all. Who has access to the safe in the Major's study?
Master Hagen had a key, obviously, and Lady Vandenbosch.
Monsieur Demure was quite sure Archibald also had a copy of the key. It is not something one would easily forget. Regarding access to the safe, you have seen its contents before.
When requested, aye. If something is required from there when Master Hagen is not around.
Forgive me. If he is not around, how is it you access the safe?
It's not what you think, Detective.
What I think is that you have been trusted with a copy of the key, and you have lied to me about it.
I only lied because of the trouble I can get into with Lady Vandenbosch.
At this moment, monsieur, you should be more worried about the trouble you shall find yourself in with the law.
I know how it will sound, but I lost my key. I must have set it down somewhere, and it has been tidied away. Master Hagen asked so rarely for me to go in the safe, I didn't think it would be missed.
Monsieur Starling's story of his lost key strikes me as rather coincidental. The Major's safe is broken into with documents ransacked and letters involving Madame Vandenbosch's secret left out. It is a crime with no apparent purpose. There is a matter regarding the contest that we must discuss.
I should have said this morning. I'm sorry.
Monsieur, I am not quite sure you understand the severity of what has happened.
I am well aware, Detective. I just thought she would be able to help.
Would you allow a man with a smoking gun to remove his bullet from a victim's chest?
I suppose not.
I understand that Monsieur Starling was only trying to help, but surely he must have seen what it could do for the integrity of my investigation.
I would like to begin my searches now. Since it is closest, I will start with the West Wing.
I may not be back when you return. Here is the key to the other rooms. Please return it when you're done.
Merci. I shall guard it with my life.
First, let's pay the Comtesse a visit. Before I can accuse anyone of any crime, I must be sure if they were working alone or with another. This is a perfect opportunity to find evidence of any collusion and look for the murder weapon. West Wing. West is this way. I should make myself known before entering.
Entrez.
The Comtesse's room. It would be rude to not address her before searching her room. Okay, let's see. Okay.
Huh.
Detective, what a pleasure. I did not expect to see you in my chambers.
In a purely professional capacity, I can assure you.
There is no need to act so stiff, Detective.
Madame, after the revelation of your actions last night, I'm afraid my sense of humor is all but gone.
I will not apologize again for merely trying to help. Shall we get straight to it then? Let us not waste your time any further, Detective.
I saw you conversing with one of the young servants yesterday.
That would be Inga. She has been one of the most promising young women that has come from the shelter.
Madame Vandenbosch took in a young lady from your shelter.
There is no need to sound so surprised, Detective. She does have a heart.
I did not mean to sound so cruel. I just did not expect Madame to hire someone of that background after the incident with her previous maid, Florette.
People change, Detective. You should not judge someone on their past actions.
Believe me, Countess, I know that only too well.
I commend you on your dedication with the woman you help. It is most honorable.
Be careful, Detective. That almost sounded like a compliment.
It is your actions in this house that have been questionable, Madame. Your work outside is something that many more could take note of.
We do what we can.
Have you been able to find many of the girls from the shelter work?
We wouldn't be doing a very good job if I could only help one girl. I in fact found work for one of them as a maid in Monsieur da Silva's house recently.
She has fitted into Monsieur's home well.
What is better, Detective? That she remained in an abusive house, or she is able to rebuild her life with an honest wage in a prosperous house?
When put like that, is she happy in her position?
The happiest she has been in years. I check in with them all as often as possible. And if there was a problem, I would know.
I am glad to hear that more girls are building a better future for themselves. It is with help from the Comtesse that has been able to happen.
Merci, Madame.
That is a good thing. That's definitely a good thing. Let's just hope she's not taking advantage of them to get into people's houses and find out secrets. Morgot helped Ernesto find a maid, offered services at the woman's shelter, and finding a new maid for his staff. Morgot worked at the woman's shelter. Morgot helped Inge get hired. Okay. Let's see what else we can find around your room. The wonders of modern technology. What a joy it must be to have music in one's home. Perhaps a happy couple's engagement as someone in a particularly romantic mood. Ooh, a romance novel. Is she up in here reading 50 Shades of Grey alone in her room? That's what's up. A first aid kit full of medical equipment, bandages, plasters, antiseptics, and a pair of scissors. Perhaps a present for the family as a thank you for their hospitality. First aid kit.
Go ahead, Detective.
Perhaps I was a little rash with my response to you examining the Major's body.
A compliment and now an apology. Well, Detective, you certainly have changed your tune.
There was something I was still unsure of. You mentioned that your training was some years ago.
From my days as a nurse, oui.
If that is so, why would you have brought several pieces of equipment usually found in a physician's bag?
One must always be prepared, Detective.
Prepared? At an engagement celebration?
If I had not brought them, I would not have been able to assist you last night. Perhaps you should be thankful for my precaution and not so suspicious.
And had she not brought them at all, I would not have to ask such a question.
Merci, Madame.
It doesn't seem like you have a whole lot in your room, so we'll just sort of leave you to your... Oh, yeah, okay, so we'll go to the next Hmm? Ever guarded Jacqueline Conrad. It's time I should question her on her conversation with the Major before searching her room. Margot came prepared. Margot claims she was merely prepared. It must be quite a task carrying around all that equipment.
Detective, what can I do for you?
Mademoiselle, I am sure you understand my reasoning for such intrusion.
If it's going to clear my name, be my guest.
If you wouldn't mind answering some questions, it can hopefully be cleared faster.
I'd like to start with your relationship with the Major.
Like I said, he's not the man he wants everyone to think he is.
Oui. But how is it you came to that conclusion?
You don't really want me to recount every conversation I've had with him, do you?
There is one particular I had in mind.
Tell me about your argument.
An argument would imply it was a two-way conversation.
And that is not how it was?
Here it is. I've been helping Angeline get exposure, her marriage to Gideon is big news, and his work is really paving the way for others. I saw the chance to get their names out there, and he didn't like it.
What was there not to like?
Your guess is as good as mine, Detective. But if I had to, I'd say he was jealous it wasn't his name at the top of the article.
And his reason to storm off?
Oh, you know about that. Let's just say I didn't accept his pathetic attempt to get me to stop the story. If you're gonna try and pay someone off, at least make it worth their while.
I thought the Major would only be supportive of Mademoiselle Angeline. There must be more to why he would not want her success to be known. I'm sure you have grown wary of the subject, but Monsieur Beckers.
You've really got a fascination with that guy, huh?
I would not say fascination. An interest, perhaps.
Well, I'll save you the bother of trying to find out more about him. He's not that interesting. In fact, he's a bit of a wimp if you ask me.
That is not the impression I got of him.
That's because you've only seen the side of him he wants you to. He knows what to say in front of the right people. But behind closed doors, he's clueless.
Clueless in what way?
Let me guess. The first thing he told you was that he was a union leader. No, the voice of the people.
A man that is proud of his work is not something to be sneered at.
Don't get me wrong, he has a way with words, and he can certainly rally a crowd. But that's about it. At the end of the day, he's a representative and nothing more. He's got to play the part, not just learn the lines.
Mademoiselle does not think particularly highly of Monsieur Beckers. She is a strong, independent woman, but uses this term wimp as an unnecessary attack on his character.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to relax.
Sure thing, Detective. And if you change your mind on that exclusive about that shooting...
If I do change it, you shall be the first to know.
Major tried to pay Jackie off. Blackmail seems to be a common theme amongst the upper class. Jackie wasn't keen on Felix's offer. Okay, let's search the bedroom. Among them, a recent article by Jackie Conrad about the riots linked to Ernesto's factory. Peaceful strikes turns to loss of lives as violence breaks out on front line. Following the tragic events in the city that has darkened the spirits of the people and brought to a screeching halt the rising defiance of the working class, the area has been cordoned off and police presence at the scene has increased. Factory security forces have been asked to step down and the powers handed over to law enforcement services. Workers laid down their tools, switched off all machinery, and stood together shoulder to shoulder as the fight for fair pay and conditions raged on. What started as peaceful protests by those employed at the factories has turned into a battle of class, with support for the workers coming in from all over the city. Although reports have not been confirmed, sources state that violence broke out following a second wave surge of supporters. Official numbers have not been published, but it is believed that as many as 8 workers have lost their lives in the fighting. The workers' front line has been considered as a representation of the people and working class of Belgium that now refuse to work in such demanding conditions for such a demeaning and insufficient wage. Chief Commissioner Leroux has confirmed that the outbreak of violence and resulting civilian deaths are being investigated, and an official statement is to be made in the coming days. Jacqueline Conrad. I presume this belongs to Jackie. Chasing a good story may lead her into some precarious scenarios. A pocket knife. Jackie has set up a makeshift office in her room. She must bring her work with her everywhere. Mr. Artigue spied leaving the Velvet Tickle Friday at 23:15. Cambray House has been poaching off neighboring land, boar, deer, and duck. Maggie to follow up. Miss Bont found her husband in their marital bed with a young maidservant. Testament from maid needed. Mr. Denault overheard the cackling crow speaking poorly of King Leopold. He said questionable ideas. We say doubtful, skeptical, shading. Notes from Francis by Monday. Ooh.
Huh.
Pocket knife, stack of newspapers, Jackie's notebook, a pocket knife.
Go right ahead, Detective.
I was surprised to learn Monsieur de Silva and the Major worked together.
All Felix cared about was money and filling his pockets with it. That's why he got into bed with de Silva.
The Major was not in need of money, though.
Need and want are two very different things. Did he need to move here and leech off the Madame? No, but he wanted to.
Tell me your opinion of their work together.
As far as I know, de Silva hired him to work security. He was worried what could happen to his precious factories if things got ugly.
And your reporters were there to cover the story when it did turn that way.
My reporters go where there is news to be told.
And you predicted the violence that occurred?
Anyone could see that was gonna happen. If you ask me, Hugo should have acted sooner.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to relax.
Jackie thinks Hugo was slow to react. Jackie doesn't rate Hugo much. She believes he could have acted sooner regarding the riots. Major only cared about money. Jackie claims Major only focused on money and didn't care about much else. I don't think there's anything else to find here, so let's go to the next room. Here we are in Mademoiselle Angeline and Gideon's room. I wonder what we shall find. Let's see. Getty and Demir uncovered a secret memory from Gideon. Seems they used to be closer. Perhaps her recent behavior was merely a facade. Could it be possible that Gideon collaborated with Zachariah? I could have mistaken it for my own. It's pristine and clean. There does not seem to be anything of interest in here. Gideon's room is pristine. Photo of Gideon and Zachariah. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot in here. Let's see. Okay. With all the west guest rooms searched, I should make my way to the guest rooms on the east of the first floor. There must be evidence of collusion somewhere. What else did I miss? Return to the crime of the scene alone for a second time. There does not seem to be anything of interest here.
Oh. Mademoiselle, we meet again.
Bonjour, Monsieur Poirot. Pardon, Détective Poirot.
Just a detective is quite all right.
Bon, can I help you with something?
It was you that lured the house to the Major's body, was it not?
I was taking him a plate of food, but he didn't answer to my knocking.
You then entered the study.
I did. He wasn't moving. He just lay there.
I did not mean to upset you again. Seeing him there would be troubling for anyone, and I'm sure it is not a memory you wish to relive.
Tell me about your relationship with the other staff.
I suppose we're like a family. We argue, but most of the time we get along.
You must all be quite close, then.
Some more than others.
You refer to whom, mademoiselle?
Well, Maman Rihanna, she's been here the longest, and she's very close with Lizzie on account of Luc.
How is it Mademoiselle Elizabeth's late fiancé connects them?
Maman Ray is Luc's sister. You didn't know that? I thought she would have said. She talks about him all the time. It must have been awful, losing him in those riots. Apparently, he was right at the front when they were charged. They didn't stand a chance. If I had been the one responsible for his death, I wouldn't want Maman Ray looking for me.
Mademoiselle Rihanna, Maman Ray, she has expressed her desire for revenge.
Every time she talks about what happened.
How is it that the knowledge of Luc's death has eluded me for so long? The death of a brother is certainly motive enough. Rahana Piet. Uncover a secret memory from Rahana. I did not see an aggressive side to Mademoiselle Rahana when we spoke. I wonder if she would act on such impulses for revenge if the opportunity arose. If you do not mind me inquiring, what brought you to the women's shelter?
I guess you wouldn't know anything about life on the streets.
It is not an experience I have had to face personally, but I understand that many are forced into it. and the lifestyle that comes with it.
The lifestyle of a thief, you mean?
Put rather bluntly, oui.
You are the first officer that has not taken one look at me and pulled out their handcuffs.
Mademoiselle, I can see you have turned your life around, and I commend you on your efforts.
Without the Countess, I would probably be rotting in a cell somewhere.
There is an obvious alliance to the Comtesse and an understandable one at
Merci,
that.
mademoiselle.
Engay may seem nothing more than a young innocent maid, but there is something that she is withholding. If I am to solve the cases before me, I must learn what it is. Previously prosecuted, was in trouble with the law in her younger years for theft specifically. Engay feels disconnected from her peers, speaks of the family-like dynamic they share, but also the bond between certain staff members. Confirmed she found the body, it was Engay that lured us all to the Major's corpse. Engay got the job for Margot. Engay came from the woman's shelter and is clear about her loyalty to Margot. Why does this seem significant? Safe access. Archibald says the Major and Cassandra have access to the safe. Archibald lost his key copying. It is quite irresponsible for Archibald to lose a key to a most valuable place. What would have happened to it? Archibald claims nothing was moved in the study. Besides the body, Archibald claimed he moved nothing. Okay, so now we can go to the bedrooms. Oh, so this is Zachariah's bedroom specifically. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, we can't go here yet. We have to do Zachariah first. Okay. Understood. Zachariah. I wonder if Monsieur Zachariah is as seemingly innocent as his brother. I should speak with him before searching his room.
Monsieur Demir, I hope you are feeling better today.
Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't fix.
Très bien. I wonder if you would be up to discussing certain matters with me.
Whatever you need.
I'm sorry if dealing with the Major's body brought up any familiar emotions.
I lost my taste for death a long time ago, but it had to be done. I'm certainly in no rush to be carrying a dead body again, though.
Most understandable. I shall extend the same gratitude to you as I did to your brother.
You've spoken to him already. How is he?
Perhaps that should be a question you ask him yourself.
Yeah, maybe.
I spoke with your brother about your past.
I bet he had a lot to say. He always did have an opinion on the war.
When I say your past, I refer to your past as brothers.
Okay, well, what did he say?
It seems you both had the same sentiment for this party. Perhaps the bridges that you thought were once burnt are in fact primed to be reconstructed.
We'll see how probable that reconstruction is going to be. Until he sees my point of view, I don't know how we can move forward.
What is there for him to understand before the bond can be
He lost his friends in the war, the same as everyone. But somehow he has forgiven. I'm sorry, Detective, I can't. And Gideon just doesn't understand that.
After speaking with Monsieur Gideon about his brother's state of mind, I think the best thing for them both would be a reconciliation. There is something about Monsieur Zacharias' story that he is leaving out, though. The death of his friends and comrades weighs heavily on him. Your brother was talking with the Comtesse while in the salon. I was not aware they were so close.
Those two, close.
They must share something in common to be able to hold the conversation for the time they did.
If there is one thing I know about my brother, it's that he will not. No. He cannot be rude. He just doesn't have it in him.
Was it not your brother that punched Monsieur Hagen?
Ah, that's different. He was asking for it. If you put my brother in a room with 5 socialites like her, he would work his way around every single one of them, offering his full attention and finest manners.
Merci for your assistance, monsieur.
Okay. See what you got. Zacharias says Gideon was polite to Margot. It does not surprise me to hear that Gideon would mind his manners when speaking with anyone. Zacharias was hesitant to talk to Gideon. Doesn't seem to be keen to speak with his brother. There must be something holding him back. Zacharias is hesitant to reconcile with Gideon. Despite my best efforts to push Zacharias, he seems hesitant to reconcile with his brother.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth. I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
The Demir brothers' estranged relationship is enough to suggest they would not work together. The room is littered with mess, cigarette butts discarded right next to the ashtray. An ornamental dagger was Zacharias' time in the war. We can talk to him about that. That's an item over here in items as well. Instruments.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Yeah, it appears to be everything in the room.
Always got time for my favorite detective.
There's a particular item I found while conducting my search.
The dagger. I wondered how long it would take for that to become an issue.
I shall give you the opportunity to explain the reason for it being here before I jump to any conclusions.
It was going to be a wedding gift for Gideon. I've maybe not been the best brother in recent years. I thought this could make up for some of it. After what happened to the Major, I thought it was a bit tasteless.
You did not see it fitting to tell me you were harboring a rather sizable knife in your room?
I wouldn't say harboring. And I wasn't expecting to be a suspect in a murder.
Merci for your assistance, monsieur.
Okie dokie. Zacharias' dagger was a gift for Gideon. It would have made it for a meaningful gift for his brother had the circumstances been different. Monsieur Becker's room. Without him here, I am free to search it. Oh, he's not here, huh? Room with a view. Inspect every window in the game. Okay, very nice. Ooh, a note. Seems he has been attempting to write a speech of some kind, unsuccessfully though. I wonder, does this fit a pattern of behavior with Hugo? You underestimate the power of man's defiance. Your men, you, are in a position to bring all this to an end. All we ask is what we deserve. If you do not retract your men, they will be met with equal force. Too forceful. Your weapons may beat our bodies, but they will not bruise our hearts, spirits. These are the men that have built our great nation, country, and will continue to. Money will not save your soul. Well, who needs a soul when you have enough money? Inside Hugo's notebook, a hasty scribble regarding a meeting with, who I assume, Ernesto. Curious. Scrap paper. Seems he has been attempting to write a speech of some kind. And Hugo's notebook.
What a revelation!
In Jackie's opinion, she doesn't value Hugo particularly highly. Would he collaborate with anyone else, I wonder?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Hugo and Ernesto confirmed each other's alibis. It's possible that they may have colluded to murder the Major. Can I find anything to support this? Oh, a photograph. With so many siblings, it must have been difficult for Hugo to get attention. I think that's everything we can find in here. That does look like everything we can find. Okay, to the next room. The business-minded Monsieur de Silva's room.
Monsieur de Silva, I am sure you understand the necessity for this type of search.
Not really, Detective. Your speech was rather spirited. But it did not give me much faith in your investigation.
I have not had my abilities questioned to my face by one of those I suspect of a crime before.
Well, if you wish to prove me wrong, you should hurry up and find Felix's killer.
And I hope, with your help, monsieur, I shall.
Madame Van den Bosch spoke of your work with her late husband.
Yes, I helped him invest some money. Unfortunately, he was not the businessman he thought he was.
Madame Van den Bosch had a very similar view. At least he could have taken solace that you are both in the same position.
I think you're confused, Detective. It was Edwin that lost his fortune, not I.
Forgive my naivete. If you were helping him make viable investments, would you not have seen the same opportunity for yourself?
I told him about the opportunities. I did not tell him to put his whole family's wealth into it. The prospect of doing good meant more to him than his profit margins. He was bound to fail.
The business declared bankruptcy.
It did, until it was purchased for a fraction of its worth and made the new owner a small fortune.
I'm beginning to see Monsieur de Silva's more ruthless side. It sounds as though the Viscount was trying to at least make a positive change, but perhaps he was missing Monsieur de Silva's cutthroat edge. What we spoke of last night regarding Madame Van den Bosch.
Everything that I want to say on that matter has already been said.
I understand, monsieur. But What I would like to know is, was the late Viscount aware of your feelings towards his wife?
Excuse me, detective, but you have crossed the line.
Crossed the line like an attempt to bankrupt a business partner and friend so that you'll be able to swoop in and impress a certain target of your affections.
You make such ridiculous accusations without a shred of proof.
Your reaction at the mere suggestion is proof enough, monsieur. While I cannot arrest you for betrayal of a friend, I can hope your conscience does not forget, and that will be punishment enough.
Monsieur de Silva's actions are not a criminal offense, but if there was a penalty for deception and deceit, he would surely receive a life sentence. If he has gone to such lengths before, what would stop him committing a similar act again, this time to the Major? I know you have worked with the Major, but what do you know of his finances?
He didn't have much to speak of. I was always surprised at the life he lived.
Surprised in what way?
Well, considering it wasn't that long ago he came to me asking about work, I didn't think he was in such good financial shape.
You offered him a position?
Nothing that he was willing to lower himself to. That's when he began talking about what else he could do for me.
The Major worked security for your factories.
If you can call what him and his team did security. For the money I paid, I did not expect them to be so reckless.
It was a considerable amount you paid him?
There's no need to divulge amounts, but it was certainly more than was expected.
One would expect a business of Monsieur de Silva's caliber to have agreed a price for the Major's services. Why would he allow the Major to barter more? Tell me about the Major's security team.
He said they were all professionals, but I saw nothing of the sort. He said he had worked with them all in the army as their superior officer. They were men that could be trusted.
But that was not the case?
I had not even met them before they arrived on site. They brought their own equipment. They looked like they knew what they were doing.
And this equipment, it included the weapons that injured and killed the workers?
It was not much of a choice, detective. I said they didn't need them, but Felix said it was essential.
The more Monsieur talks, the shadier his dealings with the Major become. It's beginning to sound as though the riots were no accident.
That is all for now.
A contract for a partnership between Ernesto and Hugo. It's missing Hugo's signature. 12.1. This agreement is governed by the laws of the Kingdom of Belgium. Both parties agree to the following. Current workers' strike shall cease in all manners and forms. Factory floor, machine operators, and supervisors shall return to their positions immediately. Terms of the above contract shall be implemented and relevant action taken directly. Signed, M. Ernesto de Silva, factory owner and employer Ernesto de Silva, and Hugo Becker's union leader. A razor-sharp letter opener, almost brand new, lies discarded on the floor. A letter stating the blackmail would reveal information of his questionable business dealings. Monsieur de Silva, at first you may question the nature of this letter, but by its conclusion you will know that what you have fought so hard to keep hidden could be far from it. You have spent years feeding off of the hard-working backs of others and offering nothing in return. Your workers continue to take their lives into their own hands, day after day, with your shoddy, damaged, and dangerous machines for a fraction of what they deserve. Deal after deal is made, and while your pockets become fatter, lining them with more of your blood money, it is your workers that must pay the price. The mistreatment and pain you have caused does not only reside in the factories that you own, but the house that you live in. You do not value the lives of those that allow you to live the opulent life that you do, and I will not allow that to continue. I can no longer sit back and watch as you disregard any sense of integrity or morality and continue to remain on your self-made pedestal, lording over those that deserve so much more. It is time you paid the price for your crimes, and the cost is 5,000 francs. It is a small price to pay for my silence, for if I do not receive it before Friday, it will not be cash that you are paying, but rather years behind bars. Bring the money in a small brown paper parcel addressed to Monsieur Courtier to the post office on Rue de l'Entrepôt. Give it to the cashier and leave. If you do as requested, you will not hear from me again, and you may continue your life of luxury. It is obvious you do not value others' lives, but I urge you to consider what yours is worth. Ernesto. Ernesto's blackmail letter. Letter opener. And a partially signed contract. Let's see.
Order and method. The pieces of the puzzle of...
I am doubtful this duo would collaborate. Would Ernesto deal with another member of the house? Perhaps someone who never confirmed his alibi. And then we've got another blackmail letter. And then we've got another weapon. So yeah, we've got all kinds of weapons up in here. All kinds of sharp and pokies that could have done the job.
What is it now, detective?
Were you expecting some correspondence this weekend?
Excuse me? Detective, I think you are beginning to lose your mind.
I do not think it is unreasonable to question why you would feel the need to bring a letter opener with you.
Really, detective? If I had stabbed a man with it, do you really think I would have left it lying out in my room?
Monsieur de Silva is correct. It was a stretch to believe someone would be so careless. The murder weapon remains somewhere in the house, though. Monsieur Demure invited Monsieur Becker so that you two might sit down and find some common ground.
Yes, and no one asked him to.
But surely it is beneficial to both parties. Your profits must have been affected.
There are barely any profits to speak of.
Why have those talks not taken place and a deal arranged?
Monsieur Beckers has made no attempt to speak with me and offered no counter-offer. The ball is in his court, detective.
Although it is Monsieur de Silva's wages and treatment of his staff that is in question, it sounds as though he is at least trying to resolve the issue. Surprising, unlike Monsieur Beckers.
I have spoken of a potential blackmail ring, and yet you still kept your letter to yourself.
It is none of your business. And it is nothing more than a cheap trick to have me admit something that is not true.
If that were the case, it would be strange for you to have kept the letter and brought it with you, would it not?
Your persistence is a trait I do not enjoy.
Monsieur de Silva has remained blunt, if not curt, with his responses to my questions. Perhaps it would be best to act in a courteous and empathetic manner, so that he may be forthcoming with the truth of his blackmail letter and its contents. There must be a reason you thought justified hiding it.
No reason, detective. Merely saving you from wasting your time.
I will be the judge of that. I would like to know about any and all evidence that may help my investigation. I trust there is nothing else you deem a waste of my time.
Of course not, officer. It's not as though you think I'm harboring some illicit secret. The letter was a pathetic attempt to intimidate me. Nothing more.
You do not value the lives of those that allow you to live the opulent life that you do.
I have never heard so much rubbish in all my life. I value those that work hard and deserve it.
That suggests there are some that you do not respect.
Yes, well, why should I praise someone for doing a poor job? You make me sound like some monster.
Monsieur, the letter does not only discuss your questionable business dealings, but also cases of abuse against your staff. Both accusations that must be taken very seriously.
Detective, there is a difference between telling a member of my staff what to do and abuse.
And it is you that decides where that line is drawn?
In my house? Yes, it is.
Ernesto de Silva, you have uncovered a secret memory from Ernesto. Monsieur does not like being pressed on the subject of how he treats his staff. If he had nothing to hide, there should be no need for such a reaction. Do you have any ideas as to which staff member may have expressed their abuse?
Please stop calling it that. I treat all my servants exactly how I always have, and no one has complained before.
That does not mean your behavior is appropriate.
They have one chance. If they are not doing the job they are hired to do, they are gone. You would be surprised how many staff expect an easy ride.
I did not expect Monsieur to treat his staff the same as his friends. I also did not expect him to treat them like stray dogs.
Is there a specific member of staff that may have expected such a ride?
There is one girl, a new maid. I didn't expect great things from her, but Comtesse de Vos promised me she could do what was required.
This must be the young girl that the Comtesse spoke of. Perhaps the positions she is finding for these girls are not the best fit.
That is all for now.
Ernesto employed a servant from the woman's shelter. Ernesto's newest maid is from Margot's shelter. Another young woman given a deserves second chance. Ernesto unwilling to play blackmail. Ernesto is refusing to acknowledge what's in the letter, let alone pay it.
What a revelation!
Ernesto doesn't strike me as the sort of man that would ask for help, no matter how important. Ernesto employed a woman from the woman's shelter.
Magnifique.
Margot is making her shelter girls do her dirty work, finding dirt on members of the social elite.
What is it now, detective?
Did you speak with the Comtesse directly about hiring a servant from the shelter?
She approached me. I thought it was rather brash.
In what way?
Assuming that I would want to take on another servant, and one from such a troubled background. She is running the charity, not I.
Monsieur, there's something you are keeping from me. Your business relationship with the Major was obviously towing the line of legality.
When he came to me, I told him that with the factories on strike and my profits pouring down the drain, I had nothing for him. But he said he could help me get them all back to work and the factories earning. His rates were steep, but he said he knew what needed to be done, and he was prepared to do it. A week passed and they were all still on strike. In fact, even more had joined them. He made excuse after excuse, demanding more and more money for the job to be done. But he never actually told me what he was going to do.
The riots.
I had no idea they were going to charge them like that. How was I meant to know?
And even following such a tragedy, he continued to demand.
He said if he wanted my silence, it would cost. Do you have any idea what it could do to my livelihood, my name? If it got out that I had paid the so-called security that did that.
I have every idea, monsieur. You hired a militia to take action against your own workers. You deserve whatever name is chosen for being so morally bereft in your decision-making.
I didn't know that was what he was going to do. You must believe me.
I have to believe nothing but the truth. And the truth, monsieur, is that it is not only the Major that has the blood of those men on his hands. That is all for now.
Mouse, okay. Margot approached Ernesto to offer help. Something perturbs me about Margot's forceful nature. This reminds me of another incident. What could it be?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Margot may know more than she is letting on, if she has an inside link with the staff of the house. I have found no clear evidence of the guests working together in any capacity. What has become clear is that the Comtesse's connection to the staff. Could there be something more to their relationship?
Is there something you need, detective?
Tell me about your true relationship with the Comtesse.
She helped me at the shelter and with this job.
That I am already aware of. What I am not is what else she tasked you with.
Pardon, detective?
I know that your position as a servant in this house is not your only job. What did Comtesse de Vos ask you to do while in this house?
She said I had to do what she asked, or I would be back on the street. I didn't want to do it. If anyone found out, I would be the prime suspect.
Madame Van den Bosch would have been aware of young Ingay's past, and she is worried that they would accuse her. What was asked of her must be related to her past life as a thief.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Is there something you need, detective?
Merci, mademoiselle.
Ingay is following Margot's orders. She feels a great sense of gratitude towards Margot and follows her orders almost blindly. Could this lead her to do something she may later regret?
Come, my little Grey Cells. Is there something? I must act on thought. Things are beginning to become.
Ingay has admitted that her work in the house is not wholly honest.
Another success.
Okay. I thought it was irresponsible of Archibald to lose his key, but now his disappearance makes sense. Ingay stole Archibald's key.
Is there something you need, detective?
What was it that the Comtesse asked you to steal from the house?
Nothing. She said I was to take nothing.
If it was not something she wished you to take, what was it?
She wanted me to find out information about the family and Monsieur Hagen.
Why did she request that?
At first I didn't know, but when I heard about Mademoiselle Angeline being blackmailed, and then the Major, I knew she had used what I found.
Perhaps my suspicions of Monsieur Sterling's involvement with the Major's safe were incorrect, and his key was not lost but stolen. Tell me how you access the safe.
I knew Monsieur Archie had a key, and it would be easy to get it from him.
You knew that the Major asked Monsieur Sterling to access the safe from time to time, and if anything was ever discovered missing, he would surely take the blame.
I never took anything. I only told the Comtesse what I had found.
And that was?
About Monsieur Hagen and the Madame's relationship, and Angeline.
I'm sure the Comtesse was pleased to hear.
She said I had done a good job, but I needed proof. That's why I went back and got the letters last night.
So it was young Inge that beat Madame Vandenbosch to the safe last night. But why would they be left in such a precarious fashion? When I returned to the study this morning, the letters remained out and the safe
I fetched
open.
the letters again and took them to the Comtesse last night. But she shouted at me and said what a stupid girl I was.
You were only doing as she requested.
She said it was too dangerous for her to have them with you around. That's when I returned them to the study. I thought I heard someone on the stairs, so I just threw them back. It was dark as I dared not turn the light on. Someone would have seen it.
Trying to slot a key into a lock in the dark is no easy feat. That would explain the scratches on the safe. Inge Frank uncovered a secret memory from Inge. Madame Vandenbosch had only tried to retrieve the letter minutes earlier. She would have surely crossed paths with
Merci,
Inge.
mademoiselle.
Inge knows of the hidden room. This room I keep hearing about is certainly well hidden and at the same time well revered. Inge accesses safe. It seems Inge was able to gain access to Felix's safe. How did she do this? Inge scratched the safe without any light, like sliding, yeah, okay. Inge was tasked with gathering information. Morgoga offered information from Inge. She didn't even think about getting her hands dirty.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
I wonder how many secrets the house holds for Inge to find.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
If there is somewhere in this house where a secret lies, it will surely be found in the hidden room. My suspicions of the Comtesse's connection with Inge was correct. She was using the young girl to find out anything and everything she could about the family, while the Comtesse need not even get her own hands dirty.
Is there something you need, detective?
What else have you relayed to the Comtesse?
That's all. I swear. I heard Monsieur Archie and Monsieur Felix talking about a storeroom, but I haven't found it.
Is the Comtesse aware of this room?
I told her it was somewhere in the house, but I didn't know where. She wasn't happy with me that I hadn't found it yet.
I believe if young Inge knew the location of the secret store, she would have been forthcoming with it. It may be naive on my part, but she has already incriminated herself and has nothing else to lose.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your honesty today has helped me greatly.
I suppose that I will lose my position at the house now.
That is not my decision to make. But when the whole truth is revealed, it will not be the pawns the law looks to convict. We shall be coming for the queen.
Vandenbosch secrets may be in the hidden room. If there's a somewhere in the house where a secret lies, it will surely be found in the hidden room. Margot has links to several staff members. Margot may know more than she is letting on if she has an inside link with the staff of the house.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Hmm. Hmm.
Is there something I am not?
In-game access is safe. Hmm.
I cannot see the logic in this. Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Such a calculating web of lies and secrets. What motive could possibly justify such devious acts? Finally, I have unmasked the blackmailer. Mademoiselle Angeline and the other recipients of such letters may no longer live in fear. Comtesse de Vos shall pay for her crimes. Margot.
Mademoiselle, merci for coming.
Have you had a breakthrough, Detective?
I have. Finally, I have the news you have awaited.
Please, Detective, don't hold me in suspense.
I have finally uncovered the identity of the one holding the Van den Bosch name to ransom.
Oh my! I feel faint at the thought of knowing who could have done this to us.
It is said to keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. It is Comtesse de Vos that is behind the letters.
I don't believe it! What about the Major's letter?
Not only his, but a letter to Monsieur da Silva.
She was blackmailing him as well? Detective, I just don't know what to say.
Take a moment, mademoiselle. It is a lot of information to take in.
I just don't understand why she would do such a cruel thing.
What do you know of young Inge's past?
She has never been particularly forthcoming with it, only that she was homeless for some time and that she was at the women's shelter before here.
And it is there that the Countess abused her power and manipulated her to uncover secrets of the family.
All this time she has been working for Margot, doing her dirty work?
I am afraid so, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle is in a state of shock to learn that such a close friend of the family has betrayed them in such a cruel way. It must be devastating.
Is Maman aware?
You are the first I have told, mademoiselle. Next will be the authorities.
I'm afraid that we'll have to wait.
S'il vous plaît, mademoiselle, we must go through the correct channels.
And we will. I want to see her punished to the fullest extent of the law. But we cannot telephone anyone, as the lines are still down.
Monsieur Archibald informed me earlier. I had hoped they would be working again. Last night's snow must have caused more damage than expected.
Last night? They have been done all weekend, Detective. Detective? Are you okay?
How could I have been such a fool? I saw Monsieur Starling talk on the telephone, but I heard no ring.
Detective Poirot?
It was all a lie, a scene acted out for my benefit to throw me off the scent. If I had believed that the Major was still alive at that time, I had no reason to investigate anyone's whereabouts beforehand, anyone being Monsieur Starling and his staff.
Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water, Detective?
My apologies, mademoiselle. I was taken by surprise for a moment, but I have regained my composure. A glass of water is not required. Would you excuse me?
A search complete, chapter 6. The search. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, very good.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Chapter 7. The family. My patience has grown thin. The guests and the staff of this house think it is acceptable to lie to my face when questioned and obstruct my investigation. But no more. We shall see how Monsieur Sterling and his staff bear under some pressure. I have been lied to for the last time. My suspicions initially led me to the guests, but now they are firmly placed on the staff. Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna cannot hide behind their lies any longer. It looks like Elizabeth is on her way to see me, but at such a late hour.
Mademoiselle, what a pleasure to see you.
Detective,
It is a rather late hour to be wandering the halls.
Oh, yes, of course. I do not feel myself, Detective.
If that is the case, you should be resting. Allow me to help.
No, that's quite all right. I will see to my duties and return to bed.
Lizzie, excuse me, Elizabeth. Lady Van den Bosch has been waiting for some time now.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Detective Poirot was just...
I'll see to the detective. You just head on up. Off you go.
Good night, Detective.
Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth is certainly not herself. I thought the death of the Major had brought up uncomfortable memories of her beloved Luke, but it may be something else.
I'm sorry about her, Detective. As you can see, she is still not back to her usual bubbly self.
This weekend seems to have taken quite a toll on her.
She'll be right as rain in a couple of days. Now, what can I help you with?
As if by magic you appeared when needed. I would like to speak with you and the remaining staff. If you could gather them in the staff pantry.
At this hour, Detective? Is that really necessary?
I shall be the one that determines what is and what is not necessary, and this is very much the former.
As you wish, Detective. I'll see if Inge is finished preparing for breakfast.
And Mademoiselle Rihanna?
Yes, of course. I'll fetch her from the kitchen. Elizabeth may be some time with the lady of the house. Perhaps you'd like to start with us?
Very well. I shall speak with Mademoiselle Elizabeth when her duties are complete.
While I am gathering the staff, Mr. Beckers is in the library. If you wish to join him, I could bring you both a nightcap.
I wish to keep a clear head, but there is something I wish to discuss with Monsieur Beckers.
This is my opportunity to confront Monsieur Beckers about his dealings, or lack thereof, with Monsieur de Silva without being disturbed. Elizabeth is quite upset, understandable considering the events have transpired here this weekend.
Monsieur Beckers, it is rather late. The other guests have already retired to their rooms.
I didn't even see the time. It's easy to lose oneself in a library this impressive.
That is something we can agree on, monsieur.
I suppose I should be heading?
A moment, monsieur. There are some matters that we must discuss.
Oh, what is it, Detective?
I did not realize your relationship with Mademoiselle Conrad was so business-oriented.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Her proposal to make you somewhat of a star, a figurehead for the working man. What would you call that?
There was certainly no talk of making me a star. That is not the type of man I am. She wanted to write a piece on my work with the union, and I was happy to oblige.
Monsieur Beckers has always appeared to have the worker intentions at the forefront of his decisions, but perhaps the thought of being remembered for something great was too much for him to pass up. I was wondering, did your speech go the way you expected?
My speech? I'm not sure what speech.
You may save your false ramblings for your next audience. I am aware you spoke with the Major yesterday.
Whoever told you that has it wrong, Detective.
Please, monsieur. The truth.
Okay, fine. Yes, the Major and I spoke, but it was not for long.
What was the manner of your conversation? From what I understand, it was not a light-hearted chat.
I was trying to convince him to speak with Ernesto. It's time we brought the strikes to an end.
And that was best approached by a shouting match?
He wouldn't listen to what I said. I spent so long preparing how I was going to convince him, but men like him are only swayed by one thing: money.
Monsieur Beckers is not wrong. Had he tried to grease the Major's palm, perhaps he would have been more successful.
It is said that money is the root of all evil, but it can also be a rather powerful bargaining chip.
Well, he was bargaining with people's lives. If he had acted sooner, none of those men, my men, would have to die.
The Major oversaw security at the factories. Could he have done more to stop the strikes turning violent? I understand Monsieur de Silva had prepared a deal.
A deal? It was an insult.
And that is why you did not sign it?
I didn't sign it because the workers deserve so much more, not his pathetic attempts to get them back to work.
Did you think there was a chance for a better deal to be made?
I know there was. He's a pompous swine that cares for only himself and filling his pockets.
I'm sure I have heard that description of Monsieur de Silva before, or at least something similar.
Mademoiselle Conrad can be quite convincing, can she not?
She has certainly taken several wealthy business partners by surprise with her knowledge and prowess.
But she did not surprise or use you.
Me? Used me? Don't be ridiculous, Detective. There were no games played at my expense.
Monsieur Beckers has quite a way with words as a fan of his own voice. Perhaps I should allow him the opportunity to speak and open up without too much interruption and forcefulness. I am sure many have been persuaded by her feminine prowess.
Perhaps some, but I'm not so easily manipulated or simple-minded.
You claim that you refused Monsieur de Silva's deal as it was not adequate for your men.
And I stand by that. It was an insult.
A rather bold move to make such a decision on your own.
Your job is to support the workers, but nothing you have done has got them any closer to the results you promised.
I may not be perfect, but I've done everything I can.
Your efforts fell short in every respect. You claim to be the voice of the people, but you care about no one's voice or benefits but your own.
It's not as easy as just signing a piece of paper, Detective. It is a heavy weight to bear on one's shoulders. I consulted with others.
You yourself spoke of Mademoiselle Conrad's cunning in business.
And I told you, I was not one of her targets.
Tell me then, what was it she reminded you of? The acclaimed man of the people you would be known as if you pushed the factory owners for more?
It wasn't like that at all.
From where I am standing, it was she that was manipulating the terms of the deal, and you in the process. You were merely her pawn.
Okay, yes, I know. I shouldn't have listened to her. But what else could I do? Remain an unknown my whole life? I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt.
It may not have been your intention, but we both know the result. You rolled the dice with those men's lives for fame, and you lost.
Pardon my intrusion, but you are from a large family.
What does that have to do with anything?
I have often wondered about the competition siblings face in a large family.
When you're young, it is the best feeling to know you have family that will stand by you, without even being asked. It is not until everyone starts carving their own path that you realize you're walking yours solo, and those that were beside you are now miles away. My older brothers were the athletes of the family. They both played soccer, and were the infatuation of every teenage girl. I'm sure you have seen the type.
Oui, monsieur. But I can assure you that was not I.
Then there was me. Quiet, timid, a shadow of the Becker brothers. My voice and very presence was forgotten and ignored. Nothing I could say or do would ever reach the bar they had set. But I always knew I was destined for great things. Years passed, and now that I no longer stood in the colossal ombre of my brothers, I could become my own man. When the position of union leader was posted, it was my chance to finally be heard. You hear politicians speak of the little or the common man? Well, that was me. And I knew what we wanted and what we needed. When I spoke, others listened. I held their gaze with a sense of pride, a sense that what I was doing was for the greater good. It was supposed to be my crowning achievement, lead the men to victory over the money-grabbing oppressors. But instead, all I did was lead them to their deaths.
Monsieur, it was not at your hands that these men died. The blame cannot lie solely on your shoulders. Those responsible will be punished for their crimes. That you must trust.
Monsieur Becker's story is one of fighting to have one's voice heard, be it a single or one of the masses. I'm afraid he may be remembered for what he did, but not in the way he so hoped. While speaking with Monsieur Beckers was not the reason for me being up at this hour, he was able to fill in some of the blanks regarding the Major, but not in getting any closer to discovering his killer. Perhaps his staff living quarters will. A decent supply of logs. I just hope the staff also get to make use of them with this weather. A war medal that I assume must belong to the Major.
Aha.
There does not seem to be anything of interest in here. They are a few days old and do not hold a candle as to what has transpired here this weekend. A rather luxurious jacket. The initials read FH. Felix Hagen. Are these scruffy boots his as well? Why would they be left here, though? The items I have found are most intriguing and require an explanation that I believe only the staff can give. I shall meet them in the pantry.
Detective, what can we do for you?
You can help me by telling the truth, and in the process, help yourselves.
Sorry, Detective.
It is no riddle, monsieur. If I do not receive the truth, you shall all be charged as accessories to murder.
Detective, I think maybe you have been locked in this house for too long. We have already...
You have told me aversion, and now I require honesty.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Mademoiselle, I shall be as quick and precise with my questioning as possible.
Okay. What do you need?
My condolences on your brother's passing.
Merci. He was a good man. Taken too early.
Forgive me, mademoiselle, for not extending them earlier, but I was not aware of your relationship.
He was my only brother. And he died doing what he believed was right. If I ever get my hands on who took him from me...
I understand why she is so angry. For her brother to be taken from this world at such a young age and in such a violent manner. Violence cannot be met with violence, but I am not sure Mademoiselle feels the same. Tell me about your brother's involvement in the riots at the factory.
You say the riots, but it was the strike he was part of. They started the riots, not the workers.
By they, you are referring to the security forces. They were brought in to keep the peace.
Security, huh? They were brought in to make an example of them. It was all peaceful until they arrived.
Why would they need to make an example?
So that the workers would stop rallying. No one is going to go on strike if they think they'll get killed. The security you talk of were armed and ready. The workers were pigs to the slaughter. What chance did they have?
It is obvious Mademoiselle is still upset about her brother's death, and rightly so. If the events were as Mademoiselle describes, I cannot comprehend how the security forces were able to get away with such despicable acts of violence. Pardonnez-moi, Mademoiselle. I know we have spoken on this, but you took Ice to the Major, correct?
Yes.
This was before or after Archibald took him a bottle of whiskey?
Before.
You are sure?
It may have been after.
The whiskey is kept in the cellar with all the alcohol.
It is.
Then you must have noticed him going into the cellar and returning with a bottle through the pantry, no?
Yes, I suppose I did. It must have been before then.
It took only one question for Mademoiselle to doubt her own story, but I still cannot see as why the need for the lies.
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now. Mademoiselle, I shall keep my questions brief.
I don't know what else I can tell you.
You have been honest with me so far. All I request is that you continue to do so.
Oui, detective.
I am already aware of Mademoiselle's involvement with the blackmail, but I'm not sure if she is also connected to the Major's murder. Tell me what happened before you found the Major in his study.
It was frantic in the pantry. We were working hard to make sure everything was up to scratch.
Go on.
Then Liz burst in, asking for Mamore's help.
Her help with what, exactly?
I don't know. She took Liz to one side, and I was needed in the salon. We spoke just after that in the pantry.
You did not question what she needed help with?
I was too busy. I love Liz, but she sheds a tear at almost everything these days. Although, I have never seen her look so pale.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth still looked pale when I saw her earlier. I understand the amount of work that goes into keeping a house of this size running, but Madame cannot expect the staff to work if they are ill. Perhaps Mademoiselle Johanna can clear up the reason for Elizabeth's
Merci.
panic.
I shall return if I have any further questions.
The Major's coat. I cannot think of anyone else that would own a coat like this in the house. Why is it here? Worn out boots. These do not strike me as a pair of boots worn by the Major. There have been some hard miles walked in these, so who do these belong to? A rather luxurious jacket, the initials are red FH, be taken. Are these his boots? Why would they be left here? Rihanna believes workers didn't stand a chance. Rihanna speaks with such anger about the strikes, claiming the workers were pigs to the slaughter. Rihanna unsure about timings. I understand she must have been incredibly busy in the kitchen, but to forget a detail that proves her innocence, why is this significant? Hmm.
Order and method. That is.
Hmm.
Magnifique.
The theory that the Major had been killed during dinner was nothing but a ruse. Why are the staff covering for the real time of death?
This will not get me any closer to. Another success. I never doubted myself.
The Major would not have left such a fine coat in the staff area. Someone must have worn it. More importantly, however, who wore the Major's clothes?
Go on, detective.
Tell me about Elizabeth yesterday.
What is there to say? Being locked away in the pantry, I don't see her for most of the day.
That may be, but she came looking for your help before dinner was served, did she not?
She wasn't feeling well, that's all.
And she came to you.
I told you, we are a family here. The girls come to Mama Reh if they have a problem, and I fix it.
When I saw her earlier, I must admit she was not looking herself. Perhaps I should check on her.
No, just leave the poor girl. She'll be fine after another bowl of my homemade soup. She just needs her rest.
I'm sure Mademoiselle Rohan is a loving mother figure to the staff while away from their families, but her eagerness to keep me from seeing Mademoiselle Elizabeth again does not sit comfortably.
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now.
Rihanna claims Elizabeth is under the weather. Rihanna confirms what Archibald has told me of Elizabeth's health. I hope she recovers soon.
Monsieur Sterling, is there anything you would like to add to your story?
I'm not sure what you think I have done, Detective.
Let us not string out this charade any longer.
The telephone call the Major received.
From his associate. I've already told you, Detective. I don't know who it was.
Do not worry yourself on such details now. I suppose they were lucky to have called when they did. Otherwise, they
Stream
may not
elements.
have gotten through at all, with the
Said,
telephone lines being
Stay
down
moist,
as of
my
yesterday.
friends, hydrate.
Aye, Detective. Lucky, I guess.
Monsieur Sterling is no fool. I believe he is aware I suspect him of something. Perhaps some carefully worded questions are all that are needed for him to slip up. You were the last to see the Major alive when you brought him the bottle of whiskey in his study, correct?
Whiskey?
You took a bottle of whiskey to the Major. You spoke with Monsieur Demire en route.
Aye, of course. It was a bottle he picked up from his last visit to Scotland. Rather smoky number from the Highlands. He was saving it for a worthy occasion. Drowning his sorrows must have been fitting enough.
At first, he does not remember a bottle at all, and as if by magic, he recalls the details.
Or was it the one from the West Coast? You'll have to excuse my memory, Detective. It's not what it used to be.
Can you explain why a medal belonging to the Major was amongst your belongings?
Oh, you found it. Thank you, Detective. I've been looking everywhere for it.
If I had lost a war medal, I would not stop until I found it.
It's not what you think. I was
exploiting a dead man's military achievements for your own personal gain?
Nothing of the sort. He asked me to clean them up. I must have dropped it into my pocket when I was putting them back. An honest mistake.
Never have I heard such a pathetic excuse to explain a stolen item in one's possession. I would expect a better lie from an unfallen. I cannot claim to be an expert, but I would presume a medal like that would be of quite some value.
I wouldn't know. Probably.
Your father was in the military for many years. That is what you told me.
He was.
And your family still keep his medals?
They were sold.
And why was that, monsieur?
Is my family on trial now, Detective?
Only you, monsieur. And I repeat my question.
Because we needed money.
Voila.
Monsieur Starling was well aware of the medal's value when it found its way into his belongings. You claim the Major asked you to clean his medals for display purposes.
No. He keeps them safe with some of his old military documentation.
Is that a typical job for the head butler?
He trusts me to do a good job. I told him I used to clean my father's, so he asked me to do the same.
And where does he keep these items?
In the storage room. I know where everything is, so it's just easier if I fetch them for him as and when he needs them.
I do not recall seeing any military memorabilia or keepsakes when I was in the storage room. Could there be another storage room he speaks of? Are you happy here at the Van den Bosch house?
It's certainly better than my last.
You are paid a fitting wage for the work that is asked of you?
I'm sure the lady of the house would not want me discussing it, but I should not complain.
That is not the most convincing answer, monsieur.
Between you and I, we all work very hard here, and it would be nice if we were rewarded for it.
It seems Monsieur Starling is trying to convince me, as he has himself, that his light-fingered actions are justifiable due to the petite wage he receives for his honest work.
Please don't go anywhere. If I require more information, I shall call on you again.
Madame pays the staff very little, as come as no surprise if the family is not paying their staff adequate pay. Archibald stole from the mayor. Archibald must have a very good reason for stealing from the mayor and hiding in plain sight. Medals kept in storage room. Archibald claims that he retrieved the medals from the storage room before cleaning them. Archibald claims he lost the medals. A head butler that is forgetful and clumsy is too coincidental. Archibald hasn't noticed the lack of calls. A head butler that does not notice when the telephone suddenly stops ringing for days. Strange.
I must act on thought and...
Archibald forgot. He took whiskey to the major. It was like talking to two different people. While one could not remember the bottle at all, the second could almost tell me what year it was bottled.
I must take a different approach if I... Come, my little grey cells. The pieces of the puzzle are final.
I should have known at first glance these belonged to a member of the staff, but who?
I must act on thought and fact. I must take a different approach if I am to... Come, my little grey cells. I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
How can either of them forget something so important from only the day before?
What a revelation!
A staff member dressed in the major's clothes and took his position out in the snow for the guests to see. Why would they do this?
Order and method. That is the way. Is there something... This will not get me any close. I should not be surprised by my own...
Both Archibald and Rihanna played the parts very well. That is until they became complacent. Why do the staff feel they need to fabricate stories?
I cannot see the logic in this. What a revelation!
I almost had to relay their stories back to both of them. I obviously cannot trust a word they have said. Why are the staff hiding the truth from me?
Things are beginning to...
It is a revelation I had not expected. The staff were involved in the murder. While young Inge is guilty of her own crimes associated with the blackmail, is Monsieur Starling and Mademoiselle Rihanna have been an integral part in covering up and obscuring the truth of how the Major was killed. The staff were already suspicious to begin with, but this confirms their involvement. Are all the staff members involved? I am close to revealing the truth about the Major's murder, but I must understand the roles that each and every person involved played before the final puzzle is solved.
Come, my little grey cells. Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
I cannot imagine the pain they have felt losing Luke. His memory will live on in their hearts.
I must act on thought and... order and method. That... I cannot see the logic in this. The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
I'm confident Inge isn't part of the cover-up that has clearly been a focus for the other staff.
Magnifique.
Elizabeth looked pale, and the other members of staff were busy with their duties. She must have found the body, but did she play a part in the murder?
Another success.
Although her duties are primarily focused on the kitchen and pantry, I don't recall seeing her.
I must take a different approach if... Some would say a lucky...
Impersonating the Major was Rihanna's role in the plan. Why it was necessary, I am not sure of yet. Why did she feel the need to cover for Elizabeth?
Is there something I... This will not get me any close... Come, my little grey cells. The pieces of the puzzle are fine.
Archibald's acting skills came into play to cover for a member of the staff, but who?
Is there something I must take a different approach if I... Another success.
The staged phone call was Archibald's assignment. He went to great lengths to protect Elizabeth, but why did he feel the need to cover for Elizabeth? While young Inge is guilty of her own crimes associated with the blackmail, is Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that have been an integral part in covering up and obscuring the truth of how the Major was killed. I now have all the pieces of the puzzle. I must return to my room and place them together until the result reveals itself. It is time for my little grey cells to go to work. I am so close to uncovering the truth. Staff are involved in the murder. Jan was covering for Elizabeth. Archibald staged a phone call to cover
I
for
should not be
Elizabeth.
surprised by my...
How could I have allowed this to slip from my grasp? Elizabeth is the murderer. I cannot believe I did not see it, blinded by my own trust. When I look back now, the clues were there, staring me in the face. I spent my time chasing connections between the guests. Their motives and agendas were more than enough to raise suspicion, but while I was distracted by them, I failed to notice one absent member of the household. What I still cannot grasp is why. I promised myself that after that fateful day in the Capitol, I would not let my judgment steer me adrift. But once again, it is I left looking the fool. There's nothing more that can be done tonight. The family, complete chapter 7. I must at least try to rest my head in preparation for confronting Mademoiselle Elizabeth in the morning. And we failed to get the staff quarters, unfortunately, so I am going to have to do a second playthrough real quick like for that. That sucks. What in the world? Has an elephant escaped and made its way to the second floor? It sounds as though it is coming directly from above me, but that is the storage room. Hmm. Why would Monsieur Sterling be here and clattering around in the dead night? Archibald is up in the middle of the night making some amount of noise. I must find out the extent of his behavior.
Monsieur Sterling.
Oh, Detective, I was just...
Please, I eagerly await to hear what reason you give for being in the storage room at this hour.
A butler's job is never...
I am no fool, monsieur. You have spun enough stories this weekend.
Honestly, Detective, you don't trust anyone.
And with good reason.
My patience has all but run out. What are you doing in here?
I've been thinking about my time with the family.
I often think on fond memories, but it does not take me to a storage room in the middle of the night.
There are many memories held within these walls. I just wanted to see them again.
Monsieur Sterling sounds as though he has plans on leaving the house. It sounded as though you were moving furniture in here.
I didn't realize the noise I was making.
Obviously. Were you preoccupied looking for another of the Major's medals?
Of course not. I already explained.
No, monsieur. You attempted to dupe me again into believing one of your stories.
Please, Detective. I know you know how it ended up in my possession. I was just trying to get some extra money together to send home. I can't lose this job. If Lady Van den Bosch found out...
Theft of a medal would be the very least of your problems.
You have done nothing but deceive and abuse your position in the house.
Deceive? I'm sorry that I lied to you about the medal.
Even when confronted, Monsieur Sterling still remains steadfast and refused to acknowledge what he has done.
Would you care to explain the fake telephone call? It was purely for my benefit, no?
Why would I fake a telephone call?
The same reason that Mademoiselle Rihanna dressed in the Major's jacket in the snow, to allow not only the guests but me to believe the Major was still alive.
I didn't kill him, Detective.
I know, monsieur. But I also know that you helped the one that did to cover their tracks.
It wasn't like that. We were just trying to help. She had no part in it.
Both you and Mademoiselle Rihanna risked your freedom to help Elizabeth.
You never let on. How long have you known it was her?
Monsieur, I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only show my hand when I deem it necessary.
You will be taking her away then?
She will stand trial for what she has done.
But you don't know the full story. She is just a servant in this house. If she is arrested, that will be the end for her.
If Mademoiselle was only protecting herself, as you both have claimed, she will surely be found innocent.
You have still not explained what you were doing in here.
The Major's military storage box.
The one that stored his medals.
Amongst other things, yes.
And those other things are?
I had to protect her. If you found it when searching the study, you would have carted her off then and there.
Whatever it is you have hidden, it will not remain that way for much longer.
Monsieur Sterling is obviously hiding something. I should perhaps conduct my own search for it instead of relying on his cryptic messages.
I need a moment. Aha.
One of the many saint carvings from around the house, abandoned in a box. Why is the saint carving in here? Archibald hid items related to the murder. Monsieur Sterling would only hide items for what he believes is a good reason. Where would be a suitable place for Archibald to hide items? Detached saint carving? Archibald claims there is more to the story. Monsieur Sterling has been one for secrets this full weekend, but seems reluctant to tell me more. Archibald implies he is leaving the house. He expects he'll be leaving the house soon, presumably due to his actions this weekend. Archibald admits to the cover-up. He finally admitted to his actions when pushed. If only he had admitted to his tampering sooner. Archibald was taking medals for extra money. The family finances have clearly led the staff to doing what it takes to ensure their own wealth.
I cannot see the logic in this. I must act on... Magnifique.
The detached carving may relate to a door in this room. This would explain Archibald's presence.
What a revelation!
Archibald must have hidden items in the secret room. I presume this exists within here somewhere. Where is the secret room? Secret room, secret tunnel, secret tunnel. There appears to be nothing here.
Huh.
There appears to be nothing here. Visit all locations in the game. Well traveled. A hidden room. It seems there are more secrets in this house to discover. The last will and testament of the late Viscount. It seems he truly loved Angeline. Last will and testament declaration. I declare that I, Viscount Edwin Van de Bosch, am of sound mind. The last will express my wishes without undue influence or duress. In the event of my death, I hereby appoint my wife, Cassandra Van de Bosch, as the executor of the Van de Bosch estate, and I leave the remaining wealth held in the Van de Bosch name to my only daughter, Angeline Van de Bosch. Any outstanding debts, expenses of my last illness, funeral expenses, and administration costs are to be paid from the Van de Bosch account at the National Bank of Belgium. To my daughter Angeline, you are the apple of my eye and the brightest star in the sky. Never allow your light to fade for even a moment. To my wife Cassandra, thank you for the many joyous years. We have laughed, we have loved, and we have brought the most precious of gifts into this world together. I trust that you will protect her and prepare her for a future full of opportunity and hope. Viscount Edwin Van de Bosch, Monsieur Victor Rogo and Petit Solicitors. Okay. Come on. Mouse, mouse, mouse. Why is the mouse so awkward? Thank you. Silly mouse. Okay. Okay. Yeah. An expensive looking lighter. It looks to have unfortunately been through a war. Come, my little gray cells, I believe we're going to know something about this mystery. The Major's military service box. It contains letters and keepsakes. A prestigious looking knife, likely belonging to the Major. Bloodstains. Blood looks to have been stained into the blade despite clear attempts to clean this. What can I now confirm? Rose engraving, the rose symbol of the Major's regiment. This knife must belong to him. A red symbol on the front of the lighter appears to have been damaged. Could the symbol be related to anything else here? Although it is of high quality, the lighter looks to have been subjected to rough usage.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
This lighter must belong to the Major. The army symbol all but confirms this. But don't I already have this in my possession?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
The lighter I found at the military box is certainly the Major's, meaning the other one is not. Okay, what else do we have? War map, an indecipherable map from the war is useless to my investigation. Standard military box. Empty canteen. Can imagine how anything water to whiskey. Dishonorably discharged. The Major's questionable actions during the war resulted in him being discharged from the army. The Major's reckless actions lead to the removal of his pension. Did losing his pension affect his overall financial situation? Major killed prisoners of war. The reason for the Major's discharge, and an act he must not be proud of. Presume he wouldn't want the secret to become public. The Major was building his militia, was recruiting people from his militia, but contacted some of his former colleagues. Major contacted old friends, presumably from his days during the war. Hmm. 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 Hmm.
I should not be surprised by my own skill.
The murder weapon has been found. Elizabeth must have used this in the study.
There is no use lying anymore.
When I inspected the garden yesterday, I found a lighter I assumed belonged to the Major.
He always had his regiment lighter that he received in the war on his person.
And yet, it was not his regiment emblem that was engraved on it.
My father's. It must have fallen out of my pocket. You still have it, Detective.
Monsieur, you have stashed evidence, manipulated a crime scene, obscured my investigation, and yet it is a lighter that you worry about most?
If it is my path to end up behind bars for what I have done, so be it. It is Elizabeth that you cannot allow to be locked up without the truth being told. I have heard how you fought for that young maid before. Florette, is it? I only ask that you do the same for Elizabeth.
Although the cases differ greatly in severity, I can envision the similarities in how Mademoiselle Elizabeth will be treated by those in positions of authority or social standing even before she is trialed. It is my oath as an officer of the law to uphold justice and fairness. Mademoiselle must be given the chance to prove her innocence before the courts as any other suspect. The absent murder weapon.
You found it.
Even the secret area that has been created here is not concealed enough to stop Detective Hercule Poirot.
I couldn't just leave it at the scene for you to find.
The Major was killed by his own knife. The knife that protected his life during the war would eventually be the one that ended it.
It was in his holster when he attacked her. He had hold of her arm. What else was she meant to use to get him off of her?
I cannot imagine the Major would have given his knife up easily. She must have been in close proximity to reach it. Perhaps he did attack her as he claims.
She didn't plan any of it, Detective. She was only defending herself.
That is what Mademoiselle told you?
She did, and I believe her. You think you knew the Major, but you had no idea. He was a monster and had more secrets than all of us combined.
That may be true, but that does not excuse what she has done.
Put yourself in her shoes for a minute. If a man like that had attacked me the way he did Lizzie, I would have done a lot worse to him.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth has told Monsieur Sterling a version of the events that suggests she was attacked by the Major. I struggled to believe that she would make such a story up, but then I also did not believe she could do such a thing as commit murder.
I need a moment.
Archibald claims the Major attacked Elizabeth. If Monsieur Starling is to be believed, Elizabeth may have fallen victim to the Major's temper. Lighter from the garden belongs to Archibald. Archibald explains the lighter belonged to his father. He must have dropped it when he was outside. Archibald was in the garden on the night of the murder. He would only be out in the weather to hide or collect something. Which one was it? Let's see.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
If the only thing I found was Archibald's lighter, he must have collected something else. What else did Archibald collect from the garden?
What a revelation!
Archibald dropped the murder weapon from the window, collected it, then hid it in the secret room.
There is no use lying anymore.
It was you that I saw in the garden that night.
When you asked me yesterday about seeing someone out there, I thought the game was up.
That does not explain what you were doing out there.
When Lizzie took me to the study, the knife was still in the Major's chest, and I knew I had to get rid of it. I dropped it out of the window, knowing no one would be going outside. It was fine for the time being, but I couldn't risk it being found when the snow melted.
So you collected it under the cover of darkness and stowed it away in here where you thought no one would find it.
After your questioning in the pantry, I knew you were onto something, and I couldn't leave it here.
And where did you plan on moving it to?
Honestly, I don't know.
Collecting the item and hiding it to save Elizabeth, he must truly want to protect her from the law.
There is no use lying anymore.
I have one last question. Why?
Why what? Why I would risk everything to help Lizzie?
Exactement.
Because she is family. If you were in that position, you would do the same.
I can assure you, monsieur, that I would not.
Then perhaps that says something about you, Detective. I would do anything for her, for any of my staff.
Even if it means crossing the boundaries of the law.
Without question.
The lengths that Monsieur Sterling would go to protect someone he considers family is admirable. But when those lengths break the very laws that are in place to protect the innocent, they cannot be ignored. I ask that once your morning duties for the ladies of the house are complete, Mademoiselle Rihanna and yourself wait in the staff quarters.
Detective, but please, you have to help Lizzie. It was all an accident. She doesn't deserve to spend the rest of her days behind bars because of that man.
If she is put behind bars, it is because that is what the courts have decided upon.
Detective, you can't be so cruel.
It is not cruelty, monsieur. It is the law.
After all these further revelations, my mind is as busy as Monsieur Gaulet's chocolate shop. I have all the pieces of the puzzle to deduce why Elizabeth killed the Major. Now I must allow my little gray cells to put them together. After finding those documents in the hidden room, things are starting to fall into place as to why Elizabeth may have killed him. Informal letter, Major was contacted old friends, presumably from his days during the war, was recruiting people for his militia by contacting some of his former colleagues. Viscount left belongings to Angeline, must have wanted to make sure she was looked after once she had passed. Although the belongings will go to Angeline, the Viscount requests her under Madame's guardianship. Luke died at the factory strike. The formal letter. Dishonorably discharged. Major's not receiving a pension. Major killed prisoners of war. Ernesto paid the Major well for his support. Okay, let's see.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
The Major's financial struggles must have left him in a need of a source of income who could have the Major have turned to in his time of need.
Magnifique.
The Major needed the job to go ahead. It was the only way to guarantee money in his pocket. What could he do to ensure the job would be complete?
Order and method. That... The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
To secure his payment, the Major must have ordered the attack at the strikes. What were the consequences of the Major ordering the first attack?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
The Major's actions unfortunately led to the death of Luke, and all four agreed who would have been most affected by this.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Elizabeth has probably lost more than anyone else involved. She may have sought her revenge.
This will not get me any closer. Is there something?
Hmm.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
This information would have destroyed his reputation if unveiled, a strong motive for blackmail. Elizabeth doesn't seem like the vengeful type, but all signs are pointing to her seeking revenge for her beloved Luke. If I am to confront Mademoiselle Elizabeth, I must be at my best and my little grey cells at their most alert. It is time to at least try and rest. I have no time to wallow in my lack of sleep. I must confront Mademoiselle Elizabeth and hopefully finally know the truth of what took place.
Detective Poirot, I'm glad you're awake.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. It has certainly not been a night of peaceful sleep. There is something that we must discuss.
Please, detective, I'm not sure I can take any more surprises like last night.
I'm afraid this may be the most upsetting of them all.
You have found Felix's killer, haven't you?
I have. And the guilty party will certainly come as a shock.
I take no great pleasure in telling you this, mademoiselle.
Detective, please.
It was Mademoiselle Elizabeth that was behind the Major's death.
You must be mistaken. Elizabeth could not do such a thing.
I assure you I am not. It is something I spent much of last night deliberating. When you spoke of the telephone lines being out of order, it made me question the conversation I thought I had heard Monsieur Sterling make with the Major before connecting the call to him.
But it hasn't been working all weekend.
Exactement, mademoiselle. That is when I knew I had once again been lied to.
On my way to speaking with Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna, I met Mademoiselle Elizabeth.
She was meant to be resting in the staff quarters. She has not been well.
I am afraid that was yet another lie, orchestrated to keep her from incriminating herself.
Why would you think that, detective?
I only managed a few words with her before we were quite abruptly interrupted by Monsieur Sterling.
I must admit, he has a habit of speaking over the other staff.
It was much more than merely disturbing our conversation. It was done with the intention to prevent Mademoiselle saying something that she should not.
So, Elizabeth killed Felix, and then Archibald helped her cover it up?
In its simplest form, oui. I have heard it directly from the horse's mouth.
You have spoken with Elizabeth already? Did she admit to it?
Not Elizabeth, but Monsieur Sterling.
Were you not woken last night by the tremendous amount of noise coming from the storage room?
I wasn't. What were you doing in there, detective?
It was Monsieur Sterling that I found in there. I was taken by some surprise to hear anyone awake at that hour.
What on earth was he doing?
He claimed he was merely reminiscing of his time with the family.
You don't believe him?
It did not take long for me to uncover the truth of why he was there, and the location of the Major's murder weapon.
Did you know of the hidden area within the storage room?
Hidden area?
A room that held all of the Major's secrets.
I had no idea. Did you discover the reason for his blackmail?
I did. Were you aware he was dishonorably discharged from the army?
Dishonorably? What does that mean?
I will not hide the truth from Mademoiselle, but I will try and be as delicate as possible with the news of the Major's prior actions. I am sure you are aware of Monsieur Zacharias' troubles he faces from his time in the war.
Yes, Gideon told me about the conversation you had. It is really quite upsetting.
Zachariah was adamant of the Major's cruelty during the war, but the extent was not known until now. He killed a number of prisoners, men that were friends of Zachariah.
Surely not. He would not do such a thing. They must have been trying to escape.
I am afraid not. They were in fact unarmed.
Oh, detective.
It is the reason he was discharged, denied his military pension, and I believe the reason he fled England.
He had been such an important part of my life for so long, but I feel like I hardly knew him.
Monsieur Sterling was adamant of Mademoiselle Elizabeth's innocence.
Innocence? You said it was she that killed him.
It was her hand that held the knife, but he was quite insistent it happened in self-defense.
In all of the years I have known her, she has barely even raised her voice. I cannot believe she would do something like that out of malice.
The whole truth cannot be known until Mademoiselle Elizabeth has told her story.
I allowed my perception of her character to conceal any thought of her involvement. It seems I am not the only one. The time has come to confront Mademoiselle Elizabeth.
Will you allow me to be present?
I think that is an excellent idea. I hope your presence will calm her and will perhaps allow her to speak more freely.
Please, detective. I know she has done a terrible thing, but I beg of you to give her the time to explain herself.
I will offer Mademoiselle Elizabeth the fair trial that she deserves, as I would with any suspect.
Thank you, Detective Poirot.
Would you bring Mademoiselle Elizabeth to the study, where we will not be disturbed?
Of course, I'll find her immediately.
I believe what Monsieur Sterling has already told me about the events that occurred between Mademoiselle Elizabeth and the Major. I do not believe she would have had to do what she did if he had not attacked her and pushed her to the point where she feared for her life. I must listen to her story, the truth, and only then can her punishment be determined.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth, merci for joining us.
Miss Angeline said you requested to see me urgently.
We have some serious matters to discuss, and I would like to waste no further time.
Oh, yes, Detective.
How are you feeling, Mademoiselle?
Still not quite myself.
I was surprised when Monsieur Sterling hurried you to assist Madame Vandenbosch last night.
I should not have avoided my duties for so long. The house does not stop because I'm feeling a little under the weather.
That is true, but you cannot be expected to complete all your tasks if you are not in the right frame of mind.
Honestly, Detective, it was best for me to not sit and wallow anymore.
My investigation has taken me down many paths this weekend.
Have you been able to uncover who the blackmailer is?
The blackmailer's identity has been established, and they will pay the price for their crimes.
Wonderful news, Detective. You can put it all behind you now. You must be thrilled.
I would not say thrilled, knowing that such a close friend has betrayed us.
Mademoiselle is correct. What I have learned over this weekend is that people are not always as they appear. While they may give an impression of being a friend or ally, they can in fact be something completely different.
And, what of the Major's killer?
Well, mademoiselle, that is why I have asked you here now.
I posed the question to all the guests what their thoughts on the Major were. Now I extend that question to you.
I'm not quite sure what you want me to say, Detective.
Your honest opinion is all I ask, and, s'il te plaît, do not hold back. No one else felt it necessary.
We only spoke when there was something in the house to be done. We did not speak of interests or pastimes.
You knew of his work with Monsieur de Silva?
I only know what is required of me to know, and that is very little.
But you were aware of his work as security at Monsieur de Silva's factory.
I was.
The factory your beloved Luke worked at, before he was cruelly taken from this world.
Yes, Detective.
I understand Luke was not only involved in the strikes, but was on the front line.
Yes, that is where he spent his last moments. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his fellow workers.
The resulting riots were a terrible tragedy. One that I hope we will not have to see or experience again. Something that could have been avoided had the Major and his team done what was required of them.
Nobody deserved to die that day. Not my Luke.
Do you blame the Major for his death?
Detective, what kind of question is that?
It is a straightforward one.
He...
Mademoiselle, if there is something you wish to tell me, now is that time.
I'm sorry, Detective, I just don't know how to answer it.
Let us consider what we know of the Major. He fronted the militia that attacked the workers at the strike. You were aware of this? You finally had someone to blame for Luke's death. Someone conveniently located in the same house, alone in his study.
No, Detective. It wasn't like that.
Tell me what happened with the Major on the evening of his death.
I was only in here trying to prove what I heard Mr. Beckers say. I was going to report him, I swear. Miss Angeline, you believe me, don't you?
I want to. I am still trying to understand it all myself. Why don't you start from the beginning?
I was delivering Miss Angeline's dress to her room when I heard Mr. Beckers arguing with the Major in his study. They were ever so loud. I thought the whole house would have been listening to what they were saying. Mr. Beckers was talking about the factory strikes and how it was the Major's fault. He told him that if he didn't own up to his crimes, he would go to the newspapers.
I cannot imagine the Major would have taken kindly to Monsieur Becker's threat.
He didn't. He called him some rather uncouth names before Mr. Beckers left and went downstairs. I made sure to keep out of sight. After the altercation between the Major and Master Gideon, you went to speak with him outside, and I thought I could look around his study without anyone knowing. I had to know for sure. If it was true, he deserved to be held accountable.
And did you find the proof you are looking for?
I found a payment from Mr. De Silva, but there was nothing incriminating about that. I was so nervous. I felt like my heart was beating out of my chest.
And then you saw the blackmail note.
I recognized the writing on the envelope. I couldn't believe it. How could he do such a thing to Angeline? To the family that had taken him in?
Common sense would determine the Major was another victim of the blackmailer.
If I'd have used common sense, I wouldn't have been snooping around alone in his study in the first place. I heard the footsteps in the hall, and before I could move, the Major was standing in front of me, demanding to know why I was going through his belongings without permission. I tried to come up with an excuse, but nothing came out, and when he saw the letter in my hand, it was like Dr. Jekyll turning into Mr. Hyde. I tried to move around him towards the door, but he hurled something towards me, and it crashed against the wall.
That would explain the damage to the wall.
I froze. I have never been so scared in all my life. I thought he was going to kill me there and then.
And you thought you would beat him to it?
Oh, Detective, you make it sound as though I had it all planned. He lunged forward and grabbed me by the arm. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong. His grip just got tighter and tighter. If only you had seen the look in his eyes, I dared not even scream. I saw the sheath on his belt. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to hurt him, but he wouldn't let go of me.
So you took your opportunity to put an end to it all.
I just wanted to get him off me. I didn't want to hurt him. I reached for it and I jabbed it at him. His grip instantly loosened and I ran straight out the door and didn't look back.
You did not even look to see what state you had left him in?
She had just been attacked, Detective.
Oui, please. Continue.
I ran down to the pantry looking for Rahana. She took one look at me and knew something was wrong. I explained to her what had happened and she went to find Archie. She said he would know what to do. We went back to the study and he was still lying there, motionless. Archie said that no one would believe me. That if someone like me killed someone like him, I would be sent straight to the gallows. He left the letter so you would find it. He said that if people knew what the Major was really like, then they wouldn't care what happened to him.
So I am to believe that it was Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that cleaned the scene and orchestrated a plan that included a fake telephone call and dressing as the Major so that he may be seen. You had nothing to do with that.
I swear I had no idea that is what they had done. Archie just told me to stay out of sight. I am no master criminal.
Then Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna will be charged for obstruction of justice and impeding my investigation.
Please, Detective, they were only trying to help me.
If they wished to help you, they should have brought all of this to my attention immediately instead of committing more illegal acts.
Surely you haven't forgotten what happened with Fleurette. She was only accused of stealing a bracelet. I killed a man.
It is a day I have not forgotten, mademoiselle, even for a moment.
Without your help, I don't stand a chance. Please, Detective Poirot, you are the only one that can help me.
Oh, Elizabeth, why didn't you come to me?
I didn't think you would believe me.
I felt so guilty. And when it was announced yesterday that he was a victim of the blackmailer, I wanted to tell you everything. I came to find you last night, Detective, but Archie stopped me. I'm sorry.
Come, my little gray cells, let's solve this mystery. Elizabeth stabbed the Major when he wouldn't let her go. Elizabeth was possibly seeking revenge.
Order and method. That... This will not get me any closer to... Magnifique.
Elizabeth's story confirms Margot's claim. The Major's death was the result of a defensive strike. Finally, I have solved the case of the Major's murder. I must admit, I take no joy in declaring Mademoiselle Elizabeth as the killer, and I wish she had never been put in such a position at all.
Oh, yes, Detective.
The Major's missing knife.
I don't know where it is.
If you have been honest with me until now, I ask that you continue.
I'm sorry, I really don't know. Archie dropped it out of the study window and he said he would deal with it. I couldn't bear to touch the thing.
I have the knife in my possession, and I believe that from Mademoiselle's reaction, she does not know what became of it. She is unaware of the efforts that Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna went to mask what she had done. Monsieur Sterling was not lying when he said he would do anything for her. Merci, mademoiselle. S'il te plaît, wait in my room.
Please, I was only protecting myself. I didn't want to hurt him. He just wouldn't let me go.
Oui, mademoiselle. I know. Mademoiselle tells quite the harrowing story.
I cannot imagine the Major acting in such a way. But Elizabeth could not make up such a story.
After learning what I have about the Major's character this weekend, I would not question the lengths he would go to in order to keep his secret hidden. I know that you share a close bond with Mademoiselle Elizabeth, but you cannot allow your personal feelings to taint your belief of what took place.
She has committed a terrible crime, but she will live with that for the rest of her life. She is not a cold-blooded killer.
If what she says of the Major's attack is true, she acted in self-defense. And in the law's eyes, a crime has not been committed. I will do everything I can to make sure her story is heard and a fair trial is conducted.
I believe the version of events that Mademoiselle Elizabeth has confessed to are true. The Major having fallen into a fit of rage at the prospect of his sordid secrets coming to light. He attacked the young Mademoiselle and drove her to do what she had to protect herself. She put herself in a dangerous position, but there's a small part of me that convinced the duty she felt to find justice for her beloved, and the other workers that lost their lives at the Major's order. If the telephone line is now working, I must call in my findings. With the remaining snow, it may still be some time before they arrive.
Mademoiselle, it is time I address the house.
Are you sure? What will you say? What if they do not listen?
I can assure you, they will.
Elizabeth was right, though. She's just a servant. What if they...
Mademoiselle, when Detective Poirot speaks, they will listen. Would you ask the guests to convene in the library?
Of course. And what of the staff?
I have told Monsieur Sterling to remain in the staff quarters with the others. When the authorities arrive, they shall be dealt with. You have been of great help to me throughout my investigation, and now that it is over, I have one final request.
You only need to ask.
While I am speaking with the guests in the library, would you watch over Mademoiselle Elizabeth in my room?
You don't think she will try and escape, do you?
In her position, I do not know what she might try. But I trust with you there, any potential ideas of such a thing will be squashed.
Detective, you have spent more time making us sit and wait for you than anything else.
Madame Van den Bosch, if you think I have spent my time focused on anything besides uncovering the Major's killer, you are sorely mistaken.
I'm sure you will be eager to share your findings with us then.
All in good time, Madame. Firstly, to understand the truth of what has occurred this weekend, one must know the timeline of events that not only preceded the Major's death, but succeeded.
We are all well aware of what happened before, Detective. You can save your breath.
You are only aware of what the guilty parties wanted you to believe, but now I shall apprise you to the true events. The reason for us all being here, you know. The altercation between Monsieur Demire and the Major, you know. The body of Monsieur Hagen was found while we were all sat enjoying a most delicious meal. That you also know. But what was kept from us all was that his body lay on the study floor for far longer than was thought.
It was that servant. She found him.
S'il te plaît, monsieur. It was indeed young Inga that found the Major's body lying lifeless in the study.
So it was her.
Monsieur, I will not allow for any further interruptions. I return to the Major's body. If we are to believe the scene that we were presented with, the Major must have been killed during the first course of our meal, a meal that none of you left, even for a moment. Speaking in the evening, you all confirmed one another's alibis, and although there was doubt in the validity of some, I confirmed that they were indeed all true. What I could not understand was how a man came to be found dead, and every guest accounted for at the time of death. That is until I questioned the latter. Monsieur Beckers, I shall now allow you to speak. You saw the Major smoking a cigar in the snow. Is that true?
It is.
False. You saw what you were meant to see. Someone in the Major's coat standing outside, giving the illusion that the Major was still very much alive. Monsieur da Silva, on the afternoon of the Major's death, do you recall hearing a telephone ring?
Now that you mention it, I have not heard a single ring all weekend.
Correct. The telephone lines have been down for the duration of our stay, meaning the telephone call that was received and promptly directed to the Major's study was yet another act of trickery and deceit. But it did not end there. When I entered the study for the first time, it was obvious someone had already been there and falsified the scene to stage a burglary and clear away important evidence, including the murder weapon. What followed was an investigation that had already been hindered.
Stream elements.
But even those lengths
Said.
were not enough to derail me
Stay
for
moist,
long.
my friends, hydrate.
I think we have all had enough of your self-praise, Detective. Perhaps you would like to tell us who killed him now?
Madame, as I'm sure you would expect, it is not as simple as that. What many of you do not know is the discussion that was had between the Major and Monsieur Beckers earlier that day.
What has that got to do with anything? I told you I didn't kill him.
That I know to be true. What you do not know is that it was not only his ears that heard your spoken words.
I hope you are not implying I had something to do with it.
No, Madame, there was another. Mademoiselle Elisabeth. You are all aware that the Major was hired by Monsieur da Silva to front the security during the workers' strikes. What very few of you know is that it was the Major's order that instigated the vicious attacks on those unarmed men and resulted in numerous deaths, including Mademoiselle Elisabeth's fiancé, Luc. Monsieur Beckers confronted the Major, declaring that he was to hand himself in. That is what Mademoiselle Elisabeth overheard. Now, knowing the truth, she waited until the Major was away from his study. After he stepped outside, following the confrontation with Monsieur Demire's fist, it looked to be the perfect opportunity, or so she thought. The Major returned and found her looking for the proof she required to hand him over to the authorities.
If the maid bumped him off, why hasn't she been arrested?
The events that followed in the study are not those of a cold-blooded murder, but one of a young girl that had no other option but to protect her own life.
Sounds to me, Detective, like you have taken a shine to this young girl and would rather protest her innocence than arrest her for murder, the crime she has committed.
Jeez, this is gonna make for a juicy story.
Mademoiselle, I ask you this. You have seen the Major's anger before, oui?
What if I have?
How do you think he would have reacted if someone was to find proof that he had committed a terrible act, and that if made public, would surely result in his incarceration? Exactement.
It is quite the story you have told, Detective, but all I have heard is that Elizabeth overheard a conversation blaming the Major for her fiancé's death, and she murdered him in revenge. A servant killing a man that is as revered as he was. She will face the noose.
I am not denying that a man has lost his life, but it is not the crime of murder that you all believe. While the Major did not deserve to die in such a way, it was his actions towards Mademoiselle Elizabeth that drove her to defend herself in any way she could. Mademoiselle Elizabeth will be punished, but we will let the law decide the severity of her punishment.
She has played you like a fiddle, Detective, acting the innocent victim. She will be arrested and hanged for her crime, like every other cold-blooded killer.
Here.
Give her what she deserves.
The girl has got to pay for what she's done.
I could not have been clearer with what occurred in the Major's study. They have all forgotten their own perceptions of the Major, the terrible crimes he has committed, and what he has done to them all in one way or another. I cannot allow for Mademoiselle Elizabeth's sentence to be negatively influenced by those in the house. I must help them to see how their past actions have led to these unfortunate circumstances and losses of life. Perhaps I should remind them all of their participation in not only the workers' strike, but the resulting riots.
Those of you that are calling for the hanging of Mademoiselle Elizabeth, have you forgotten the roles you played? Your actions have been far from innocent.
Look, Detective, I see where you are going with this, but it's not going to work. So maybe the strikes were down to De Silva and Becker's. But don't try and drag me into their mistakes.
Mademoiselle Conrad, if you are so confident of your innocence, perhaps we should begin with you.
Convincing Mademoiselle Conrad to admit to her involvement will be no easy feat. She is strong-minded and has deflected questions in the past. Perhaps a more aggressive approach is in order. We would do almost anything for a headline, n'est-ce pas?
You don't need to imply it's only me that does. Ask any of my journalists, they'll say the same.
Even if in the process people are hurt? You knew the situation surrounding the strikes, and only sought to swell the anger in people and create further chaos. Mademoiselle, you so often have something to say, and now is not the time for silence.
You really are delusional. Maybe you should just keep your theories and claims to yourself.
You accuse others for your own agenda, not considering the repercussions.
You obviously have no idea what goes on in my world. I would say stick to honest police work, but it seems that it's not in your field either.
You have allowed others to fall while you walk proudly across their backs.
Look, it's...
Mademoiselle, I do not have time for your excuses. Do you wish to state your direct involvement, or should I?
It's not... Okay, fine. Yes, the story was going nowhere. There was a deal on the table, and it was going to be done and dusted. Everything you said is true. I wanted the story. The scoop that would have blown the others out of the water. I never wanted anyone to get hurt. But I can see what I did wasn't right. I didn't think you had this side in you. I can see now why Angeline asked for you personally. You're not like other cops. It's clear it's the law and doing the right thing through and through with you. If you say it was self-defense, I believe you.
We can't just forget what that girl has done. It's not Jackie's fault, or any of ours, that she decided to do what she did.
Monsieur Beckers, You are the last person I expected to defend Mademoiselle Conrad. We talked only last night, and correct me if I am wrong, but you have already declared the role you played. To me, at least.
Yes, we talked. It's just not fair of you to attack Jackie like that, putting words in her mouth until she succumbs to your plan.
I know enough of Monsieur Beckers to know that pushing him will not yield the results I need. Playing the role of an ally might be the best way to approach him. Even as leader of the Union, you were swayed by one that had no part in any Union dealings.
Detective, I'm afraid you are misunderstood. That is not how it was. It was not my intention for things to escalate as they did. I could not have predicted that would happen. Jackie was documenting everything to do with the strikes. She wanted our story to be heard and wanted to know how I was handling the negotiations.
And they were handled by yourself?
Naturally. If I cannot handle simple negotiations, I am not fit to be in the position I am in.
You take great pride in your work. Are you proud of the decisions made during the strikes?
I was only pushing for what my men deserved, what they needed. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, Detective. Surely you must know that. Nothing is ever simple, Detective. I'm sure you understand that better than anyone.
I understand that you may not wish such details to be presented in front of your fellow guests, but for justice to prevail, the whole truth must be known.
You're right, Detective. I have tried so hard to deny my part, but I know only too well that my decisions led to the death of those men. I know I cannot excuse what I've done. I just want you all to know that I am not a hateful or malicious man. I only wanted to prove that I was the right man. I have lived in other shadows for so long. I thought I would be able to finally step into the light and be the one that everyone remembered, not forgot. Monsieur da Silva offered me a deal and I turned it down. I thought I was doing right by the workers. But it was only myself I was thinking about.
What more proof do you need? He said it himself. I made a generous offer to reach a resolution, and he turned his nose up at it.
It was not that simple, though. Oui, an offer was made, but Monsieur Beckers and the workers would never have been forced into that position had their working conditions been satisfactory to begin with.
This is outrageous! Do you plan on blaming everyone for doing their jobs? I suppose it makes you feel better about yourself, doesn't it?
Although Monsieur de Silver eventually opened up, he was defensive when we discussed matters of his blackmail, and that was a private conversation behind closed doors. I cannot imagine he'll be forthcoming in front of the other guests. He is going to need some convincing to admit his faults again. If you were simply doing your job and treating your men fairly, there would not be a strike to talk about.
It may be a big deal to you, but I am used to workers not being happy with something. And most of the time, that unhappiness is directed at me. When you're in charge of your own factory, you'll understand. I handled the situation the best I could. If you think otherwise, maybe you have proved us all right, that you aren't the great detective you claim to be.
You were willing to pay an anonymous blackmailer that accused you of the same.
You said it, anonymous. I don't know them, and it doesn't sound like they know me. When you have something people want, money, they will do anything, including constructing lies to get their hands on it.
Monsieur da Silva, you seem to have forgotten our previous conversations.
I recall them just fine, thank you. A police officer trying to manipulate facts to fit his own agenda. Shocking.
Intentional or not, your arrangement with the Major kindled the fire that started the riots.
Do you really think this is the first time blame has fallen at my feet? Although I don't think I've seen someone try so hard before to even convince themselves of what they are saying.
Have you not learned enough already from having your factories closed? If you have any hope to return to normality, you must admit your faults and accept the repercussions.
I may have been a little harsh with my staff. I only wanted to prepare them for the realities of this world. I was never given the opportunities that they have today, and I succeeded. All they do is demand more and more, at the factories and at the house. How am I meant to keep a good profit if every franc is going to them? I offered what I could. I was willing to meet in the middle. But maybe that wasn't enough. Swallowing one's pride is no easy feat. But if it means that a young girl will receive fair judgment, I am prepared to do it.
Merci, monsieur, for your honesty. Admitting your responsibility is an honorable move.
What now, detective? Is this absurdity going to continue much longer? Even after all your attempts, detective, Felix was still murdered. Self-defense or not, she chose to hide what she had done because she knew what she had done was wrong. And she will be punished for it.
It was not choice to hide anything, madame. If in her position, I ask, what would you have done? The Major has already furiously thrown an object at you, barely missing your head, and now has hold of your arm.
I wouldn't have driven a knife into him, that I can tell you for sure. She is no fool. She intended to kill, not to defend.
Madame Van den Bosch will be a much greater challenge, but my method of approach has worked with her before. If I am to sway her into seeing that Mademoiselle Elizabeth had no other option, I must persuade her that it was the Major's actions that drove her to do what she did. You were the closest to the Major. His violent temper cannot come as a surprise.
Quite presumptuous of you to assume violence is in his nature.
Putting my own feelings towards the Major aside, he was not an honorable man, at least at some time in his life. He must have been for you to allow him in your house for so many years. So, even you confirm he had a history of aggression.
He played the role of a caring friend very well, but that is all it was. A performance.
You have no idea. He was there for us when we needed him.
You were there for him when he needed free room and board.
That is not the case, and you know it.
His actions are unforgivable and should not be defended by anyone.
You judge him so harshly, but I return the question. What would you have done in his position? He had made mistakes. I will not deny that. In those moments when a decision had to be made, it fell to him, and he did what he saw fit.
And what of the mistreatment that you received from the Major? You cannot justify that.
S'il te plaît, madame. I ask that you consider everything you know of the Major carefully.
He was not always like that. The man that I called a friend would never have done what he has. I cannot allow another innocent person to be punished for his vicious and barbarous behavior.
You have seen the Major act in a similar manner as I described before, haven't you? What was the outcome then?
You have convinced me that I am wrong, in both my opinion on Elizabeth's punishment and in the friendships I keep. Is that not enough for you?
Not when a potential crime has been committed, and I fear an innocent party may have been punished for it.
He was just a boy. I told him to stop, but he was like a wild animal.
The confrontation with Mademoiselle Elizabeth was not the first time he has come close to killing another.
It was following the officers' ball. A young man, no older than 16, stopped us on the street, begging for some change. Felix pushed him away, but he was persistent. He only wanted a few coins. Like a flash, Felix snapped and wouldn't let go of him. He would not stop punching him. I have never seen anything so brutal.
But he was never charged for the attack.
Felix called the captain at the station and said that the boy had tried to rob him, and he was merely defending himself. The boy was thrown behind bars without a second thought. It was a full week before the bruises on Felix's knuckles finally faded.
And even after witnessing such a brutal assault, you still support him. You still believe that he had not attacked Elizabeth.
The days following, he showed no signs of remorse, no apology to him or to me. I blamed it on the amount he had had to drink. But when you began talking about him finding Elizabeth in his study, I somehow knew it had happened again.
Had you been open about the Major's temper, this could all have been avoided. When you tell the courts the truth, Mademoiselle Elizabeth's self-defense plea cannot be ignored.
Just when I thought I could not see a more spineless move.
Excuse me?
You allowed a bully and thug to remain in your house and endanger your family.
I'm sorry, Margot, but I am struggling to understand why you have involved yourself in this affair.
I'm surprised you can hear me way up there on that high horse of yours.
How dare you speak to me in that way? Who I decide to keep in my house is my decision and no one else's.
I can see that. Murderers, thieves, and extortionists are all acceptable, it seems.
Countess, I have talked at length of the Major's death, but not the reason for my invitation in the first place. When I last gathered you all together, I spoke of a blackmail ring that was rife in the area, and then of the letter that the Major had received. Mademoiselle Angeline requested my help personally after she received such a letter threatening her family name. She felt I was the only one that could uncover the truth. And uncover the truth I have.
Get on with it, detective. Who dared try and extort my family and then have the gall to allow me to welcome them into my home?
If it was not for the honesty of a young servant, I would perhaps still be looking for the
For goodness sake, it was me.
Margot, how could you?
While it looked as though the Countess was helping the young women at the shelter, she was in fact only finding them positions of employment in wealthy homes to gather information on them and learn secrets that she would ultimately be able to use against them. Monsieur da Silva fell victim to her network of moles and was in turn blackmailed. It was quite the prosperous setup you had, knowing that they would not be prepared to lose their social standing if a secret was to find its way from where it had been hidden for so long.
That cannot be true, Margot. How could you do such a cruel thing?
That is rich, coming from you.
You are one of my oldest friends.
High and mighty, Madame van den Bosch. You think you can do what you wish when you wish it and there will be no repercussions. You are as bad as all of them.
If I do not get a straight answer out of you, I will march you to the police station myself.
I'm surprised it took the Major this long to start living with you. He must have been on the edge for some time.
How dare you speak to me like that? In my own home.
A home you share with the father of your daughter for so many years, and she still remains none the wiser.
You have no right.
Maman.
Angeline? Have you heard what she has admitted to? She is merely trying to make herself...
Is what she says true? Felix, he was my father? That is the secret that the letter was talking about, isn't it? You told me that we had nothing to hide. Detective Poirot, were you aware of this?
Oui, mademoiselle. But it was not my place to repeat.
I don't understand. What about father?
Your maman betrayed the love of a good, honest man and played away behind his back and then kept it hidden for all these years like a lady of the night with her client list.
You will say no more. Angeline, I...
Did Felix know?
This is not an appropriate conversation.
He knew, dear girl. He knew the whole time. It is only dear Edwin that was blind to their deceit.
You will not talk of him like that. You will not talk of him at all.
If I don't, who will? You never deserved him. You don't even deserve the memory of him.
Countess, there is something that you still have not explained.
What more is there for her to say?
How long were you in love with the Viscount for?
Margot? Is that true?
We were destined to be together. And then you turned up. And I was all but forgotten about.
But you were nothing more than friends.
And you made sure of that, didn't you? From the day you arrived, it was all about what you wanted and what you had to do to get it. You didn't consider Edwin at all. He was just a purse to you.
I loved my husband, and I miss him every day.
Loved him enough to stray?
Both of you, no more.
Please, Angeline, let me explain.
Maman, I do not wish to hear anything else from you.
Not even your own daughter wants to hear your lies anymore. Cassandra Van den Bosch, all alone.
How dare you!
While I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride in solving both cases, there is still a part of me that is reluctant to revel in triumph. I am content with the unmasking of Comtesse de Vos as the blackmailer, and knowing that she will pay for her crimes. But it is the justice for Mademoiselle Elizabeth that worries me. She will stand in a court of law, and I can only hope that they can see she acted in self-defense. I must trust that our legal system and justice will prevail, and a fair sentencing will be given. In protecting her own life, she took the life of another. Perhaps the guilt she must live with is a greater punishment than any sentence she can receive. Comtesse de Vos was taken from Nemozinet House in cuffs and placed under arrest. Although she initially tried to plead her innocence, Inga, along with a number of other girls that the Comtesse had found employment for, came forward and made full statements. She was charged with 5 counts of blackmail and extortion and sent to a house of corrections, where she will have a new life to become accustomed to. Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna were also reprimanded for their participation. While they may not be facing time in prison, tampering with a crime scene and obstruction of a police investigation are certainly not something that houses and new employers will look positively on. Mademoiselle Angeline finally became Madame Demire, and together they took up residence in England, where Monsieur Demire continues to support and fight for fairness and equality in London. I am happy to say that we have remained in contact, and Madame Demire has become a regular correspondent of mine. And the latest joyous news is that they are expecting a child of their own. Madame Van den Bosch showed compassion that I had not seen in her before. She stood in court and gave a truthful and genuine character reference of Elizabeth, as well as describing the Major and the atrocious crimes he had committed. After Madame Van den Bosch's secret was revealed to the world, her position in the social hierarchy was no more, disappearing in a moment. While she still resides in Belgium, I believe she has had to adapt to a far more modest way of life. A humbling experience for her, I am sure. Following her actions in the courtroom, Angeline believed that her maman still had a place in her life. Although they are on different sides of La Manche, they remain in contact. Mademoiselle Conrad left Nemozinet House the same way she entered, confident in herself and audacious in her opinions. Her report of the Major's murder at the house and the surrounding blackmails became one of the most talked about stories of the year. While there were certain details of her own involvement that did not make it to print, she was really quite complimentary about the detective at the heart of the case. Monsieur de Silva tried to continue in his position as factory owner and business entrepreneur, But after his accounts and business dealings were investigated following the details of his blackmail being made public in Mademoiselle Conrad's article, his illustrious business empire began to crumble and is now facing an international corporate investigation. Monsieur Beckers stepped down from his position as union leader, accepting that he was no longer fit to represent the workforce that, in his words, he had let down on a scale of unmeasurable proportion. Although he is no longer the voice of the workers, he continues to support them from behind the scenes. Monsieur Zachariah and his brother made amends, and returning to his family home, and after sobering up, he was able to find the help that he required. I understand that he is now helping fellow soldiers with similar conditions. And Mademoiselle Elizabeth, she stood before a court, and while the proceedings were deemed controversial, the charges against her were dropped, and the reasoning of self-defense was accepted by the presiding judge. Madame Vandenbosch's testimony, along with Mademoiselle Angeline's declaration of her good character, was enough to show that it was not in Elizabeth's nature to act in such a violent way. The abundance of evidence against the Major, and his violent and cruel nature, including his appalling acts during the strikes and the war, was more than enough to prove that Mademoiselle Elizabeth had no other option in that situation but to defend herself in any way that she could. With the new arrival of Madame and Monsieur Demire's child next year, they have agreed to give Elizabeth the opportunity to return home to England and take up a position in their home as nanny. The death of Elizabeth's beloved Luc has been at the center of everything. Had those in positions to help not acted with only themselves in mind, perhaps he would still be alive today, and the Major would have paid the price for his own crimes in the eyes of the law, not at the blade of a knife. The blood of Major Felix Egan will remain on Elizabeth's hands, a stain that wherever she is and whatever she may do, she will never be able to wash clean. However, it will remain as a reminder to not only her, but all of us, of what we as human beings are capable of to protect ourselves. We all have something that may be considered shameful or sinful, and it is how we deal with it that shows our true character. Those involved in the riots, the workers' deaths, and the Major's killing believed themselves to be untouchable. Whether it was from their social standing or their confidence in themselves, they learned that everyone is accountable for their actions. There is no exemption because of the suit you wear or the money in your bank account. There is no price to a man's life. It cannot be bought or traded or discarded. No man is better than another, including Detective Hercule Poirot.
Okay, so I only missed two. The first one was supposed to be a story one that we were not supposed to even be able to miss, which is kind of weird in the prologue. For Floret. Uncover a secret memory from Floret. I don't know how I mean. More than likely, that's the same with the other characters. Each one has their own little thing there. And then where was it? Work-life balance, which we almost had. I didn't realize clicking on the code would automatically jump us to the next story point. We missed one item according to this thingy here. So, and that more than likely, considering how everything else is on the collectibles, is an individual picture of Floret. If we're going by what everything else is, more than likely it's an individual picture of Floret. But other than that, we mostly completed Hercule Poirot. I'll probably go back through real quick and try to get, now that I know not to click the coat first, get the other two to perfect the game, because you guys know I love perfecting the games. This was a pretty cool game. I like the game. I like the game. So, we're going to take a moment, and then we will start a different Hercule Poirot game, because I got 3 of them lined up. That's the first of 3. Yeah, we got 44, we got 95%, we're missing 2 achievements, but that's okay.